Some families are shattered by a single lie, others by the silence that follows it. This is a third-person retelling of Runaway by Harlan Coben, a story inspired by a real-life case of a missing teenager in New Jersey that haunted the author for years. He kept asking, what if a parent found their lost child, and she refused to come home? First published in 2019, the thriller has since sold over 3 million copies worldwide. Its author, Harlan Coben, is the #1 New York Times best-selling writer known for Tell No One and The Stranger, a master of suburban noir. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted into a French TV series in 2021, and now a major Netflix adaptation released in January 2026. Just so you know, the visuals you see are created with today's technology. They may not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they will help you visualize the story, so please, bear with me. By the end of this story, you may find yourself questioning how far you would go to save someone you love. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details from the 2026 Netflix production, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. The story begins. Simon sat on a bench in Strawberry Fields, Central Park, his heart shattering in silence. To the casual observer, he was just another suited figure among the tourists snapping photos of the imagined mosaic. No one yet knew that within the hour, violence would erupt, drawing screams from Finnish visitors and smartphone lenses from around the world. But for now, there was only the quiet devastation of a father staring at a memorial dedicated to John Lennon, where fresh rose petals formed a peace sign that refused to blow away. Across from him, a ragged street musician strummed an out-of-tune guitar, her cracked voice mangling, "Penny Lane." Simon barely registered the nearby couple mocking the performance or the various hustlers selling water and jokes. He focused entirely on the singer, her matted hair, sunken cheekbones, and rail-thin frame, searching desperately for some semblance of beauty in the discordant melody. He found none. The woman was damaged, homeless, and lost. She was also Paige, his daughter, whom he had not seen in 6 months. The sight triggered a cascade of memories. Simon recalled when Paige was 9, quiet and precise, coloring strictly within the lines while her brothers swarmed the nearby Alice in Wonderland statue. As a teenager, Paige had favored benches with poignant memorial plaques, using their inscriptions as prompts for the stories she wrote in notebooks her father had bought her. Simon had tried to bond by sitting beside her, feigning interest in business news while watching her write, but he never possessed her imagination. Now, those notebooks were gone, their whereabouts unknown. His current agony was the culmination of a slow fracture. After Paige's unforgivable act, his wife Ingrid, a pediatrician who usually harbored endless compassion, had drawn a hard line. Paige was not welcome back. Simon had disobeyed, searching for months through drug-infested streets, and even driving up to Paige's former college town, staying at the Craftborough Inn in futile hopes of finding her. Meanwhile, life at home had grown coldly quiet. His son Sam focused solely on his upcoming freshman year at Amherst, and his younger daughter Anya retreated into monosyllabic silence. The breakthrough had come 3 weeks prior from Charlie Crowley, an upstairs neighbor and ophthalmologist. In the elevator, Charlie had shyly admitted to seeing Paige in Strawberry Fields, playing music for tips. He had intended to give her money but stopped, horrified by how unrecognizable and out of it she appeared. Simon had felt something rip inside him but kept the secret from Ingrid to avoid further conflict. Since then, he had haunted the park, bribing other vagrants with cash for information, only to receive lies or indifference. Now, staring at the stranger who used to be his daughter, Simon understood why no one had recognized her. The physical overlap between the girl he loved and the strung-out shadow was virtually non-existent. Simon sat in Strawberry Fields, positioned before a sign ironically ignored by the very musicians it forbade: a quiet zone, no amplified sound or musical instruments. Yet he had noticed a peculiar order beneath the chaos. The ragged performers never clashed or overlapped. They rotated on the hour with mechanical precision, as if governed by an invisible timetable. It cost him $50 to learn the truth from Dave, a grizzled regular with rubber-banded facial hair and a braided ponytail. Dave explained that in the old days, a self-appointed enforcer named Gary Dos Santos had kept peace through intimidation until his death from leukemia in 2013. Anarchy followed: fights over territory, police interventions, ruined earnings, until the musicians devised a solution: a strict hourly schedule, managed via text message. Dave, proud of his role as scheduler, boasted about balancing prime slots among 5 regulars and ensuring a diverse rotation to combat stereotypes. Simon, the financial analyst, recognized the engine at work: economic self-interest. He also knew that tearing $200 bills in half, promising the remaining halves for information about his daughter, might finally yield results. That morning Dave had texted *11 a.m. today. I never told you. I ain't a snitch. Star followed by star, but bring my money at 10 a.m. I got yoga at 11. Star. So Simon waited, watching Paige from across the mosaic, rehearsing pleas in his mind, a room already booked for her at the Soleimani Clinic upstate. His plan was simple: say whatever it took, promise anything, to get her to go with him. He checked his watch: 11:58 a.m. Her hour was ending. Another musician approached, tapping Paige's knee and pointing to an imaginary wristwatch. She nodded, finished "I am the walrus" with a theatrical flourish, and shouted thanks to an indifferent crowd. Then, with surprising tenderness, she lowered her guitar into its case. The gesture struck Simon like a physical blow. He had bought that Takamine G series guitar for her 16th birthday at Sam Ash on West 48th Street. He tried to summon the memory of her joy, the smile, the closed eyes as she tested the strings, the tight embrace, and repeated thanks. But the feelings wouldn't come. The awful truth settled over him. He could no longer see the little girl beneath the stranger. For the past hour, he had tried to conjure her, the child he took to swim classes at the 92nd Street Y, the reader who listened to 2 Harry Potter books in a Hamptons hammock over Labor Day weekend, the girl who wore her Statue of Liberty costume early, green face paint and all. None of those images would surface now. Perhaps a defense mechanism. Perhaps just loss. Paige stumbled to her feet. "Time to move." Simon stood across the mosaic, his heart hammering against his ribs, a headache pressing at his temples. He scanned left, then right, searching for the boyfriend. He couldn't pinpoint exactly when everything spiraled, but he blamed Aaron Corval for the scourge that had consumed his daughter and, by extension, his family. He had read the literature about addicts taking responsibility, about root causes and personal choice, but in Paige's case, the equation seemed brutally simple. There was Paige before Aaron, and Paige now. Aaron was scum, obvious, unsubtle scum, and when scum mixed with purity, the purity was forever tainted. Simon never understood the appeal. Aaron was 32, 11 years older than Paige, a detail that once concerned him, but now seemed trivial. There was no sign of Aaron. A small, fragile hope took flight. Could the malignancy finally have moved on, leaving his daughter alone? Simon watches Paige drift east along the park path, her steps hollow and unsteady, and he hesitates, already bracing for refusal. He knows the pattern. Every attempt to help her has collapsed before, even legal efforts through his brother-in-law failing to force intervention. Still, he closes the distance, drawn by what remains of her. Up close, the sight hits harder: her loose sundress slipping off fragile shoulders, her skin marked and dulled, her frame reduced to something brittle. He calls to her, but she keeps moving, and for a fleeting second he clings to denial, imagining this ruined figure might not be his daughter, the same girl who once stood on stage radiant, her voice and presence powerful enough to break his composure night after night. He tries again, closer now, his voice strained. She slows but refuses to face him. When his hand finally rests on her shoulder, the contact feels wrong, too light, Too empty. He pushes once more, calling her by name, and when she stops, he reaches deeper, calling himself what he hasn't been in years. The word slips out raw, heavy with need. Still she won't turn. He pleads, and suddenly she bolts. The sudden flight jolts him. She gains a few steps, but instinct takes over. His body reacts before thought catches up, fueled by months of restless energy and training. He closes the gap quickly, seizing her thin arm and pulling her back harder than intended. She cries out, and the sound draws attention, but he ignores it, urgency tightening around him. He tries to steady her, to convince her to come with him, to see him. When he forces her to face him, she shields her eyes, recoiling, as if from something blinding. He urges her gently, desperation creeping in. Then slowly she lowers her guard. He studies her face, sunken, discolored, altered, and yet something flickers beneath it. Recognition. For the first time, he sees a trace of the daughter he lost. When she speaks, the sound lands like a fragile bridge back to him. Relief floods through him so suddenly, it nearly breaks him. He tells her he's here to help. She collapses into tears, weighed down by regret, and he answers with reassurance, reaching out to pull her close, to anchor her again. A voice cuts in, sharp and hostile. Simon's stomach drops before he even turns. Aaron. The effect on Paige is immediate. She recoils, slipping from Simon's grasp, fear snapping her back into retreat. The clarity Simon had glimpsed vanishes instantly. She pulls away, shouting for distance, backing off as he reaches for her again, but her scream this time draws a crowd. Simon presses forward anyway, trying to reach her. Aaron steps in, blocking him completely. They face off, inches apart. Simon takes in the man disheveled, strung out, wrapped in a careless imitation of style, and behind him, Paige shrinks, using him as a shield. Aaron signals her to leave, calm and possessive, and Simon tries to stop her, but she's already moving, pushing off and sprinting down the path. Panic surges. Simon veers to chase her, but Aaron slides into his way, asserting control, claiming she's beyond Simon's reach. Something snaps. Simon's fist drives forward. He feels the impact. Give, hears the break, sees the blood as Aaron drops. The world reacts, shouts, screams, but Simon doesn't slow. His focus locks on Paige ahead as she veers off into the trees. He calls after her, chasing, but Aaron, from the ground, snags his leg, dragging him just enough to disrupt him. Simon kicks free, regains balance, and pushes on, only to see people closing in, drawn by the chaos, some recording, others shouting for him to stop. He fights through them anyway, shaking off hands, breaking grips, forcing his way forward with raw, desperate momentum, his mind fixed on one thing: reaching her before she disappears again. But numbers overwhelm him. Bodies pile in, slowing him, dragging him down. Still he struggles, voice cracking as he shouts for help, not for himself, but for her, begging anyone to stop his daughter before she's gone once more. The noise swallows Simon's voice. Either no one hears him, or no one chooses to hear the man they now see as dangerous. Bodies keep crashing into him, one after another, forcing him down. As he finally loses his footing, he catches a glimpse: Paige, back on the path. Then the ground slams into him. He tries to rise, but fists and weight come down hard, over and over. Later, there will be broken ribs, shattered fingers, a concussion, stitches, but in this moment none of it registers. Only the tearing sense of losing her again. More weight pins him. The chaos blurs shouts, sirens, and suddenly the police are there, flipping him over, driving a knee into his back, locking his wrists. He strains upward once more and sees her, Paige, watching from behind a tree. Hope flares just enough for him to call out, but she doesn't move toward him. Instead, she slips away, disappearing as the realization settles in. He has failed her again. They leave him face down on the pavement, hands cuffed, the world reduced to heat, pressure, and fading adrenaline. A female officer, calm, steady, leans in, informs him of his arrest, begins reciting his rights. He thrashes, shouting about Paige, begging for someone to stop her, but she continues methodically, unaffected. His desperation spills out wild and frantic, so he forces himself to steady, reshaping his tone into something more controlled, hoping someone might finally listen. No one does. Around him, officers gather statements, bystanders replay videos, evidence stacking silently against him. He insists he was trying to save his daughter, even pushes the claim further, framing her boyfriend as a captor, but the words land flat. No reaction. He searches for Aaron, scanning desperately, but the man is gone. When he demands to know where, the officer finally acknowledges him but offers nothing. As the adrenaline drains, pain floods in sharp, overwhelming, undeniable. Time slips. Eventually they haul him up, half carrying him to the squad car. Inside, the same officer questions him, guiding him back to the incident. He tries to redirect, to focus on Paige on finding her, but she keeps pressing for the sequence. He chooses his words carefully now, describing it as an altercation, nothing more. When she reframes it bluntly, reducing it to an attack on a homeless man, he stops himself from reacting further. The trap is clear. He shuts down, asks for his attorney, and refuses to say more. They take him to the emergency room, where the damage is catalogued and treated: splints for his fingers, stitches for his scalp, and the quiet confirmation that his ribs will simply have to heal with time. The process unfolds in a haze, one step bleeding into the next transport, booking, fingerprints, confinement, until he's handed a phone call. He considers calling Ingrid but chooses Robert instead. The answer is immediate but distant. Robert can't come, insists Simon needs a criminal defense specialist, promises to send someone. Not long after, she arrives, small, elderly, sharp-eyed, commanding. Her presence cuts through the fog. She introduces herself with certainty and immediately sets the terms: one phrase, one response, no deviation. Simon repeats it, absorbing the instruction, clinging to its simplicity. In the courtroom, her reputation precedes her. The room reacts. The judge acknowledges her with familiarity edged in tension. Their exchange carries a history. Simon can only observe from the outside, but her confidence anchors the moment. When the time comes, she signals him. He delivers the words exactly as instructed. Approval follows. Bail is set modest, uncontested, and the machinery of the system turns quickly. Once released, Simon moves instinctively toward the exit, but her hand stops him mid-step. The correction is immediate, controlled, redirecting him before he can make another misstep. Confusion flickers through him as he pauses, forced once again to rely on someone else to guide what comes next. Hester told Simon they would be waiting, and when he asked who, she only guided him onward. She steered him down 2 levels, through a dark back corridor, past an employee entrance, and out into the street without hesitation. On the way, she called her driver, Tim, and set a 5-minute pickup at the Egg Glue on Mulberry. Simon tried to ask what was happening, but Hester cut him off for talking after she had told him not to. They crossed Baxter, cut through Columbus Park, and emerged on Mulberry Street, where she asked whether he liked ice cream. When he stayed silent and pointed at his still-closed mouth, she relented and told him he had permission to speak. She had ordered campfire s'mores and ice cream sandwiches, and the black Mercedes waited with Tim and the desserts ready. Hester took hers, offered one to Simon, and when he refused, she gave it to Tim instead before they climbed into the car. Inside the moving Mercedes, Simon asked about Paige and Aaron. Hester told him the police had never found Paige, and that Aaron had vanished too, running before detectives could learn anything useful. That, she said, worked in his favor: no victim, no crime. She then shifted the focus to damage control, saying she wanted her friend Mariquita Blumberg on his PR case immediately. Before Simon could push back, she made him recount everything from the beginning, listening with total, penetrating focus, and when he finished, she gave him real sympathy but no false comfort. His body had started catching up with him now, pain seeping in hard as the adrenaline burned off. When he asked why he needed a PR campaign, she fumbled with her phone, complained about how intrusive they were, then handed it over. On the screen was a YouTube video with hundreds of thousands of views, and a title that framed him as a rich man attacking the poor. The footage played out exactly as he feared, Paige pulling away, Aaron stepping in, Simon looking like a privileged aggressor. He watched the blow land, the homeless man collapse, the second bystander get struck too, and then made the mistake of reading the comments, where most viewers condemned him as violent and corrupt, while a smaller, uglier group cheered him on. Hester pointed out that the uglier voices might even help him someday, though she doubted it would matter in court. Then she refreshed the page. The view count had surged by more than 160,000 in just minutes. Hester called him a viral hit. Simon watches the park blur past the window, his mind dulled by everything that's happened, until the car turns and Hester's quiet warning pulls him back. He looks up and sees the scene outside his building, news vans crowding the curb, protesters gathered behind police barriers. The reality lands hard. Hester immediately shifts into control, asking about Ingrid. Only then does Simon realize he hasn't thought about his wife at all. He checks the time, answers mechanically. She's still at the hospital, finishing later, commuting by subway. Hester tells him to call her, to arrange a pickup, then presses about the kids. He doesn't even know where they are. She outlines a plan: relocate them all to a firm apartment, avoid hotels, avoid exposure. This will pass, she insists, if they don't feed it. He calls Ingrid, but it goes to voicemail, and he leaves a full message. Sam answers next, already aware, his tone a mix of disbelief and awe at the viral scale. Simon tries to explain he was only trying to reach Paige, but the world has already decided otherwise. Sam believes him, yet the gap between truth and perception hangs there. They settle on Sam staying with a friend's family after practice. When Sam hesitates, bringing up Paige's appearance in the video, Simon feels the weight of it but can only acknowledge it quietly before moving on. Anya doesn't answer at first. When she calls back, it isn't her but a neighbor, explaining Anya is safe but deeply upset after seeing the video circulate among parents and children alike. Simon asks to speak to her, but the request is gently refused. Anya won't come to the phone. He swallows his frustration, keeps his tone controlled, and lets it go, accepting the help offered instead. When the call ends, the silence presses in again. Hester breaks it with a dry remark about the ice cream he refused earlier, then has the driver pass it back. Simon finally takes it, and for a brief moment, the sweetness cuts through everything until it doesn't. The firm apartment feels sterile, drained of personality, everything muted, beige, impersonal. Hester makes a joke of it before leaving to bring Ingrid up when she arrives. Alone, Simon checks his phone. Messages pile up, but he ignores most, responding only to Yvonne with minimal updates. No word from Ingrid. He paces, restless, unable to settle, until a call from Anya's school forces him to stop. The principal's voice carries hesitation, formality, and distance. Anya is fine, he assures, but the call isn't about her. It's about the upcoming charity event Simon and Ingrid were leading. As the explanation unfolds, Simon senses where it's heading before the words land. Some parents don't want him there. The video has shifted everything. He presses for specifics but gets none. Then the final blow: he and Ingrid are being removed as co-chairs, the optics too damaging given the event's cause. Simon holds the phone tighter, resisting the pull to react. When the reasoning leans on perception over truth, something sharp cuts through his restraint. He pushes back, insisting the man he struck wasn't what everyone assumes, but the answer comes back unchanged. Image outweighs fact. Simon repeats the phrase, tasting its emptiness, hearing what it implies not just about him, but about everything around him. Simon pushes back at Ali's framing, turning the conversation into a blunt fight over motive. He makes it plain that the school did not choose him and Ingrid for their charm. They were chosen because of the size of their donation. In his mind, the whole arrangement is transactional. The charity ball, a glossy mechanism for flattering wealthy donors and school administrators like Ali. So now that they have been cut loose, he demands their check back. Ali is stunned at the idea of taking back a charitable gift, but Simon hangs up before the exchange can go any further, tossing the phone onto the beige couch with disgust. He will still give the money to the charity, just not through this machine. When he turns, Ingrid and Hester are both there, having heard enough to catch the shape of it. Hester advises him, not as his lawyer, but as a practical warning, to keep away from everyone for a few hours. People under this kind of pressure do reckless things, and Simon's best move is to stay quiet. Then she leaves them alone. Ingrid begins calm but quickly cuts to the part that matters. Simon had known where Paige was, and he had not told her. He explains that Charlie Crowley gave him a lead, and that the other man, Dave, the schedule runner for the musicians, only thought Paige might be there. He admits he did not want to upset Ingrid over something uncertain. That answer only sharpens her hurt. She tells him he never lies to her, and that is true. What he did instead was shade the truth, which is close enough to poison. He admits he stayed silent, partly because he feared she would stop him, and partly because revealing the rest would mean admitting how long he had been searching for Paige in secret, despite their agreement not to. Ingrid rejects the idea that she was cold. She says she let Paige go because Paige was already gone, and because only Paige can come back on her own. Rehab again, Simon suggests, but Ingrid shuts that down too. They had already tried, too many times, too few results. The distance between them is not lack of love, it is helplessness. Simon collapses onto the couch, and after a long quiet, Ingrid sits beside him, puts her head on his shoulder, and holds him, while he admits he tried and failed. She tells him, it will be okay, though both of them know it will not be, not truly. 3 months later, Simon sits in his office across from the empty space where the World Trade Center once stood, high above the water with the Statue of Liberty visible in the distance. Most days the view has gone stale, but the statue still steadies him, small yet defiant out there. Across from him is Michelle Brady, tears in her eyes, thanking him for being a good friend to their family. He knows he is technically their financial advisor, not their friend, but the word lands because it matches the role he has always felt he was playing. Over the years, he had guided the Bradys through nearly every major milestone: college savings, mortgages, adoption paperwork, business financing, art studio setup, expansions, retirement planning, cars, schools, vacations, cabins, kitchens, estate plans. He had been there for Elizabeth's wedding, and a month earlier he had sat in the church at Rick's funeral. Now he is helping Michelle, newly widowed and overwhelmed, sort through the accounts, the bills, the business, the question of whether to sell. She says Rick must have known something, asks whether he hid an illness, and Simon can only shake his head. He does not know. Simon carries the memory of Rick's sudden death like a cautionary weight. 58, gone in an instant. As a wealth manager, he had pushed Rick to prepare for that inevitability, even while the man resisted confronting his own end. That responsibility lingers now, shaping how Simon treats every client sitting across from him. When his phone vibrates in his pocket, the interruption grates against a rule he rarely breaks. Time with clients is sacred. Money, he knows, isn't just currency, it is control, relief, access, time itself. Handling it for someone else means holding a piece of their life. And Michelle Brady, seated before him, deserves nothing less than his full attention. Still, the vibration signals urgency. He sneaks a glance at his screen and sees Khalil's message: a police detective has arrived. The words settle heavily. He stares long enough that Michelle notices the shift in him, her concern surfacing. He tries to steady the moment, but the tension leaks through as he admits something has come up. She offers to leave, but he asks for a moment instead, reaching for the phone. Khalil confirms the detective is already in the elevator. Simon keeps his voice controlled, instructing him to stall the visitor and continue processing Michelle's paperwork. Credit cards issued immediately. Automatic payments explained. Routine details clung to like structure against the disruption. When he hangs up, Simon meets Michelle's eyes with an apology that feels insufficient. He reminds her, indirectly, of the incident months ago, the one everyone knows about. The viral humiliation still echoes faintly in his mind, though the world has mostly moved on. She recalls that the charges were supposed to be gone, and he confirms it. No complainants, no case. Quiet deals had been made, helped along by his resources and the other man's criminal past. The system had smoothed things over discreetly. Even the school had extended a hollow show of support, forcing Simon to swallow his anger for his daughter's sake. Officially, the charges only lingered because the timing needed to bury the story deeper. Now, with a detective on the way, unease creeps back in. Michelle suggests calling his attorney, and Simon agrees immediately. She rises to leave, urging him to take care of himself. Through the glass wall, Khalil passes by Simon, signals him to assist her as promised. Once alone, Simon exhales, then calls Hester Krinstein. She answers quickly, sharp as ever. As he explains the situation, her irritation flares. This shouldn't be happening without her present. Her instruction is clear: say nothing. Wait for her arrival. Simon clings to that directive, though doubt presses at him. If the case is dead, why is the police here at all? Before he can settle, the door opens again. Yvonne steps in, his sister-in-law, his longtime colleague, dressed with her usual precision. Her presence pulls him briefly into the past decades of shared history, the firm built together, the life choices that led him back from the suffocating quiet of suburbia to the restless energy of Manhattan. Even now, he questions those decisions, wondering if different paths might have changed what followed, especially where Paige is concerned. But the thought slips away, as Yvonne mentions the detective, her tone almost amused by his appearance. Simon barely registers it, focused instead on the disruption itself. She offers to handle Michelle. He lets her go. Then the doorway fills. The detective stands there, composed, striking, self-assured in a way that immediately shifts the room's balance. Simon feels the intrusion as a breach, his space no longer his own. The man introduces himself, badge in hand, making it clear he isn't here for courtesy. Simon pushes back, insisting on boundaries, on waiting for his attorney. But the detective doesn't hesitate. He crosses the room, sits without invitation, and settles in as though he belongs there. From Simon's vantage point, the message is unmistakable. The control he values so carefully has just been challenged. Simon feels the pressure tighten as the detective presses him, circling the same point from different angles, testing his resolve. He holds firm, repeating that he will wait for his attorney, though the repetition begins to feel like a fragile shield. The detective's tone sharpens, probing for a final refusal, and Simon senses the shift. This is no longer casual questioning, but a deliberate push. Yvonne catches it too, her presence suddenly more alert. Still, Simon stays within the boundary Hester set, refusing to engage beyond that line. The moment breaks when the detective exhales, stands and moves to leave, but not without making his stance clear. From Simon's perspective, the man reframes the situation, casting himself as accountable to the city's taxpayers, unwilling to waste time waiting. The implication lands: if Simon won't cooperate here, he'll have to come on the detective's terms. A business card changes hands, and Simon scans it, confusion surfacing. The location doesn't fit. The original incident had taken place in Manhattan, yet the detective calmly redirects the focus. What matters now is a murder in the Bronx. The word hits Simon with a jolt, reshaping everything he thought was settled. Elena braces herself the moment she steps into Sebastian Thorpe's oversized office, already anticipating the reaction. It comes instantly: doubt, disbelief, the same scrutiny she's endured countless times. She leans into it, instead of resisting, turning his judgment into something uncomfortable, forcing him to confront it directly. From her vantage point, everything about him screams inherited wealth and polished entitlement, from the tailored suit to the curated office that feels more like a stage than a workspace. As he tries to justify himself, she cuts through it, steering the conversation to the real issue: his missing son. When he shows her a photo, she studies the young man's awkward expression, noting the distance even in the image. The office itself becomes a barrier, too large, forcing them both to shift closer to the window just to share the view. The city stretches behind them, but Elena stays focused on the facts: Henry has been gone 3 days, and the police have already been notified. Thorpe explains their response, and Elena reads between the lines. She recognizes the quiet advantages at play: status, race, money, all smoothing the process. Then comes the complication. A message from Henry on the day he vanished, claiming he'd gone west with friends for 2 weeks. Elena processes it quickly, noting how unusual it is that the police still took the case seriously. In her mind, she measures how differently this would play out for someone without Thorpe's privileges. As more details emerge, she builds the pattern. Henry has a history: drug-related trouble, minor consequences, nothing severe. He has disappeared before, more than once. Yet Thorpe insists this time is different. Elena watches him closely, reading the hesitation, the way his gaze drifts. When she presses on their relationship, the shift becomes clearer: once close, now strained. The cause surfaces in fragments: resentment toward Thorpe's new wife. Elena picks up the photograph and studies it, immediately recognizing the dynamic. The woman is young, striking, close enough in age to complicate everything. Thorpe reacts defensively, but Elena doesn't let the moment pass. She lays out the facts in sequence: Henry's message, his past disappearances, his legal trouble, the tension over the new marriage building, a clean, undeniable outline. Thorpe tries to shut it down, retreating, dismissing her outright, but Elena sees through it. His concern contradicts his words, and she pushes once more, zeroing in on the real question driving everything: why he's afraid this time. The text message sat between them, and Thorpe could already hear how foolish his next words would sound. He admitted as much, that what he was about to say bordered on stupid, but Elena waved him on anyway. He explained that the other times Henry had vanished, the boy simply disappeared. No warning, no note, just gone. Elena picked up the thread, voicing what Thorpe was circling. Henry hadn't texted those other times. He'd just run off. Thorpe confirmed it with a single word, and Elena stated the obvious conclusion that receiving a text this time broke the pattern. Thorpe gave a slow nod. Elena pressed, asking if that was really all he had. Thorpe said yes. She dismissed it as unconvincing, and he admitted the police had felt the same way. He rubbed his face with both hands, and Elena noticed the sign she'd missed at first, the ruddy cheeks contrasting with the drained, too pale skin around his eyes. He hadn't slept in a while. He thanked her for her time and said he wouldn't need her services. Elena disagreed. Flatly, she told him she'd taken the liberty of doing some digging before she arrived. That caught his attention. He asked what she meant. She reminded him that he'd said Henry sent the text from his own phone, and before coming over, she'd had that phone pinged. Thorpe narrowed his eyes, asking for a definition. Elena admitted she didn't fully understand the technology herself, but the short version was this. She had a tech contact named Lou who could send a signal to a cell phone, and that phone would ping back its location. Theoretically, that would show where Henry was. Thorpe asked if she'd already done it. She said Lou had. He demanded the location. That was the problem, Elena said. Their ping got no answer. Thorpe blinked, confused. He asked if that meant Henry's phone should have pinged back. Elena confirmed it should have. He speculated that maybe Henry just powered the phone off. She rejected that immediately. Turning off a phone doesn't disable its GPS, a common misunderstanding. Thorpe then asked if that meant anyone could track anyone at any time. Elena explained that in theory, police need a warrant and probable cause to force a service provider to do it. Thorpe noted the implication she'd done it anyway, without that legal cover. He asked how. Elena gave no reply. He nodded slowly, understanding dawning. Then he asked what the failed ping actually meant. Elena offered possibilities. It could be innocent. Maybe Henry anticipated his father hiring someone like her and switched phones. But Thorpe could hear the doubt in her voice. He asked if she doubted that explanation. Elena shrugged and gave odds 50-50, maybe a little better, that a rational explanation existed, and Henry was fine. Still, she pointed out, people buy burglary insurance despite minuscule odds of a break-in. She figured she was worth the peace of mind at minimum. Thorpe agreed. The point was well put. He pulled out his phone, scrolled to a photo of a younger version of himself holding an infant. He explained that his first wife, Gretchen, couldn't have children. They'd tried everything: hormones, surgeries, 3 rounds of IVF, so they adopted Henry. A wistful smile crossed his face. Elena asked where Gretchen was now. Thorpe said she'd died 10 years ago when Henry was just starting high school. The loss hit the boy hard. Thorpe had tried his best, taken a sabbatical from work to spend more time with his son, but the tighter he held on, the more Henry pulled away. Elena finished the thought for him. When Thorpe looked up, his eyes were wet. He admitted he didn't know why he was telling her all this. Elena said it was background, she needed to hear everything. He pressed on. He knew how all of this sounded. That was why he'd asked Gerald to find the best private investigator in Chicago. Despite the drugs, despite the text, despite Henry's issues with Abby, Thorpe knew his son, and he had a bad feeling. Something felt very wrong. He asked if that made sense. Elena said softly that it did. He addressed her formally again, and she told him to call her Elena. Then he asked her, begged her to find his boy. Simon knew he was being played. Detective Fag Bentley was trying to goad him, trip him up some interrogation tactic. But Simon also knew he hadn't done anything wrong. He would later remember Hester's dry observation that those were the famous last words of the convicted, and there was no way, as Fag Bentley obviously understood, that Simon would let the detective drop whatever nuclear warhead he was carrying and just walk out. Simon asked who had been murdered. Fag Bentley waved a mocking, scolding finger and reminded Simon of his own demand not to talk till his attorney was present. Simon's mouth went dry. He asked if it was his daughter. Fag Bentley refused to answer unless Simon waived his right to counsel. Yvonne snapped at him to be a human being. Simon cut in, waiving the right. He'd talk without his attorney. Fag Bentley turned to Yvonne and told her she'd better leave. Yvonne protested that Paige was her niece, demanding to know if the girl was okay. Fag Bentley answered without looking at her. He didn't know if Paige was okay, but she wasn't the murder victim. Relief flooded through Simon, pure and sweet, like every cell in his body had been starving for oxygen. He asked again, "Who then?" Fag Bentley didn't answer right away. He waited until Yvonne was gone. She promised to wait by the elevator for Hester, and the office door was closed. Even then, Fag Bentley stared through the glass wall into the cubicle area, aware that the setup never offered complete privacy. He asked Simon where he'd been the night before. Simon asked what time. Fag Bentley shrugged and said all night from 6 o'clock onward. Simon said he'd been at work until 6, then taken the subway home. Fag Bentley asked which train. Simon said the one. Fag Bentley asked if he boarded at Chambers Street. Yes. He got out at Lincoln Center. Fag Bentley nodded, as though the detail mattered, calculating the commute 20-30 minutes door to door. Simon said 30 minutes, so home around 6:30, Simon confirmed. Fag Bentley asked if anyone was home. Simon said his wife and youngest daughter. Fag Bentley asked about the son, correct. Simon had a son, Sam, away at college in Amherst, Massachusetts. Fag Bentley acknowledged he knew where Amherst was. Then the detective asked, Simon got home. Wife and daughter were there. Did he go back out? Simon thought about it for only a second. Twice, he said. Fag Bentley asked where he went. Simon answered the park. Simon gave the time, 7 o'clock. Then again at 10. He was walking the dog. Fag Bentley asked, what kind of Havanese named Laszlo? The detective noted that Laszlo was a boy's name. Simon nodded. It was. The memory surfaced they'd gotten Laszlo on Sam's 6th birthday, and Sam had insisted on the name regardless of the puppy's gender. An old story. And despite the promises from Sam and his 2 sisters, care of the dog had fallen to the one family member who'd been reluctant about the adoption. Simon. Also not surprising, he'd fallen hard for the animal. He loved those walks, especially the evening one when Laszlo would greet him like a released prisoner of war on a tarmac every single day without fail, and then drag him enthusiastically to the park as if she'd never been there before. Laszlo was 12 now. her step slowing, her hearing gone, so some days she didn't know Simon was home until he was already inside. It saddened him more than it should. Fagbenle asked if he'd gone out other than the dog walks. Simon said no. The detective then suggested the three of them. Simon, his wife, Anya had been home all night. Simon stopped him. He hadn't said that. Fagbenle sat back, arms open, inviting the elaboration. Simon explained that his wife had gone to work. Fagbenle filled in the details, himself pediatrician at New York Presbyterian, overnight shift, which meant Simon had been alone all night with his daughter Anya. That slowed Simon down. He knew where his wife worked. He knew his daughter's name. He asked the detective called him by his title, who had been murdered. The door flew open. Hester Crinstein, small of frame but large of step, burst in and stormed over to Fagbenle, unleashing a furious demand to know if he was kidding her. Fagbenle remained unruffled, stood slowly to his full height, and introduced himself with an extended hand. Hester stared at his face and told him to put his hand away before he lost it like his job. Then she turned her withering glare on Simon, making clear she wasn't happy with him either. She carried on for a moment, then insisted on a windowless conference room. Change of venue. Simon sensed it was a psychological play, but couldn't guess how. Once inside, Hester took full control, seating Fagbenle on one side of the long table while she and Simon took the other. When they were settled, she nodded at Fagbenle and told him to get to it. Fagbenle started with Simon's first name. Hester snapped that he would call him Mr. Green. He wasn't the detective's pal. Fagbenle looked ready to argue but smiled instead and complied. He reached into his pocket and produced a photograph, asking if Simon knew the man pictured. Hester kept a hand on Simon's forearm, a reminder not to answer or react until she said it was okay. Fagbenle slid the photograph across the table. Aaron Corville. That awful smug smile, the one he'd had on his face not long before Simon punched it away. Corville stood in a field somewhere, trees behind him, his arm around someone Fagbenle had cropped out. Simon could see the person's shoulder on the left, and he couldn't help wondering if that cropped-out person was Paige. Simon said he knew him. Fagbenle asked who he was. Simon gave the name. Fagbenle asked if Corville was Simon's daughter's boyfriend. Hester squeezed Simon's arm and snapped that it wasn't his job to describe the relationship. Move on. Fagbenle pointed at Corville's face and asked again how Simon knew him. Hester interrupted again, calling the question a waste of time. Fagbenle asked if there was a problem. Hester said yes, he was wasting their time and embarrassing himself. Everyone knew how her client knew Aaron Corville. She told him to pretend he'd already lulled them into relaxation with his insightful albeit obvious interrogation techniques. They were putty in his hand, so cut to it. Fagbenle leaned forward and delivered it. Aaron Corville was murdered. Simon had been expecting those words, but their weight still sent him reeling. He started to ask about his daughter. Hester squeezed his arm. Fagbenle said they didn't know where Paige was and asked if Simon did. No, Fagbenle asked when he'd last seen her. 3 months ago. Where? Central Park. Fagbenle asked if that was the day he'd assaulted Aaron Corville. Hester protested the characterization. Fagbenle repeated the question about the problem. Hester said she didn't like his use of the word assault. Fagbenle noted that the charges in that case had been dropped. Hester said she didn't care what he understood. He observed that getting off like that with all the evidence was interesting. Hester said she also didn't care what interested him. She wanted the interview done right. Fagbenle offered to reword the alleged assault. The incident. Whatever. Could her client answer the question now? Simon confirmed he hadn't seen his daughter since the incident in Central Park. Fagbenle asked about Aaron Corville. Had he seen him? No. Fagbenle summarized over the last 3 months, 0 contact with his daughter or Corville. Simon said that was correct. Fagbenle flashed a quick smile and made an observation. So Simon and his daughter Paige weren't very close, huh? Hester shot back, asking what he was, a family counselor. Fagbenle said it was just an observation, then asked about Simon's daughter Anya. Hester countered, asking what about her. Fagbenley reminded them that earlier Simon had mentioned being home alone all night with Anya. Hester turned on Simon. He what? Fagbenley confirmed that's what Simon had told him. Then Fagbenley returned to the 10 o'clock dog walk, confirming it happened. He asked if Simon or Anya had gone out after that. Hester called a timeout, hands forming a T. Fagbenley wanted to continue. Hester dismissed him with a crude comparison about living with disappointment, then rose and told the detective to stay put. They'd be right back. She dragged Simon out and down the corridor, working her mobile phone. She said she'd skip the obvious admonishments. Simon said he'd skip defending himself by reminding her he hadn't known if the murder victim was his daughter. Hester called that a ploy. Simon said he'd been well aware. What's done was done, she said, and demanded he tell her everything he'd already said to Fagbenley. Simon filled her in. Hester noted she'd just sent a text. Before they went back in and said something stupid, she wanted her investigator digging up everything on Corville's murder time, circumstances, method. Simon wasn't a fool, she said, so he knew what was happening here. Simon named it he was a suspect. She nodded. He'd had a serious incident with the deceased, hated him, blamed him for Page's drug problems, so yes, he was a suspect. So was his wife, so was Page, probably the biggest suspect. She asked if he had an alibi for last night. He said he'd been home all night. With whom? Anya. She told him that wouldn't hold. She pressed where specifically in the apartment had Anya been. Her room, mostly. Door open or shut? Simon saw where she was going. Shut. Hester laid it out. Anya was a kid. Door shut. Maybe blasting music on headphones. Simon could have sneaked out any time. What time did Anya go to sleep? Let's say 11. He could have left then. She asked about security cameras. Simon admitted there were some, but it was an old building ways of getting out unseen. Hester's phone dinged. She put it to her ear and said one word, articulate. Someone on the other end spoke. As they did, Hester's face lost color. She didn't say a word for a very long time. When she finally spoke, her voice was uncharacteristically soft. She told whoever it was to email her the report, and hung up. Simon asked what? Hester answered. They didn't think he did it. Correction, they couldn't think he did it. Ash watched the target pull up to a dilapidated 3-family home. Dee Dee, who never stopped talking, asked if the car was a Cadillac. Ash said it looked like it. She asked if it was an Eldorado. No. Was he sure? It was an ATS Cadillac stopped making the Eldorado in 2002. Dee Dee asked how he knew that. Ash shrugged. He just knew stuff. Dee Dee mentioned her daddy had an Eldorado. Ash frowned at the word daddy. She asked if he thought she didn't remember the man. Both had grown up in foster care. Ash entered his first at 4, cycled through over 20 in 14 years. Dee Dee had been in the system since 6, probably a similar number. On 3 occasions, totaling 8 months, they'd shared the same foster home. She described the car bought, used, very used, rusted-out bottom, but her daddy loved it. He let her sit up front without a seatbelt, the cracked leather scraping her legs. He played the radio loud, sometimes sang along. That was what she remembered best. He had a good voice. He'd smile, start singing, then let go of the wheel and steer with his wrists. Ash knew exactly what she meant. He also knew that Daddy had steered with one hand while jamming the other between his young daughter's legs, but this didn't seem the time to bring that up. Dee Dee pouted, saying her daddy loved that damn car until... Ash couldn't help asking until what? She said maybe that was where it all went wrong when her daddy found out the truth about that car. Ash cringed every time she said the word. The target got out. Burly guy in jeans, scuffed Timberland knockoff boots, a flannel shirt, a beard, and a camouflage-colored Red Sox cap too small for his pumpkin head. Ash gestured with his chin. Was that their guy? Dee Dee thought so. She asked the plan. The target opened the back door. and 2 young girls with bright green school backpacks climbed out. His daughters. Ash knew them without being told. The taller, Kelsey, 10, the younger, Kiara, 8. Ash said they'd wait. He sat in the driver's seat. Dee Dee rode passenger. He hadn't seen her in 3 years, had figured she was dead until their recent reunion. He'd expected awkwardness, too much time, too many bridges, but they'd quickly fallen back into old patterns. Ash asked what happened with her dad's El Dorado. Where did it all go wrong? What truth did he learn? The smile dropped from her face. She shifted in her seat. He told her she didn't have to say. No, she wanted to. They both stared through the windshield at the target's home. Ash put his hand on his hip, where his gun was holstered. He had his instructions. He couldn't imagine what this burly guy had done, what any on the list had done, but sometimes the less you knew, the better. Dee Dee started her story. They'd gone to a fancy fish restaurant for dinner, right before her grandma died, so her grandma paid. Her dad was a steak guy, always, hated fish, really hated it. The waiter came over with a blackboard of daily specials written in chalk. When he got to the fish special, with a weird accent, he announced that the chef strongly recommended the and here the waiter waved at the board like a car on The Price is Right, grilled Dorado with walnuts and parsley pesto. Ash turned to look at her. Despite everything she'd been through, she looked more beautiful than ever. Golden blonde hair and a thick braid down her back, full lips, flawless skin, bright emerald eyes most assumed required contact lenses. Her daddy asked the waiter to repeat the fish's name. The waiter did, and her daddy started fuming, ran right out of the restaurant, knocked over his chair. His super cool car was named for a fish. He couldn't handle that. Ash just looked at her. Was she serious? Of course. He told her the car wasn't named for a fish. She asked if he'd never heard of a Dorado fish. He had, but El Dorado was a mythical city of gold in South America. She pressed, but it was also a fish, right? Ash said nothing. She said his name. He sighed and admitted yes, it was also a fish. The target stepped back out of his house and started toward the garage. Ash asked if they all had to be done differently. Dee Dee said not necessarily differently, but they couldn't be connected, meaning it couldn't be like Chicago. Still, that gave him plenty of flexibility on this one. He told her to watch the house. She sounded hurt, asking if she wasn't coming this time. No, take the wheel. Keep the car running. Watch the door. If anyone came out, call him. He didn't repeat the instructions. The target had gone into the garage. Ash started toward it. What Ash knew about the target, Kevin Gano, married 12 years to his high school sweetheart Courtney. The 4 Ganos lived on the top floor of this 2-family home on Bevan Street in Revere, Massachusetts. 6 months ago, Kevin had been laid off from Alston Meatpacking in Lynn, where he'd worked 7 years. He'd been unable to find another job, so last month Courtney had been forced back to work as a receptionist at a travel agency. Kevin, trying to be useful, picked up the girls from school every day at 2 p.m. That was why he was home now, while the rest of this working-class neighborhood was quiet and still. Kevin stood at his workbench unscrewing a DVD or Blu-ray player. He earned a little money doing small repairs. When Ash approached, Kevin looked up and gave a friendly smile. Ash smiled back, then pointed his gun at him. He said everything would be fine if Kevin stayed quiet. Ash stepped fully into the garage and pulled the door down behind him, keeping the gun trained on Kevin. Kevin still held the screwdriver in his right hand. Kevin asked what he wanted. Ash told him to put down the screwdriver, cooperate, and no one gets hurt. Kevin called bullshit, pointing out that Ash was letting him see his face. Good point. Ash claimed he was in disguise, don't worry about it. Kevin called bullshit again and looked toward the side door like he might run. Ash said the daughters' names, Kelsey and Kiara. That froze him. Ash laid out the options. If Kevin ran, Ash would shoot him dead, then make it look like a bad home invasion, go inside and do things so horrible Kevin would be glad he was dead. Kevin shook his head, tears coming to his eyes, begging. Or, Ash said, Kevin could drop the screwdriver right now. Kevin did. The screwdriver clanked on the concrete floor. Kevin said he didn't understand. He never hurt anyone. Why was this happening? Ash shrugged. Kevin begged him not to hurt his girls, promised to do whatever Ash wanted. Then he swallowed, stood a little taller, and asked what now. Ash crossed the garage and placed the muzzle against the side of Kevin's temple. Kevin closed his eyes right before Ash pulled the trigger. The echo was loud inside the garage, drawn out, but Ash doubted anyone outside would notice. Kevin was dead before he hit the floor. Ash moved fast. He placed the gun in Kevin's right hand and pulled the trigger again, firing a bullet straight into the ground gunpowder residue on the hand now. He pulled the phone from Kevin's back pocket and used Kevin's thumb to unlock it. He scrolled and found the wife's contact information. Courtney, typed with 2 hearts before and after her name. Hearts. Kevin had put hearts next to his wife's name. Ash typed a simple text. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me." He hit send, dropped the phone on the workbench and headed back to the car. "Don't rush. Don't walk too quickly." Ash calculated the odds. Probably an 80 to 85% chance the suicide scenario would hold. Gunshot wound to the head, the victim's right temple, the way a righty might do it, which was why Ash had noted which hand held the screwdriver. A suicide text. Gun residue on the hand. The extra bullet would likely look like Kevin tried once, chickened out, then steeled himself for the real deal. Add in that Kevin was out of work, and probably depressed. 80-85%, maybe closer to 90. If some cop was super aggressive or watched too much CSI, they might notice inconsistencies. Not enough time to prop Kevin up before the second shot. A crime tech studying trajectory might see the shot originated near the floor. Someone might even spot Ash or the car right now, but that was all doubtful. Either way, Ash and Dee Dee would be long gone. The car would be wiped down and abandoned. Nothing would track back to them. Ash was good at this. He got into the passenger side. No curtains on the block had moved. No doors had opened. No cars had driven by. Dee Dee asked if he was. Ash nodded. Dee Dee smiled and started the car down the road. Ingrid met Simon at the door when he arrived home, throwing her arms around him. She explained that she'd just crashed in bed when the police arrived. Simon said he knew. She continued. Suddenly the door buzzer kept going off. Took her forever to wake up. She figured it was a delivery, except the doorman always protected her from that stuff. Ingrid worked 1 overnighter shift per week. The doorman knew she slept the next day, so deliveries were left for Simon to bring up at 6:30. She threw on sweats. A cop came up and actually asked her for an alibi like she was a suspect. Simon knew Ingrid had contacted him as soon as the doorman told her why she was being buzzed. Hester had sent a colleague from her firm to sit with Ingrid during the questioning. Then, Ingrid got a call from Mary in the ER. The cops had gone to the hospital to double-check she was there. Could Simon believe it? Simon said they'd wanted an alibi for him too. Hester thought it was routine. Ingrid pressed for understanding. Aaron was killed? Murdered, yes. And where was Paige? No one seemed to know. Laszlo pawed Simon's leg. They both looked down at the dog's soulful eyes. Simon suggested a walk. 5 minutes later, they crossed Central Park West at 67th Street, Laszlo pulling hard. On their left, a tiny playground bursting with color, playing yet somehow slightly hidden. A lifetime ago, but not that long ago, they brought Paige, then Sam, then Anya here to play. They'd sit on a bench, able to watch the entire playground without turning their heads, feeling safe in the midst of this enormous park and city, less than a block from home. They headed past Tavern on the Green and turned right south. School children in matching yellow t-shirts filed past. Simon waited until they were out of earshot. He said the murder was gruesome. Ingrid dug her hands into her coat pockets and told him to go on. Aaron had been mutilated. She asked how. He asked if she really needed details. She almost smiled. She pointed out the strange reversal. He could barely stomach rated movie violence. He finished her thought. She was the physician who never blinked at blood. But maybe he understood better now. Real violence didn't gross him out the way fictional did. On screen he had the luxury of looking away. In real life his voice just faded away. Ingrid accused him of stalling. He admitted it was dumb. According to Hester's source, the killer slit Aaron's throat, though that was a tame way of putting it. The knife went deep into his neck, almost took off his head. They'd sliced off 3 fingers. They'd also cut off. Ingrid interrupted in her physician tone, asking if the amputations were PA or post-mortem. Simon asked if it mattered. She said it might. He wasn't following. Laszlo stopped to do the butt sniff greeting with a passing collie. Ingrid explained, if Aaron was still alive when they cut him up, someone may have been trying to get information out of him. Simon asked what kind. She didn't know, but now, no one could find their daughter. Simon started to ask what she thought. Ingrid cut him off. She didn't think anything. They both stopped. Their eyes met. Despite the people walking by, despite the horror, Simon fell back into her eyes and she into his. He loved her. She loved him. Simple. Careers, kids, victories and defeats. The days long and the years short. Every once in a while you remember to pull up and really look at the one traveling the lonely road beside you, and you realize how much you're in this together. Ingrid said that to the police. Paige was just a worthless junkie. They wouldn't look for her, and if they did, it would be to arrest her as an accessory or worse. Simon nodded. So it was up to them. Yes. Where was Aaron murdered? Their apartment in Mott Haven. Simon knew the address. Hester had given it to him. Ingrid said they could start there. The Uber driver pulled up to 2 concrete barriers set up like something from a war zone. He said he couldn't go further. The driver, Ahmed, turned and frowned at Simon, asking if he was sure this was it. Simon confirmed. Ahmed looked dubious, and offered that if Simon was looking to make a buy, he knew a safer place. Ingrid said they were fine, thanks. The driver said he didn't mean offense. Simon said none taken. Ahmed asked if they were going to give him a 1-star rating because of this. Simon assured him he was pure 5 stars, opening the passenger door. Ingrid added, they'd give him 6 if they could. They slipped out of the Toyota. Simon wore gray sweats and sneakers. Ingrid wore jeans and a sweater. Both wore baseball caps, hers with the classic Yankees NY, his with a golf logo from a charity giveaway. Everything discreet, casual, trying to blend in, which wasn't happening. The 4-level walk-up of decrepit brick wasn't so much falling apart as flaking away, fraying like an old coat. The fire escape looked ready to give it the gentlest push, far more rust than metal, posing the question of whether burns were worse than tetanus. On the sidewalk, a mistreated mattress had been thrown atop black plastic trash bags, crushing them into misshapen masses. The front stoop shed concrete dust. A metallic gray door had ornate graffiti spray painted on it. Car parts and old tires were strewn across tall weeds next door, surrounded by a fresh chain-link fence topped with razor wire, as if anyone would want to steal any of that. The building to the right, perhaps a once proud brownstone, had plywood covering broken glass, giving it a look of loneliness and despair that shattered Simon's heart anew. Paige, his baby, had lived here. Simon turned to Ingrid. She stared at the building too, a look of loss on her face, her eyes gazing up above the rooftops to public housing, high-rises looming in the near distance. He asked what now? Ingrid took in their surroundings and admitted they hadn't really thought this through. She stepped toward the graffiti-laden door, turned the knob without hesitation, and pushed hard. The door ground open grudgingly. Inside what might generously be called a foyer, a stale, acrid odor, musty and rotting, encircled them. A bare light bulb dangling from the ceiling with no fixture provided 25 watts of illumination. She lived here, Simon thought. Paige lived in this place. He thought about life choices, bad decisions, forks in the road, the sliding doors that had led Paige here. It was his fault, wasn't it? The butterfly effect? Change one thing, change everything. The constant what-ifs. If only he could go back. Paige had wanted to write. Suppose he'd sent one of her essays to his friend at that local literary magazine, the one that worked on donations, and gotten it published. Would she have focused more on writing? Paige had been denied early decision to Columbia. Should he have pushed his alma mater harder? Gotten more old friends to contact admissions? Yvonne's father-in-law had been on the board at Williams. She could have done something there if he'd pushed. And that was the big stuff. Anything could have changed her course. Paige wanted a cab for her dorm room, but he didn't get it for her. She had a fight with her best friend Marilee in 7th grade, and he'd done nothing to patch it up. Paige liked American cheese on her turkey sandwich, not cheddar, but sometimes he forgot and used the wrong one. You could drive yourself mad. She'd been such a good girl, the best daughter. Paige hated getting in trouble, and when she did, even for something minor, her eyes would fill with tears, so he couldn't bear to scold her. But maybe he should have. Maybe that would have helped. It was just that she cried so easily, and it got under his skin because the truth he never had the courage to tell her was that he cried easily too. Too easily. Pretending something was wrong with his contact lens, or that he had non-existent allergies, or leaving the room rather than admitting it. Maybe if he had, it would have made it easier for her. She could have found some outlet or way to bond with her father, who chose to keep up false machismo, some idea that if her dad didn't cry, maybe she'd feel safer, more protected. Instead, it just made her more vulnerable in the end. Ingrid had already started up the warped stairs. When she realized Simon wasn't with her, she turned and asked if he was okay. He snapped out of it, nodded, and followed. 3rd floor, apartment B. Broken pieces of what might have once been a sofa sat on the first landing. Crushed beer cans and overflowing ashtrays piled high. Simon peered down the hall as they turned for the next floor. A thin black man in a wife-beater and threadbare denim stood at the end of the hallway, a white beard so thick and curly it looked like he was eating a sheep. On the 3rd floor, yellow tape reading "Crime Scene Do Not Cross" formed an X in front of a heavy metal door with a letter B. Ingrid didn't hesitate or slow down. She reached for the knob and tried to turn it. The knob wouldn't move. She stepped back and gestured for Simon to try. He twisted the knob back and forth, pushed and pulled. Locked. The walls around them might be decaying to the point he could punch through one, but this door wasn't surrendering. A single word, "hey," spoken in a normal tone, shattered the stale air like a gunshot. Simon and Ingrid jumped and turned. The thin black man with the sheep beard stood there. Simon checked for an exit. None except the way they came, now blocked. Slowly, without conscious thought, he stepped in front of Ingrid, putting himself between her and the man. No one spoke. The three of them stood in the grimy corridor. Somewhat above turned-up music with thumping bass and an angry vocalist. Then the man said they were looking for Paige. It wasn't a question. He raised a bony finger and pointed at Ingrid. She was the mother. Ingrid asked how he knew. He said she looked exactly like Paige, or did Paige look like her? He always mixed that up. Simon asked if he knew where Paige was. The man asked if that was why they were here. Ingrid stepped toward him, confirming yes, and asked again. He shook his head. Sorry. But he knew Paige. He lived right below them. Simon asked if someone else might know a friend. The man smiled. He was her friend. Simon suggested another friend then. The man didn't think so. He gestured with the beard toward the door, asking if they were trying to get in. Simon looked at Ingrid. She said yes. They'd been hoping to see the man's eyes narrowed. Asking what? Ingrid admitted she didn't know, to tell the truth. Simon added, they were just trying to find her. The man stroked his beard, pulling at the end. He could let them in. He fished a key from his pocket. Ingrid asked how he had that. Like he said he was her friend. Didn't they have a friend with a key in case they got locked out? He started toward them. If the cops got mad about the tape being ripped, he was blaming it on them. Come on, let's go inside. The apartment was a claustrophobic hovel, maybe half the size of Paige's college dorm room. 2 single mattresses, one on the floor by the right wall, one against the left wall. Just mattresses, no beds, no other furniture. Paige's guitar propped in the right corner, her clothes on the floor in 3 neat stacks next to it. A cyclone of a mess, but her clothes neatly folded. Simon stared, and felt Ingrid slip her hand into his and squeeze. Paige had always taken good care of her clothes. On the left side, dried blood stained the wood. Cornelius said Paige never did no one harm except herself. Ingrid turned to him, asked his name. Cornelius. She introduced herself, and Simon as Paige's parents, then told him. He was wrong. Paige had hurt more than herself. Cornelius considered that before nodding. Guess that was true, but there was a lot of good in her still. She played chess with him a lot. He met Simon's eye, and said Paige had told him Simon taught her. Simon nodded, afraid to speak. She loved to walk Cornelius's dog, Chloe. Said she had a dog of her own back home, missed her. Cornelius said he got that Paige hurt them, but he was talking about intent. Seen it before. The devil gets a hold of you, pokes and prods until he finds your weakness, wiggles through your skin into your bloodstream. Could be drink, gambling, a virus like cancer, or the devil could be in the smack, the rock, the meth, all the devil in different forms. He turned and looked down at the blood. The devil could even be a man. Simon asked if he knew Aaron too. Cornelius kept staring at the blood. He referenced his talk about the devil getting into your bloodstream. Ingrid said yes. Sometimes, Cornelius said, the devil didn't need to do any poking. Sometimes a man did it for him. He didn't like wishing someone dead, but there were times he came up here and Aaron would be so wasted. Paige too, lying in their own stink, and he'd look at what Aaron had done and daydream. His voice faded. Ingrid asked if he'd talked to the police. They talked to him, but he had nothing to say to them. When did he last see Paige? He hesitated. He'd kinda hoped they would tell him. A noise came from the corridor. Cornelius stuck his head out. A young couple stumbled toward them, arms wrapped around each other, limbs entwined. The young man, Enrique, asked what was happening. Cornelius said all good and greeted Candy. "Love you, Cornelius," she said. "Love you too." Enrique asked if he was cleaning out the place. "Nah, just making sure it was okay." Enrique called Aaron a turd. Candy scolded him. The man was dead, so now a dead turd. Enrique peered in, saw Simon and Ingrid, asked who that was with Cornelius. "Just some cops," Cornelius said. Their demeanor changed. They unwound and hurried into a room at the end of the hall. Cornelius kept smiling until they were out of sight. Ingrid repeated the question. When did he last see Paige? He turned slowly, taking in the sad room. What he was about to tell them he hadn't told the police, for obvious reasons. They waited. He said maybe he'd been sugarcoating, telling them how nice Paige was to him and Chloe. But fact was, she was a mess. A junkie. When she came by to play chess or get a bite, he kept an eye on her. Always worried she'd steal something, because that's what junkies do. Simon knew. Paige had stolen from them too. Cash from his wallet. Ingrid's jewelry. Paige claimed innocence in near Oscar-worthy performances. That's what junkies do. A junkie. His daughter was a junkie. Simon had never let himself articulate that, but hearing it from Cornelius made it land with a horrible, undeniable thud. 2 days before Aaron got killed, Cornelius saw Paige by the front door. He was coming in. She was flying down the stairs, almost tumbling, like someone was chasing her. Going so fast, he thought she'd lose her step. He put his hands out to break her fall, called out to her. She just sprinted past him and outside, didn't break her stride. That had happened before. Ingrid asked what that meant. Cornelius turned to a Paige just sprinting by like she was so out of it. She didn't know who he was. Lots of times, she ran to the empty lot next door, the one with razor wire up front but an opening around the side. Went there to get her fix from Rocco, a local dealer. Aaron worked for him. Ingrid asked if Aaron dealt drugs. Cornelius cocked an eyebrow. Did that surprise them? Simon and Ingrid exchanged a glance. It did not. Point was, when a junkie needed a fix, you could put NFL defensemen in her way and she'd break through. That part, her sprinting out like that, wasn't what made it strange. Simon asked what did. Paige had bruises on her face, some blood too, like she'd taken a beating. Simon felt a rushing in his ears. His own voice sounded far away. Bruises. His hands tightened into fists. Rage crawled up him, heating his entire body. Drugs junkie, strung out somehow he could deal with or block all that. But someone had punched his little girl. He could see it, a cruel hand tightening into a fist just like his was now, cocking back, a sneer on the face, launching straight at his helpless daughter. Anger, fury, rage consumed him. If it was Aaron, and if Aaron could somehow be alive and standing in front of him right now, Simon would kill him without a moment's hesitation. No regret, no guilt. He'd end him. Ingrid's hand touched his arm, a warm touch trying to bring him back. Cornelius said he got what Simon was feeling. Simon asked what Cornelius did about it. Who said he did anything? Because you get what I'm feeling, Simon said. Doesn't mean he did anything. He wasn't her father, so he just shrugged and went about his day? Could be. Simon shook his head. He wouldn't just let something like that slide. Cornelius said he didn't kill him. If you did, Simon said, it would never leave this room. Cornelius glanced toward Ingrid. She nodded, as if to reassure him, asking him to tell them the rest. He fiddled with his beard, took another look around the filthy room, making a face like he was seeing it for the first time. He admitted he'd come up here, banged on the door. It was locked, so he used his key just like today. He opened the door. The music upstairs stopped. Complete silence. Cornelius looked down at the mattress on the right. Aaron was right there, passed out. The stench was so bad Cornelius could barely breathe. He just wanted to run out and forget the whole thing. Ingrid asked what he did. He checked Aaron's knuckles. The knuckles on Aaron's right hand were scraped up fresh scrapes, so he knew then, no surprise. It had been Aaron who beat her. Cornelius stood over him. He stopped speaking and closed his eyes. Ingrid stepped toward him, saying it was okay. Cornelius said he'd daydreamed about it, like he'd told them before. Maybe he would have done more if he'd gotten the chance, if that punk had been awake, if he'd tried to explain himself. Maybe then Cornelius would have exploded. So he stood there staring down at this piece of garbage, and maybe this time, after what he'd seen, maybe he thought he'd do more than just shake his head and shuffle away. He opened his eyes. But he didn't. Ingrid said it for him. He left the room. Cornelius nodded. Enrique and Candy came down the hall just like today. He closed the door and went back downstairs. Ingrid asked if that was it. That was it. She asked if he'd seen Paige since. Not Paige. Not Aaron either. When Simon and Ingrid showed up, he figured maybe he'd been wrong. Wrong about what? Maybe Paige didn't go to the empty lot and see Rocco. Maybe she ran home and told her mommy and daddy what happened. Maybe they came out here and they were her kin, her blood, so maybe they did more than daydream. Cornelius studied their faces. Simon said that wasn't what happened. Cornelius said he got that now. Simon said they needed to find her. Cornelius got that too. Simon said they needed to follow her steps after she ran out. Cornelius nodded. That meant they had to go see Rocco. Cornelius had told them how duck through the opening in the fence. Rocco would be in the abandoned building on the other side of the lot. Simon wasn't sure what to expect. On TV, he'd seen drug deals amongst urban black men with dark stares and guns and do-rags and low-slung jeans, kids on bikes doing deals because they were easier to get out of jail. Probably TV nonsense. As he stood with Ingrid by the fence opening, no one was visible. No lookout, no armed guard. He could hear faint voices from the abandoned building, but the expected menace wasn't visible yet, which didn't mean this was safe. Simon asked Ingrid what their plan was. She admitted she had no idea. They looked at the opening. He said let him go first, just in case it wasn't safe. She pointed out that leaving her out here alone didn't sound safe either. She had a point. He said he could tell her to go home. She agreed he could, as she pulled back the chain link and ducked into the lot. Simon followed quickly, weeds up past his knees. They lifted their feet like walking through deep snow, afraid of tripping over rusted axles, shredded hoses, worn tire treads, shattered windshields, cracked headlights. They'd been somewhat smart before the trek, some might say stereotyping. Ingrid had removed all her jewelry, including wedding band and engagement ring. Simon wore only his wedding band, not worth much. Between them, maybe $100 in cash. Robbery was a possibility, but it wouldn't be profitable. The steel exterior cellar doors were open. They looked down into darkness, a concrete floor, nothing else. Muffled voices came up, maybe whispers, maybe light laughter. Ingrid took the first step. Simon jumped in front of her and hurried down, reaching the dank concrete before she hit the second step. The smell hit him first, that awful sulphurous stench of rotten eggs mixed with something more chemical, an ammonia-like taste that stayed on his tongue. The voices were clearer now. Simon started toward them, not hiding his step or trying to be silent. Sneaking up would be the wrong move. He didn't want to startle them into doing something stupid. Ingrid caught up. When they reached the center room, the voices stopped as if on a switch. The stench got to Simon. He tried to breathe through his mouth. To his right, 4 people sprawled like they had no bones or were old socks casually tossed there. The light was dim. He could make out their wide eyes more than anything else. A torn futon, what might have been a beanbag chair. Cardboard boxes from cheap wine cases turned into makeshift tables. Spoons, lighters, burners, syringes atop them. No one moved. Simon and Ingrid just stood there. The 4, was it 4? Might have been more, stayed still, as if camouflaged, hoping not to be seen. Someone began to stir. A man. He got to his feet slowly. A huge man rising off the floor like Godzilla wading out of water, his entire being expanding and filling the room. When he stood all the way, the top of his head nearly scraped the ceiling. He shuffled toward them like a planet with 2 feet. His voice was pleasant, affable, asking what he could do for them. Simon said they were looking for Rocco. That was him. The huge man stuck out a hand that belonged on a Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade balloon. Simon shook it, his hand disappearing into folds of flesh. Rocco's smile split his face. He wore a Yankees cap like Ingrid's, though much too small for his head, like a mascot with a giant baseball on his shoulders. Rocco was dark-skinned, decked out in a hemp hoodie with kangaroo pockets, denim shorts, and what looked like Birkenstock sandals. He asked if he could help them, his voice light, folksy, maybe a bit stoner. The other people went back to their business with lighters, burners, plastic bags of unknown powder. Ingrid said they were looking for their daughter Paige. Simon added, they understood she'd come here recently. Rocco said, oh, and asked how they understood that. Simon said they just heard. Rocco asked, heard from who? Someone from the floor yelled, whom? A white hipster with an overgrown soul patch and skinny jeans tucked into faux work boots scrambled up, correcting the preposition. Rocco apologized, said it was a mistake. Don't make a big thing of it. He turned back to Simon and Ingrid, asking where they were. Simon said Paige. Right. Silence. Simon asked if Rocco knew Paige. He did, yes. Ingrid started to call Paige a client of his, then stopped to rephrase. Rocco said he didn't really discuss clients. Whatever business they might imagine he was in, confidentiality would be key. Ingrid said they didn't care about his business, just trying to find their daughter. Rocco called her a nice woman, asked her name. Green. And it was Doctor. He said she seemed nice, hoped she wouldn't take offense, but he spread his arms wide. Did this look like the kind of place where they told relatives where loved ones might be hiding? Simon asked if Paige was hiding from them. Rocco said he wasn't going to tell them that. Simon asked if he'd tell them for $10,000. That caused a hush. Rocco rolled closer, like the boulder from that Indiana Jones movie, and suggested Simon keep his voice down. Simon said the offer still stood. Rocco rubbed his chin and asked if Simon had the 10 grand on him. Simon frowned. No, of course not. Rocco asked how much he did have. Maybe $80, $100. Simon asked why did Rocco want to rob them, then raised his voice to announce to the room that the 10 grand offer went for anyone who could tell him where Paige was. Ingrid looked up into Rocco's face, forcing eye contact, and pleaded. She thought Paige was in danger. Rocco asked if that was because of what happened to Aaron. Just hearing that name changed the air in the room. Ingrid said yes. Rocco tilted his head, his tone calm, level, even, but Simon thought he heard something else now, A crackle. An edge. What should have been obvious was reaching him. Rocco might have a friendly facade, a great big teddy bear come to life, but Rocco was a drug dealer working his turf. The brutality of Aaron's murder suggested a drug hit, and if Aaron worked for Rocco... Ingrid said they didn't care about Aaron or this place or his business. Whatever happened to Aaron, Paige had nothing to do with it. Rocco asked how she knew. Seriously, how did she know Paige had nothing to do with it? Simon took that one, asking if Rocco had seen Paige. He had. Then you know, Simon said. Rocco nodded slowly. A strong wind could knock her over. He got that, but that didn't mean she couldn't drug a man and slice him up when he was out. Simon repeated the $10,000. All they wanted was to bring their daughter home. The dank basement went still. Rocco stood expressionless, mulling it over. Simon didn't interrupt. Neither did Ingrid. Then a voice said, "Hey, I know you." Simon turned toward the corner. Hipster grammar guy pointed at Simon and started snapping his fingers. Simon was that guy. Rocco asked what guy. Tom hitched up his jeans and said Simon was the guy in that video, the one who punched Aaron in the park. Rocco rested his hands in his hoodie pouch, realized Tom was right. Rocco smiled at Simon and asked if he was that guy. Simon said yes. Rocco put up his hands in mock surrender and stepped back, joking not to hit him. Tom laughed. Some others did too. Later, Simon would claim he felt the danger before it all went wrong. Some primal survival mechanism from caveman days, dormant in modern man but still latent in his genetic makeup. As the young man stumbled into the basement, the hackles on the back of Simon's neck rose. Rocco said, "Luther?" The rest took a second, maybe two. Luther was shirtless, his chest gleaming and completely hairless. Early 20s, coiled muscle, wiry, bouncing on his toes like a bantamweight boxer. He stared wide-eyed at Simon and Ingrid, then without hesitation whipped out a gun. Rocco called his name again. Luther took aim, no warning, no delay, no words. He simply pulled the trigger. Simon swore he could feel the bullet graze his nose, hear the whistling hiss as it sped past. He remembered a golf outing in Paramus where his brother-in-law shanked a ball that sailed past his nose and gave the caddy a concussion. Dumb comparison, but that was where his mind traveled as the bullet shrieked past and blood splashed onto his cheek. Ingrid's eyes rolled back as she dropped. Simon watched her fall in slow motion. All that primitive survival stuff, fight or flight, vanished. He watched Ingrid, his entire world, crumble to the concrete, bleeding, and another instinct took over. Protect her. He collapsed and covered her body with his, positioning himself to shield as much of her as possible while checking if she was alive, where the wound was, whether he could stem the bleeding. Somewhere in another part of his brain he knew Luther was still there, still armed, still probably preparing to fire again. Secondary thought. Protect her. Save her. He risked a look. Luther stepped toward him and pointed the gun down at Simon's head. A dozen thoughts raced through: kick out, roll away, strike him, anyway before he could fire again. But there was nothing to be done. He could see that too. No time to save himself, so he pulled Ingrid even more under him, curled his body inward, made sure none of her was exposed. He lowered his head toward hers and braced himself. Simon heard the gunshot, and Luther went down. Ash placed the coffee on the table. Dee Dee bowed her head in prayer. Ash tried not to roll his eyes. She finished the same way she always did, forever be the shining truth. Ash sat across from her. The target was Damien Gorse, owner of a tattoo parlor in a New Jersey strip mall across the highway from where they now sat. They both turned and stared at the awning. Dee Dee started giggling. Ash asked what was funny. The name of the parlor tattoos while you wait. She pointed out how else would you do it. Hey man, here's my arm. Put a skull on it. I'll be back in 2 hours. She covered her mouth, giggling. All kinds of adorable. Ash admitted good point. She laughed at what name came in second place. He chuckled too. Either because the joke was a little funny, or more likely because her giggle was contagious. Dee Dee drove him crazy. Annoying as all get out, no question. But mostly he was terrified that soon these jobs would end and she'd be gone from his life again. Dee noticed him looking at her funny. He said nothing. She said his name. Then he just said it. She didn't have to go back. She looked up with those damned beautiful green eyes. Of course she did. He said it wasn't the shining truth. It was a cult. She said he didn't understand. That's what all cultists say, he told her. She had a choice. The shining truth was the only choice. Come on, Dee. She sat back and said she wasn't Dee there. She hadn't told him that. At Truth Haven, they called her Holly. Seriously, yes. They made her change her name? They didn't make her change anything. Holly was her truth. Name-changing was cult indoctrination 101, he said. She said it represented that she was a new person. She wasn't Dee. She didn't want to be Dee. Ash made a face and asked if she wanted him to call her Holly. Not him, she said, reaching across the table to cover his hand. He always saw Holly. He was the only one. He felt the warmth of her hand. For a moment they stayed like that, and Ash wished the moment would never move on. Stupid. Nothing lasted, but for another moment or two, he just soaked it in and let it be. Dee smiled at him, as if she knew exactly what he was feeling. Maybe she did. She could always read him in a way no one else could. She told him it was okay. The witness said nothing. Ash felt her hand pat his arm several times, a slow withdrawal meant to soften the separation. She murmured about the hour growing late and the need to get into position. He nodded. They moved to the stolen car with the stolen plate, took the highway north, and exited onto Downing Street. A local road brought them behind a ShopRite. They parked near the exit, out of sight of surveillance cameras, then cut through woods until the back of the tattoo parlor emerged. Ash checked his watch. 20 minutes until close. Murder stayed simple when you kept it simple. The gloves were already on. Black from head to toe. The ski mask sat ready but off too hot and itchy to wear early. A rusted green dumpster stood behind the parlor. A side window glowed red, piercings anywhere, everywhere. Inside, a silhouette swept the floor. 2 cars remained in the lot. A Toyota Tundra that probably belonged to the last customer, and a wood-paneled Ford Flex parked near the dumpster, out of highway view. Damien Gorse's vehicle. Their intel said Gorse always closed up. The plan let Gorse lock up, walk to his car, then die in a robbery gone wrong. A shopkeeper bell tinkled from the front. A man with a long red ponytail stepped out, turned back to shout something grateful toward Damien, words too muffled to catch, and trudged through gravel toward the Toyota. His arm was fully bandaged. He grinned down at it as he walked. Dee whispered something about the bandaged arm, wondering if he'd just come back to pick up tattoo work done while he waited. Ash barely registered it. Inside, the silhouette stopped sweeping. She giggled as the ponytailed man started the Toyota and merged onto the highway. Dee moved closer. Her scent washed over him: honeysuckle, lilacs, something ambrosial. The proximity distracted him. He didn't like that. He shifted away and pulled on the ski mask. Inside the shop, the lights went out. She announced it was showtime. He told her to stay put. Staying low, Ash squatted behind a tree near the back of the lot, watching the Ford Flex. The faux wood paneling made it look like a family car, though Gorse had no wife, no children. Maybe his mother's car, or his father's. With more time, Ash would have done his own intel and known all that. But knowing everything was often overkill. Just do the job, move on, leave no tracks. The rest was flotsam. Think methodically. Fewer than 10 seconds to reach the car. Don't hesitate. Don't let him react. 2 shots to the chest. Normally Ash went for the head, but a street robber might not, and Kevin Gano had already gone down with a headshot. No need to repeat himself. Different handguns, different acquisition methods. Gano's death looked like a Boston suicide. Gorse's would look like a Jersey robbery gone wrong. No law enforcement link. He could find no connections between Gano and Gorse or any of the others. They were all between 24 and 32, lived in different states, attended different schools, held different jobs. There had to be an overlap somewhere. With more information or more time, he might find it. For now he had neither, and that was fine. The shopkeeper bell trilled again. The gun was in his gloved hand. The ski mask sat in place, its eye holes enlarged for better peripheral vision. He stayed in his squat. To his left, he noticed Dee Dee creeping closer to the periphery. He frowned. She should know better. But that was Dee Dee. Gorse approached from the right, Dee Dee on the left. No chance he'd spot her before the bullets hit. She just wanted a better view. Ash didn't like it. Feet crunched on gravel. He turned his head. Damien Gorse. Perfect. Time. The strike. Plenty of room for error, especially on the late side. Arrive too early and Gorse might run toward the road or back inside, unlikely. Arrive too late, and he'd be in his car. But glass didn't stop bullets. No matter. Timing was perfect. Gorse's hand extended the car remote. A familiar beep-beep as the doors unlocked. Ash waited until Gorse reached his own back bumper. Then he stood up straight and walked toward him. "Don't run! Running throws off your aim." Gorse's hand reached for the door handle just as he spotted Ash. A questioning look crossed his face. Ash raised the weapon and fired twice into his chest. The shots were louder than expected, not a real problem. Gorse's body fell against the car, the vehicle holding him upright for a second before he slid down the door onto the gravel. Ash hurried toward the still body. His peripheral vision caught Dee Dee moving to her right for a better look at the corpse. No time for that. He bent down, confirmed Gorse was dead, then rifled through the pockets. Wallet. A Tag Heuer watch. He took both. Dee Dee moved closer. He snapped at her to get back. Then he saw her face. She stared over his shoulder. His stomach dropped. She spoke his name, then gestured with her chin. Ash spun. Beside the green dumpster, a man stood holding a garbage bag. No, a teen, a kid. He must have come out the back to throw out trash. The bag hung in midair, frozen mid-toss. The kid stared at Ash in the ski mask, and at Dee Dee, who wore no mask. Shit! Ash aimed and fired, but the kid was already moving, ducking behind the dumpster. Ash started toward him, taking another shot. The kid scrambled on hands and knees, the bullet flying over his head. He ducked back through the exit door and slammed it shut. Damn it! Revolver. 6-shooter. 4 shots fired, 2 left. Couldn't waste them. Couldn't waste time either. Seconds until the kid called police or... An alarm shattered the air. So loud Ash stopped, hands rising toward his ears. He spun back to Dee Dee and shouted for her to go. She nodded. Protocol take off. He wanted to do the same, but the kid had seen her face, could describe her. The kid had to die. He tried the back door knob. It turned. Maybe 5 seconds since the first shot. If there was a gun in the store, the kid wouldn't have had time to find it. Ash burst inside. No sign of the kid. Hiding? How long did he have? Not long, but... The mind ran probabilities in the time of a single step. First instinct, the kid had seen Dee Dee's face, could identify her. Leaving him alive endangered her. Conclusion: kill him. Next step. Maybe that instinct was too extreme. Yes, the kid had seen her a beautiful woman with a long blonde braid and green eyes, no connection to New Jersey, soon out of state, back on whatever commune she called home. How would police even find her? And suppose they caught her before she got away, the kid could identify her. But so what? She'd been standing in a parking lot when a man was murdered. Why assume she was involved? If she'd been in on it, wouldn't she have worn a mask too? She could easily claim she'd stumbled onto the scene. Another step inside the parlor. More silence. What were the odds that if this kid lived, it would bring danger to Dee Dee? Weighing pros and cons, wasn't the best chance of success for Ash to flee now, before cops arrived? Was the time lost hunting a scared kid worth the risk of getting caught, compared to the minuscule threat this witness's survival posed? Let the kid live. A siren wailed in the distance. He didn't relish killing him anyway, he would without problem, but it felt wasteful. When you could err on the side of angels, no reason to poke karma in the ribs. Sirens closing in. The kid's lucky day. Ash turned and sprinted toward the back door, options down to one flea. Then a click came from the closet door next to the exit. He almost kept going. But he didn't. Ash opened the door. The kid cowered on the floor, shaking hands pressed on top of his head as if to ward off blows. He started to beg, to promise silence. No time to hear the rest. Ash fired one round into the kid's head, keeping the last bullet in the cylinder as insurance. Everyone fled the tenement basement. Out of the corner of his eye, Simon saw Rocco sling Luther over his shoulder like a bag of laundry and sprint out. Simon stayed in position for several seconds, maybe longer, shielding his wife. When he judged the danger past, he reached for his phone to dial 911. Sirens cut through the stale air. Someone might have already called. The sirens might have nothing to do with this. Ingrid's eyes were closed. Blood poured from a wound between her right shoulder and upper chest. Simon ripped off his own shirt and pressed it hard against the flow. He didn't bother checking for a pulse. If she was dead, he'd find out soon enough. Protect her. Save her. The 911 operator said help was coming. Time passed. Simon couldn't say how much. They were alone in this dank, disgusting basement, he and Ingrid. He remembered their first meeting, a restaurant on 69th Street, 2 blocks from where they now lived, Yvonne setting them up after Ingrid returned to the country. He'd arrived first, waiting nervously at a window table. When she entered with that regal catwalk strut, head high, he'd been blown away. Corny or not, on every first date Simon let himself imagine a full life with a woman, marriage, kids, growing old across a kitchen table, reading in bed. When he first saw Ingrid, his first thought was that she was too gorgeous, too put together for him, too composed and confident. He'd later learn it was mostly for show, that she carried the same fears and insecurities as everyone else. Their relationship had started at that bright window table on West 69th and Columbus. Now it could end in this dark Bronx basement. He called out her name, his voice a pitiful plea, begging her to stay with him. Police and EMTs arrived. They pulled him away and took over. He sat on the concrete, knees pulled to his chest. A cop started asking questions, but Simon couldn't hear. He could only stare at his still wife while the EMTs worked. An oxygen mask covered the mouth he had kissed so many times, in every way imaginable. He said nothing now, just watched. He didn't demand to know if she was alive or could be saved. He was too terrified to disturb them, to break their concentration, as if her lifeline was so fragile that any interruption could snap it. The rest wanted to be a blur, but it crawled by in slow motion and vivid color, loading Ingrid onto the gurney, rolling her to the ambulance, hopping into the back with her, staring at the IV bag and the rigid EMT expressions and the paleness of her skin, the screaming siren. The maddening traffic on the Major Deacon, finally stopping, crashing through emergency room doors, a nurse firmly but patiently pulling him away toward a yellow molded plastic chair in the waiting room. He called Yvonne and gave her the broad strokes. She said she'd head straight to his place to get Anya. His own voice sounded weird in his ears as he agreed. She asked what to tell the girl. A sob rose up his throat, and he stuffed it back down, nothing specific. Just stay with her. Yvonne asked if he'd called Sam. No. Sam had a biology test, and didn't need to know. Yvonne told him he wasn't thinking straight. Their mother had been shot and was in surgery. He squeezed his eyes shut. Yvonne said she'd pick up Anya. Robert would get Sam, and the kids should be at the hospital. She left off the me too, maybe, because the kids were more important. Maybe because Yvonne and Ingrid weren't close. Civil, unfailingly polite, no obvious rancor. But Simon was the bridge between the two sisters. Yvonne asked if he understood. 2 cops appeared, scanning the room, spotting him, swaggering toward him. He said okay and hung up. At the scene, Simon had given a description of the shooter, but now the cops wanted more details. He started telling them everything. But it came out slowly, without full context, without going into Aaron and the other murder. He was also distracted, staring at the door, waiting for a doctor to appear, a god really, to tell him whether his world was over. Fagbenle burst into the waiting room. The two cops huddled with him in a corner. Simon used the break to go to the desk again and ask about his wife. The receptionist politely told him again that she had no new information, that a doctor would come out as soon as there was an update. When he turned back, Fagbenle was right there, asking why they'd been in the Bronx. Simon said they were trying to find their daughter. Fagbenle pressed by visiting a drug den. Simon reminded him their daughter was an addict. Had they found her? No. And in case Fagbenle hadn't heard, his wife was shot. Fagbenle said he was sorry. Simon closed his eyes and waved him off. Fagbenle noted that Simon had also visited the murder scene. Yes. Why? That's where they started looking. How did they get from that apartment to the drug house next door? Simon knew better than to go there and ask why it mattered. Fagbenle wanted to know why Simon wouldn't tell him. Because it didn't matter. Fagbenle admitted this all didn't look good. Simon admitted he didn't care how it looked. He moved back toward his yellow plastic chair. Fagbenle followed, invoking Occam's razor. Simon wasn't in the mood. Fagbenle stated it anyway. The simplest explanation is usually the right one. Simon asked what the simplest explanation was. Fagbenle said it flatly. No emotion. Simon killed Aaron Corval, or Ingrid did. He wouldn't blame either of them. The man was a monster, slowly poisoning their daughter, killing her right in front of their eyes. Simon frowned, asking if this was the part where he broke down and confessed. No, Fagbenle said, just listen. He was talking about the old moral quandary. Would you kill someone? No, of course not. Would you kill someone to save your child? He raised both palms and shrugged. Simon sat back down. Fagbenle pulled a chair close and lowered his voice, suggesting Simon could have sneaked out when Anya was asleep, or Ingrid could have run to the Bronx during a work break. Simon said Fagbenle didn't believe that. The detective gave a maybe yes, maybe no head gesture, then mentioned that when Ingrid was shot, Simon had jumped on top of her, used his own body as a shield. What was his point? Simon had been willing to die to save someone he loved. How much of a stretch was it to believe he'd kill? People moved around them, but Simon and Fagbenle saw none of it. Simon had an idea. Fagbenle was all ears. Simon repeated the shooter's description, Luther, and suggested the detective find and arrest him instead. Fagbenle said they already did. Simon was surprised they caught him. It wasn't hard. They just followed the blood trail and found him unconscious 2 blocks away. The big guy, Rocco, had carried him out of the basement. Fagbenle confirmed Rocco Kennard, gang-affiliated. Luther Ritz worked for Rocco. So did Aaron. Rocco probably tried to hide him, then dumped him in an alley when he saw the blood trail. That was their theory. They'd need Simon to identify the shooter. Simon agreed, and asked how bad Luther was hit. He'd live. Did he say anything on the way in? Yeah. Fagbenle flashed a smile. Luther said Simon, and Ingrid shot him. Simon called it a lie. Fagbenle already knew that, but he still didn't understand why Luther had fired. Simon said he didn't know they were just talking to Rocco. Fagbenle repeated that back Simon and his wife just waltzed into a drug den and started chatting up a gang leader. Simon answered with Fagbenle's own logic what people do to help a loved one. Fagbenle seemed to like that, and told him to go on. Simon told him what happened, leaving out one key detail. Fagbenle asked if Luther just started firing with no warning. Yes. None. There you go. Another flash of teeth. Another Occam's razor. Simon asked how so. Rocco was a drug dealer. Luther and Aaron worked for him. That world was loaded with violence. Aaron ended up dead. Luther shot at Simon and Ingrid. Speaking of which, who shot Luther? A man plopped down in the molded yellow seat across from them, holding a bandage to his head with blood oozing through the gauze. He said Simon's name. Simon asked what Fagbenle meant. The detective explained Simon's wife was hit. He dove to cover her. Luther was about to finish them off. So who stopped Luther? Simon said he hadn't seen anyone. Fagbenle caught something in his tone. and clarified that he hadn't asked if Simon saw anyone, only who saved him. Then Anya sprinted into the room. Simon stood, as his daughter wrapped her arms around him, nearly knocking him over. He held her close, willing the tears back. She buried her face in his chest, muffling a cry about their mother. He almost offered a reassurance. He didn't believe it'll be okay. She'll be fine, but saw no reason for more lies. Yvonne crossed over and kissed his cheek as he still held Anya, reporting that Robert was on his way to get Sam. Simon thanked her. A man in hospital scrubs entered and called Simon's name. Anya slowly released her grip. Simon identified himself. The man told him to follow the doctor would see him now. Conventional wisdom said a physician's bedside manner was irrelevant. You wanted someone cold and mechanical who cut straight and cared less. Ingrid believed the opposite. She wanted a real, empathic person who saw a scared, hurting human being needing reassurance. She took that responsibility seriously. When a parent brought a child to her, when were you ever more vulnerable, stressed, terrified, confused? Physicians who acted as if you were an anatomical object for repair would not only make the experience more miserable, but would miss something in diagnosis. Sometimes, like right now, you were scared and hurting and stressed and terrified and confused as you sat across from a physician whose words would change your life. They could be the worst words or the best, or, as in this case, somewhere in between. Ingrid would really like Dr. Heather Grew, who oozed both exhaustion and empathy. Grew aimed for a mix of real-world terminology and medical jargon. Simon focused on the bottom line. Ingrid was still alive. Barely. She was in a coma. The next 24 hours would be crucial. Simon nodded along, but somewhere the doctor's words had untethered him, trying to hold on, floating away. Yvonne, seated next to him, remained grounded, asking follow-up questions that didn't change the meaning or clarify the murky diagnosis. The limits of what doctors knew or could do were both astounding and humbling. They were closely monitoring Ingrid's condition, but there was nothing to do now but wait. Dr. Grew rose and extended her hand. Simon and Yvonne shook it. No visitors yet. They stumbled back down the corridor toward the waiting room. Fag Benley cut Simon off and pulled him aside, saying he needed something. Simon managed to nod. Fag Benley handed him a sheet of cardboard with 6 photographs, headshots, 3 top row, 3 bottom, each with a number underneath. Before Fag Benley could finish his instruction to study them carefully and say if he recognized anyone, Simon identified number 5. Fag Benley wanted him to study carefully anyway. Simon repeated that he recognized number 5. Fag Benley asked how he knew the man. He was the one who shot Simon's wife. Fag Benley nodded and said he'd like Simon to make a formal identification in person. Simon pointed to the sheet. Wasn't that enough? Fag Benley thought in person would be better. Simon didn't want to leave his wife. He didn't have to. The suspect was here too, recovering from the gunshot. Fag Benley started down the corridor. Simon looked back at Yvonne, who nodded for him to go. Walking, Simon asked if they'd caught Rocco too. They'd brought him in. What did he say? Rocco claimed Simon and his wife had come into his establishment. He'd had his back turned, there were gunshots, and he ran no idea who fired or who got shot. Simon called that bullshit. Fag Benley feigned shock that a leading drug dealer was lying. Did he ask about Simon's daughter? Rocco said he didn't know her. White girls all looked the same to him, especially junkies. Simon didn't wince. Could they hold him? On what charge? Simon himself had said Rocco never attacked them. Luther pulled the trigger. Speaking of which, Fag Benley stopped outside her room with a uniformed cop sitting by the door. Fag Benley addressed the guard, introduced Simon as the victim's husband, and said they were here for an ID, asking if the perpetrator was still out. No, he was awake. Since when? 5 or 10 minutes ago. Fag Benley turned to Simon, suggesting this wasn't a good idea. Protocol. Most witnesses were scared to be face to face. Simon frowned and said to just do it. Fag Benley asked if it bothered Simon that Luther would see him. He'd seen Simon when he shot Ingrid. Why would Simon care? Fag Benley shrugged and pushed open the door. A television played something in Spanish. Luther sat up in bed, his shoulder wrapped. He scowled, and demanded to know what Simon was doing there. Fagbenley asked if Luther knew this man. Luther's eyes shifted. Fagbenley turned to Simon, who confirmed that Luther was the man who shot his wife. Luther shouted that it was a lie. Fagbenley asked Simon if he was certain. Yes. Luther insisted they shot him. Fagbenley asked, "Where exactly? Not the shoulder, the geographical location." Luther didn't understand. Fagbenley clarified the place. In that basement, at Rocco's lot. So why did they find him hiding in an alley 2 blocks away? Luther stammered that he ran from Simon and hid in an alley even when police came searching. He just didn't like cops. Fagbenley thanked him for confirming he was at the shooting scene. Luther claimed he didn't shoot anyone, no proof. Did he own a gun? No, never fired one. Maybe once, years ago, KG. Fagbenley sighed, asking if Luther watched TV cop shows where some moronic perp says, "I never fired the gun," and then the cop mentions gunshot residue tests. Luther's face lost color. Fagbenley explained that with witnesses, residue, and scientific proof, the moronic perp was dead to rights, usually confessed, and tried to cut a deal. Luther sat back and blinked. Fagbenley asked why he did it. Luther said he didn't. Fagbenley said he was boring them. Luther asked why Fagbenley didn't ask Simon why. Simon had been blocking since he entered the room, but now it all crashed down. Ingrid, the woman he loved like no other, was nearby in this very building clinging to life because of this piece of shit. Without conscious thought, Simon took a step toward the bed, hands rising to throttle the worthless dung who had tried to snuff out such a wonderful, vibrant being. Fagbenley put an arm out, more mental blockade than physical, meeting Simon's eyes with an understanding but firm shake of the head. He asked Luther what he should ask Simon. Luther proposed pretending hypothetically that he did it. Maybe Rocco needed protection. Why would Rocco need protection? Luther didn't know, hypothetically. So Rocco told Luther to shoot Dr. Green? Luther sat up, wincing, saying he didn't shoot no doctor. He pointed at Simon and said he just shot his old lady. Simon didn't know whether to burst out punching or laughing. The sheer outrage consumed him that even this worthless slice of nothing had the power to destroy something as vital and cherished as Ingrid. There was nothing just in this world, no control, no center force, just random chaos. He wanted to kill this punk, stomp him out for the good of mankind. Much gained, nothing lost. Then exhaustion hit. There was no point in even that. It was all a big joke. Luther said he was just protecting his boss' self-defense. Simon's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. Yvonne, they could see Ingrid now. Simon entered Ingrid's room and saw her on the bed, stiller than sleep, tubes everywhere, gurgling machines. His knees buckled. His body fell toward the floor. He didn't catch himself. He could have reached for the wheelchair bar on his right, but he didn't. He let himself land hard and let himself have the silent scream because he knew he needed it. When that moment passed, he rose with no more tears. He sat next to Ingrid, held her hand, and talked to her. He didn't will her to live or declare his love. If she could hear, she wouldn't want those words. She wasn't big on melodrama, and more than that, she wouldn't want him expressing thoughts she couldn't reciprocate, or at least comment on. Declarations with no response were meaningless to her, like playing catch with yourself. It had to go 2 ways. So he talked about general things. His work, her work, the kitchen remodeling that might or might not happen, politics, the past, and a few favorite memories he knew she liked to revisit. Ingrid loved when he repeated certain stories. She listened deeply, with her whole being, and a smile would come to her lips. He could see her reliving the moment with rare clarity, but of course no smile appeared today. At some point, Simon couldn't say how long. Yvonne put a hand on his shoulder and asked him to tell her everything. So he did. Yvonne kept her eyes on her sister's face. She and Ingrid had taken different paths, which might explain the rift. Ingrid had started with something of a high life, modeling, travel, some drug experimentation that oddly made her less sympathetic to Paige rather than more. Yvonne had always been the dutiful type, a daughter who studied hard, loved their parents, and stayed on the straight and narrow. In the end, Ingrid had discovered that searching the whole world just made you find home. She'd come back, completed a post-baccalaureate year at Bryn Mawr to cram in peri-med requirements, and with single-minded determination excelled through med school, residency, and internship. When Simon finished, Yvonne told him he couldn't stay there. She would sit with Ingrid, but Simon had to go find Paige. He said he couldn't leave now. He had to. No choice. Simon started to remind her of the promise he and Ingrid were like one. If one got sick, the other stayed. That was the bargain. Yvonne understood but shook her head anyway. Ingrid would either wake up or not, and if she woke up, she'd want to see Paige's face. He couldn't find Paige by sitting here. Ingrid would tell him that if she could, and Simon knew it. Ingrid's hand felt lifeless, no pulse of blood through it. Simon stared at her, willing some sign, but she seemed to be growing smaller, fading away right before his eyes. Not Ingrid anymore, just an empty body, as if her being had already fled. He wasn't naive enough to think Paige's voice could bring her back, but he sure didn't think him sitting there would either. He let go of her hand, but before he could finish saying he'd need to arrange things, Yvonne told him she had the kids, the business, and Ingrid. Go. Night passed. Nearly daybreak when the car dropped Simon back by the concrete blocks in the Bronx. No one on the street, no one awake anyway. Two men slept on the sidewalk in front of the overgrown, abandoned lot, scant feet from where he and Ingrid had entered just hours ago. Police tape hung torn down the middle, flying in the pre-dawn breeze. He reached the decrepit 4-floor brick tenement his daughter had called home. This time, he headed inside without hesitation or fear. He started up the stairs but stopped on the second floor rather than the third. Nearly 6 a.m. He hadn't slept. He felt rattled and juiced on something he knew would soon ebb. He knocked and waited. He might be waking the man inside. He didn't much care. 10 seconds later the door opened. Cornelius looked like he hadn't slept much either. They looked at each other. Cornelius asked how Ingrid was. Critical. Cornelius told him to come inside. Simon hadn't known what to expect, maybe something like Paige's dirty hovel, but the interior was a magic portal into another world. Built-in oak bookshelves framed the windows. A classic Victorian tufted green satin sofa sat to the right, with botanical-themed embroidered pillows. Prints of butterflies hung to the left, a chess set atop an ornate wood table. Simon could almost see Paige there, brow furrowed, playing with her hair as she concentrated on a move. A cocker spaniel burst around the corner, tail wagging so hard she could barely keep her balance. Cornelius scooped her up, introduced her as Chloe. Family photographs lined the shelves. Simon moved closer. A standard family shot in front of a rainbow backdrop showed a younger Cornelius, a woman who looked like his wife, and 3 smiling teenage boys, 2 already taller than their father. Cornelius put down the dog and joined him, explaining the photo was 8 or 10 years old. He and Tanya had raised 3 boys in that apartment. They were grown now. Tanya had passed 2 years ago from breast cancer. Simon offered condolences. Cornelius asked if Simon wanted to sit. He looked exhausted. Simon was afraid if he sat, he wouldn't get back up. Cornelius said rest might not be a bad idea if Simon wanted to keep going. Maybe later. Cornelius gently placed the family photograph down and pointed to a portrait of a Marine in uniform, their oldest, Eldon. A Marine. Looked like his father. Cornelius confirmed. Simon asked if Cornelius had served. A Marine corporal, 1st Persian Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm. Cornelius turned to face Simon full on, noting that Simon didn't seem surprised. Simon wasn't. Had Cornelius seen him? Just a flash. But enough to figure it out? Simon thought he would have guessed anyway. He didn't know how to thank Cornelius. Cornelius told him not to. He'd seen Luther heading in and followed. Should have taken him out before he shot Ingrid. Simon said Cornelius had saved their lives. Cornelius glanced back at the family photos, as if for wisdom, then asked why Simon was back. Simon knew. Cornelius knew to find Paige. Cornelius said Paige had gone to that basement too, same as them. He never saw her after that. Then Aaron ended up dead. Did Cornelius think they killed Paige? He didn't know. He squatted, opened a cabinet revealing a safe, and warned Simon to be prepared for bad news no matter how things shook out. Simon said he was. Cornelius pressed his thumb to the safe door. A beep as it read his prints. He said Simon shouldn't go in this time without backup. He reached inside and pulled out 2 handguns, handed one to Simon, kept the other. Simon said Cornelius didn't have to do this. Cornelius replied that Simon hadn't come just to thank him, had he? No. Then let's go find Rocco. The Judge Lester Patterson Houses was one of the city's oldest and largest low-income housing complexes, 15 monotonous high-rises of tired brick on more than 17 acres, housing more than 1,800 families. Cornelius led the way. The elevators in Building 6 were out of order, so they took the stairs. Early hour, but the place was alive. Stairwells filled with laughing kids getting ready for school. Adults began their daily treks to nearby bus and subway stops for work. Most everyone was leaving, heading down, so Cornelius and Simon swam upstream, 2 salmon to the 8th floor. Rocco's mother and siblings lived in apartment 8C. 2 children sprinted out the door, leaving it open. Simon knocked, and a woman's voice told him to come in. He entered. Cornelius stayed by the door. Rocco rose from a barcalounger and started toward Simon. Again, the sheer size of the man struck Simon. A woman came out of the kitchen asking who this was. Rocco told her not to worry about it. She reminded him it was her house. Rocco insisted he had it. Simon was just leaving. He stepped right up to Simon, spreading to full size. Simon stood eye to eye with his pectorals. Rocco asked if Simon wasn't leaving. Simon tilted to see past him, addressed Rocco's mother, and said he was looking for his daughter. He thought her son might know where she was. She said Rocco's name. Rocco told his mother not to listen, but she wasn't having it. As she strode toward him, the big man seemed to wither. She demanded to know if he knew where Simon's daughter was. He sounded like a 10-year-old now, swearing he was telling the truth he didn't know. She turned on Simon, asking what made him think Rocco knew. Rocco started moving them toward the door, telling his mother he'd handle it. Using his bulk, Rocco shoved Simon back into the corridor, followed him out, and closed the door. He complained about Simon coming to his mother's place. Then he spotted Cornelius and demanded to know what he was doing there. Cornelius said he was just helping. Rocco snapped his fingers, realizing Cornelius had sent Simon to him in the first place, and ordered them both to get out. Simon didn't move. He told Rocco that his wife was in a coma fighting for her life, shot in Rocco's basement by his man, and his daughter was missing last seen in that same basement. He wasn't going anywhere until Rocco told him everything. Rocco asked if Simon thought he was scared of him. Cornelius said Rocco should be Simon was a desperate man, and Rocco was smart enough to know it didn't pay to mess with desperate. Rocco looked at Simon, who held his gaze. Simon said he'd tell police that Rocco ordered Luther to shoot them. Rocco knew that wasn't true. Simon pointed out that Rocco had called Luther's name. To stop him, Rocco insisted he didn't want him to shoot. Simon said he didn't know that. It sounded like an order. Rocco spread his hands, understanding how it was, then did a thinking head roll and agreed fine, but then he wanted Simon gone. Simon nodded. Yes, Paige had come to the basement. Rocco could see right away someone had beaten her up. Simon asked if she said who. Rocco didn't have to ask. He knew. Aaron. Rocco didn't bother replying. Simon asked why Luther shot at them. Because he's crazy. Simon pressed. There had to be more. Rocco said he didn't tell Luther to do it. Simon asked who did. Rocco explained that his business wasn't easy. Someone was always trying to move in. Aaron was a shitbag, but he was one of them. They figured a rival enterprise took him out. Maybe the Fidels. Cornelius clarified Cuban gang. Even in the middle of everything, wife fighting for her life, daughter God knows where. Simon laughed out loud. A Cuban gang called the Fidels? Cornelius let a smile hit his lips. The leader's name was Castro. Simon accused him of making it up. Cornelius swore to God. Simon spun back to Rocco, asking why Paige came to him after the beating. For a fix. Did Rocco give it to her? She didn't have any money. Was that a no? Rocco said he wasn't a charity. So what next? She left. Next thing he knew, Aaron was dead. Did Rocco think Paige did it? Smart money was on the Fidels, but yeah, there was a chance Paige killed him. Or maybe Simon did it. Maybe that's what Luther was thinking. Luther was there when Paige came in. If some dude hurt Simon's daughter the way Aaron hurt Paige, Rocco would expect revenge. Maybe that was Simon's play. Simon said it wasn't, but he kinda wished it was. Rocco was right. A father had an obligation to stop anyone who hurt his daughter. Simon hadn't. He'd let Paige slip away, throwing useless lifelines instead of doing what a man should do, anything to rescue his child, protect her, save her. Some father he'd turned out to be. Rocco said Paige was probably somewhere around here. Simon could look. He couldn't blame him for trying, but she was a junkie. Even if Simon found her, this story wouldn't have a happy ending. Cornelius led the way back to his apartment. Inside, Simon took out the gun and offered it back. Cornelius told him to keep it. Simon asked if he was sure. He was. Did Cornelius think Rocco would find her? With the reward money? Simon had made a simple offer to Rocco find Paige for $50,000. Yeah. Cornelius said if she was still down here, Rocco would find her. A knock. Cornelius whispered for Simon to put the gun back in his pocket, then called out asking who was there. A little old lady voice with an accent polish. Russian. Eastern European, identified herself as Lizzie. Cornelius opened the door. The woman matched her voice, small and old, wearing a strange, long, flowing white gown, almost like bedclothes, gray hair loose and unkempt down her back. The hair seemed to sway in a non-existent breeze. Cornelius asked if he could do something for Miss Sobek. She peered around him with huge eyes, spotted Simon, and asked who he was. Simon gave his name. Cornelius added that he was Paige's father. The old woman gave Simon a look so heavy, he nearly stepped back. She said he could still save her. The words chilled him. He asked if she knew where Paige was. She shook her head, gray hair dancing across her face like a bead curtain, but said she knew what Paige was. Cornelius cleared his throat, asking if Miss Sobek wanted something. Someone was upstairs, 3rd floor, a woman who'd just sneaked into Paige's apartment. She thought they'd want to know. Had she recognized her? Never seen her before. Cornelius thanked her and said he'd go check. They stepped back into the corridor. Miss Sobek hurried away. Simon asked why she'd come to Cornelius with this. Cornelius wasn't just a tenant. He was the super. He was the owner. They headed upstairs and down the hall. The yellow tape blocking off the murder scene was torn. Cornelius reached for the knob. Simon realized he'd put his hand on the gun in his pocket intentionally or subconsciously. Was that what happened when you carried? Always there, like a pacifier that calmed or gave comfort in stressful situations? Cornelius flung the door open. A woman stood inside, short and squat, maybe Latina, in a blue blazer and jeans. If she was startled, she hid it well. She spoke first, asking if Simon was Simon Green. He demanded to know who she was. She gave her name, Elena Ramirez, a private detective, and said she needed to talk to his daughter. Back in Cornelius's apartment, Elena Ramirez showed them a fancy embossed business card, a private investigator's license, and an ID revealing she was a retired FBI agent. The two men sat in leather armchairs while she took the green tufted sofa. She asked where Simon's daughter was. He didn't understand her card said Chicago. That was correct. So why did she want to talk to his daughter? It involved a case she was working on. What case? She couldn't say. Simon told her he wasn't up for games. He didn't care what her case was, and he had no reason to be cagey, so he'd be forthright and hope she would too. He didn't know where his daughter was. That's why he was here trying to locate her. Basically no leads other than she was probably getting high within a 1 square mile radius. Following so far? She said, you bet. So now a private eye from Chicago wanted to talk to his daughter. He'd love her to talk to Paige. Nothing he'd like more. Maybe they could help each other by cooperating. Simon's phone buzzed real this time, not the phantom vibration he'd been feeling every 10 seconds. Yvonne texted that Ingrid was stabilizing, which the doctor said was good. Moved to a private room, still in a coma. Sam and Anya with them. Elena Ramirez asked to confirm she was following correctly. Simon's daughter was missing. Yes. Since when? No point in being coy since her boyfriend was murdered. Elena took her time, crossing her arms, thinking it over. Simon said her name. She was looking for a missing person too. Who? A 24-year-old male who disappeared from the Chicago area. Cornelius asked how long. Since last Thursday. Simon asked for the name. Elena said she couldn't divulge it. Simon pressed if her missing 24-year-old was someone his daughter knew. Maybe they could help. Elena considered, then gave the name Henry Thorpe. Simon started typing on his phone. She asked what he was doing. He didn't recognize the name. He was checking with his son and other daughter. They'd have a better handle on Paige's friends. Elena said she didn't think Paige and Henry were friends. Simon asked the connection then. She shrugged. That was part of why she was here, to find out. Without going into full detail, not long before he vanished, Henry Thorpe had been in touch with either Paige or her boyfriend, Aaron Corville. Simon asked how. She took out a notepad, licked her fingers, paged through. A phone call first, from Paige's phone to Henry's, 2 weeks ago, then texts, followed by emails. Simon asked what they said. She didn't know. The texts were on their phones, inaccessible. The emails were all deleted. They could see some were sent, but nothing beyond that. Simon asked what made her think these communications were important. She didn't know that they were. When someone went missing, she looked for anomalies, things that didn't fit a normal routine, and these emails and texts were anomalies. Could Simon think of any reason Henry Thorpe, a 24-year-old from Chicago, would suddenly be in touch with Paige or Aaron? He didn't have to think long. Did Henry Thorpe have a history of drug use? It could be that, Elena agreed, but noted you could buy drugs in Chicago. Could be something more professional in that respect. Could be, but she didn't think so. Did Simon? No. Either way, his daughter and her client were both missing. Yes. So what could Simon do to help? Elena said the first thing she'd asked herself was why the communications moved from phone texts to computer emails, and how into drugs were Paige and her boyfriend. Simon saw no reason to lie. Very. Cornelius snapped his fingers. Getting at Paige probably sold her phone to raise cash for a fix. Happened all the time down here. Elena agreed that phone was no longer active, so that would be her theory too. Simon wasn't so sure. So Paige moved from using a phone to using a computer? Yes. So where was the computer now? Probably sold that too, Cornelius said. Elena agreed that would be her guess. Paige could have taken it when she vanished, or the killer could have stolen it. But the key question was how she got the computer in the first place. She couldn't have bought it, right? Unlikely if she was selling her phone for drugs. Why would she spend money on a computer? Which meant she probably stole it. Simon let that sit. His daughter. Junkie. Selling her own stuff. Thief. And what else? Elena asked if Simon was good with computers. No. If you knew what you were doing like her tech guy Lou, you could check an IP address. Sometimes you could track the computer down to a town, a street, even an individual. Was Lou able to figure out who owned her computer? No, but it came from Amherst, Massachusetts. More specifically, the campus of Amherst College. Didn't Simon's son go there? Anya was asleep in one of the yellow molded chairs when Simon and Elena arrived in the hospital waiting room. Her head rested on her Uncle Robert's bowling ball shoulder. Robert, Yvonne's husband, was a big, boisterous man, thick all over, mostly bald, an ex-football player with heart-on-sleeve charm, a great litigator whose winning smile, every guy banter, and larger-than-life cross-examination pace made juries love him. Other than Yvonne, Robert happened to be Simon's closest friend. Robert gently moved Anya so he could stand without waking her. He greeted Simon with a monster bear hug. Simon closed his eyes and took it in. Robert asked if Simon was okay. No, didn't think so. They let go, both looking down at the sleeping Anya. Robert explained that they wouldn't let anyone under 18 into Ingrid's room, so Sam was with Yvonne in room 717. Robert glanced "Who's this?" toward Elena. Simon figured she could explain, so he patted Robert's shoulder, thanked him, and headed toward the room. Cornelius had stayed home, nothing more for him to do. He'd done more than enough, and his time might be better spent his eyes on the ground in Mott Haven, though he'd told Simon to call if needed. Simon opened the door to Ingrid's room. The sounds hit him first: beeping machines, sucking sounds, clanks that signaled the opposite of warmth and care. His 18-year-old son, Sam, sat in the chair next to his mother's bed. He turned toward his father, face soaked from tears. Sam had always been an emotional child, what Ingrid lovingly called an easy cry. Like his father, when Simon's mother died 3 years ago, Sam had cried for hours straight with zero let-up, just sobbing, and Simon couldn't believe the boy could keep going full throttle without passing out from exhaustion. You couldn't comfort Sam when he was like that. Physical contact made it worse. He needed to be alone. Even as a small child, Sam would look up through pleading eyes and say to just let him get it out. Yvonne stood by the window, giving Simon a half-hearted smile. He crossed the room, put a hand on his son's shoulder, and bent to kiss his wife's cheek. Ingrid looked worse to him, colorless, fading, like death was battling life, and right now, death had the upper hand. He felt a hand reach into his chest and twist his heart. Simon glanced toward Yvonne and signaled with a look that he needed her to leave. She got the message immediately and slipped out without a word. He grabbed a chair and pulled it next to Sam. His son wore a red sriracha hot chili sauce logo tee. Sam loved logo tees. Ingrid had bought it for him 2 weeks ago after Sam reported that college food was okay, but sriracha made everything better. She'd dutifully gone online, found the shirt, and shipped it up. Simon asked if Sam was okay, a dumb question, but what else? Silent tears still streamed down his son's face. When Simon spoke, Sam's face tightened as if holding back a fresh surge. Sam had been so happy at Amherst, where Paige had been slightly homesick at college. Why hadn't they paid more attention to that? Why had they listened to everyone's unsolicited advice to give it time and not be so available? Sam had taken to freshman campus life immediately. Everyone he met was the coolest person in the world. His roommate Carlos, a slacker from Austin with a soul patch, was even cooler. Sam had signed up for clubs, intramural sports, academic groups right away. Ingrid would probably be annoyed that Simon had snatched him away from all that. Sam kept his eyes on his mother and asked what happened. Simon asked what Yvonne and Robert had told him. Just that Mom had been shot. They said he'd have to wait for Simon. Yvonne and Robert had done the right thing again. Simon asked if Sam knew who Aaron was. That guy Paige was with. Yes, he'd been murdered. Sam blinked, and Paige had disappeared. Sam didn't understand. They lived together in the Bronx. Simon and Ingrid went down to find her. That's when Ingrid got shot. Simon filled in the details, not stopping, not breathing, not letting up even as Sam went pale and his blinking worsened. At some point Sam asked if Simon thought Paige had killed Aaron. That stopped Simon cold. Why would he ask that? Sam just shrugged. Simon said he needed to ask something. Sam's eyes wandered back to his mother's face. Had Sam seen Paige recently? No reply. Simon pressed. It was important. Yes, Sam said softly. He'd seen her. When? Sam wouldn't take his eyes off Ingrid. Simon said his name. 2 weeks ago, maybe. That made no sense. Sam was at school 2 weeks ago. There'd been one break, but he was having so much fun on campus he didn't want to leave, unless that was a lie, unless he really didn't love school or sriracha or Carlos or any of it. Simon asked where. She came to Amherst. That stunned him again. Paige came to his campus? Sam nodded. Peter Pan bus lines, $24 from Port Authority. Did she come up alone? He nodded. Did Sam know she was coming? No. She just showed up. Simon tried to envision the picture: perfect college quad infiltrated by someone who would have belonged there a year ago, but was now a horrible warning, like a wrecked car kept around to teach kids not to drink and drive. Unless, how did she look? Same as in that video. The words stomped out his small flame of hope. Did she tell him why she came? She needed to get away from Aaron. Did she say why? Sam shook his head. So what happened? She asked. To crash with him for a few days. Sam didn't tell them? His eyes stayed on Ingrid. She asked him not to. Simon wanted to say something about not trusting his parents, but now wasn't the time. His roommate didn't mind? Carlos thought it would be cool, like she was a school project to help the underserved. How long did she stay? Not very. How long, Sam? Tears pushed through his eyes again. Simon said his name. Long enough to clean them out, Sam said, tears flowing but voice clear. Paige slept on Carlos's blow-up mattress on the floor. They all fell asleep. When they woke up, she was gone. So was their stuff. What did she take? Their wallets, their laptops. Carlos had a diamond stud. How could Sam not have told him? Simon hated the irritation in his voice. Sam didn't reply. Did Carlos tell his parents? No. Sam had some money. He was trying to make Carlos whole. Simon told him to say how much, and they'd make him whole now. And what about Sam? He'd called Simon's office. Told Emily he lost the credit card. She sent another. Simon remembered that now, hadn't thought twice about it. Visa cards were lost or stolen all the time. Sam was using library computers for now. Not a big deal. How could Sam not tell him? Dumb to harp on, but he couldn't stop. Sam's face collapsed. It was his fault. No. If Sam had told Simon nothing, it wouldn't have changed a thing. Sam asked if Mom was going to die. Simon said no. Sam said Simon didn't know that. True enough. Simon didn't protest or tell more lies. No point, lies would aggravate rather than comfort. He glanced toward the door. Yvonne watched through the little window. Simon went over, when you're this close to someone, when you spend as much time together as he and Yvonne, you just read their mind. He left the room. Yvonne took over. He found Elena Ramirez playing with her phone at the end of the corridor. He told her to tell him. He did. So that explained Paige using the laptop, Elena said. Simon asked what now. She actually managed to smile, asking if he thought they were a team. He thought they could help each other. She agreed. They needed to find the connections. She played with her phone more, saying she was sending him details on Aaron's family. They were having some kind of memorial service in the morning. Maybe Simon should be there. Maybe Paige would look for someone hiding nearby. If not, talk to the family. See if he could figure out how Aaron might know Henry Thorpe. Simon said okay, and asked what Elena would be doing. Visiting someone else Henry Thorpe had contacted. Who? Don't have a name, only a location. Where? A tattoo parlor in New Jersey. Simon Green pulls up to the Corval Inn and Family Tree Farm just before 8:30. The memorial service for Aaron's scheduled for 9. The place looks like a New England postcard. A white Federal-style farmhouse with green wicker rocking chairs on a wraparound porch. A sign boasting family ownership since 1893. Tourists already spill off a bus for hayrides. Behind the barn, a petting zoo promises interactions with goats, sheep, alpacas, and chickens, though Simon privately wonders how one goes about petting a chicken. He notes the seasonal attractions, Christmas tree chopping, a haunted farm in October with mazes and a headless horseman, plus apple and pumpkin picking with cider making on the side. He ignores the sign restricting the inn to guests and steps into the foyer. The formal period decor surprises him. Windsor-backed cherrywood chairs, mahogany settees with winged paw feet, a grandfather clock looming by an oversized fireplace like a sentinel, breakfronts displaying china and leather books, and oil portraits of stern Corval patriarchs. A woman behind the desk, wearing an overly checkered blouse that screams fake Italian restaurant, smiles at him. He wonders if she's Aaron's mother, then spots a framed photograph behind her head of a smiling couple around 60, labeled as Wiley and Enid Corval. He says he's there for the memorial. Her eye turns suspicious, maybe hostile. She asks his name. Simon Green. She doesn't know him. He says he knew Aaron. Her voice drips disbelief as she repeats that back to him. He knew Aaron and now wants to pay respects? He doesn't bother answering. She pulls out a pamphlet, puts on reading glasses, and gives complicated directions behind the barn, past the corn maze. Don't enter it. They've had to rescue people twice this week, around to a path into the woods, follow a green arrow for hikers but turn left instead of right. Simon remarks it's complicated. She frowns, and reminds him the lobby is for inn guests only. He says subtle, thanks her, and leaves. Outside, the hayride crawls along with uncomfortable but smiling passengers. A family waves at him in unison. He waves back, and the gesture drops him into a memory. An autumn day apple picking in Chester, New Jersey, Paige on his shoulders reaching for a high branch. But what really hits him is the image of Ingrid in her dark flannel tucked into thin jeans and high boots, tucking her hair behind her ear, their eyes meeting. Just thinking about that look makes his knees feel weak. He pulls out his phone, stares at the screen, wills it to give good news. It doesn't. He follows the route past the petting zoo barn. A loose chicken runs up to him, stops, looks at him. He's tempted to pet it. A man in overalls demonstrates eggs and an incubator. The corn stalks tower 10 feet high, with a line to get into this year's 50 states-themed maze. He finds the walking path, follows the instructions to the green arrow, turns left where the arrow points right. The woods thicken. He glances back but can no longer see the clearing. The path slopes down, steeper, until he hears running water. The trees thin, and he steps into a man-made square clearing. A low wooden picket fence, barely a foot high, surrounds small tombstones. A family plot. Behind it, a roaring brook and a faded teakwood bench. He thinks the dead probably don't care, but for the living, this would be a zen place to grieve. Erin's father, Wiley Corville, stands alone staring at a newer tombstone. Simon waits. Wiley lifts his head and asks who he is. Simon gives his name. Wiley looks a question. Simon adds that he's Paige's father. Wiley asks if she did it, if she killed his son. Simon says no. Wiley asks how he knows for sure. Simon admits he doesn't. He could say his daughter isn't a killer, but that wouldn't offer much comfort. Wiley just stares. Simon adds that he doesn't think it was Paige, the death was violent, and he doesn't think she could do that. Wiley presses, but he doesn't know. Simon agrees. He doesn't. Wiley turns away and tells him to leave. Simon says Paige is missing. Wiley says he doesn't care. In the distance, children's scream laughter drifts from the corn maze. Simon thinks Erin grew up in this Norman Rockwell painting, and look how it ended. But then again, hadn't Paige been raised in an idyllic childhood too? The picket fences, the smiling parents, everyone knows you have no idea what happens behind closed doors. The anger and abuse and shattered dreams, except that wasn't the case with Paige. Not perfect lives, but pretty close, and still their daughter succumbed to the worst out there. He's asked himself a million questions. Did he show enough interest, pay attention, support her? Were they too strict or too lax? He remembers one dinner years ago when he exploded in anger and threw a glass on the floor. Paige was 8 and started to shiver. Was that to blame? His mother warned him. Kids don't come with manuals, and you learn they arrive hardwired, that nature kicks nurture's ass. But when things go wrong, when something this dark invades your child's soul, you can only wonder where you went wrong. A woman's voice from behind asks who this is. Simon spins. Erin's mother, Enid, with 10 or 12 people trailing her, including a clergyman carrying a Bible. Wiley says, Simon is just a nice gentleman who walked down the wrong path. Simon considers confronting him with the truth, decides it would backfire, mutters an apology, and starts back up toward the farm. He notices no one close to Erin's age among the group. Paige mentioned Erin was an only child, so no sibling to question, and none of these people look like close friends, if a junkie like Erin had any. He lets them have their service. Whatever their son became, Wiley and Enid have lost him brutally, suddenly, unnaturally, permanently. He'll give them this moment. Back at the clearing near the maze, a group of 10 or 11-year-olds emerges breathless and high-fiving. Simon pulls out his phone. Many messages. He goes to his favorites, Ingrid first, then Yvonne, then Paige, her number disconnected but still saved. Sam, Anya, age order with the kids, only fair. He calls Yvonne. She reports no change in Paige's condition. He says he needs to be there with her. Yvonne says he doesn't. He looks at the kids who finished the maze, now all on their phones taking photos. Yvonne reverses roles on him. If he were the one shot, lying in a coma, would he want Ingrid sitting next to him holding his hand? He says, "Yeah, okay." He gets it. She asks if he found Aaron's family. He fills her in on what just happened. She asks his plan. He says he'll hang there, wait until the service ends, then try to talk to them again. Yvonne suggests over the phone that the father doesn't seem open to talking, but a mother might be more understanding. Simon calls her, "Take sexist." She agrees without apology. He asks about work. She says they have him covered. He hangs up and moves back to his car, then starts listening to messages. News of the shooting hasn't hit the papers yet, so most calls are client-related rather than sympathy. He returns some of them, not mentioning his own situation, treating it like a normal workday. The routine comforts him. He knows he's blocking on Ingrid, but he also knows that's the right move for now. Half an hour later, while discussing retirement finances with a neurosurgeon, Simon spots the mourners coming back over the hill. Wiley Corville leads the group with the clergyman. Wiley's back bent in apparent grief, the clergyman's arm around his shoulders whispering comfort. Other mourners trail behind, some squinting at the sun, others nodding to tourists. Way in the back walks Enid Corville, Aaron's mother. For a brief flash, Simon imagines the group as gazelles and himself as a lion targeting the one farthest from the pack, a silly image, but that one would be Enid. She looks distracted, checking her watch, slowing her pace, falling farther and farther back until she's alone. Simon finds it odd. She's the mother. You'd think someone would put an arm around her, offer comforting words. No one does. She's also dressed differently from the rest, while the others went with a blue blazer and loafers yacht club spirit. Enid wears mom jeans, Velcro white sneakers, and a stretched-out cable-knit sweater in pencil yellow. Wiley and the clergyman head up the porch steps. The receptionist who helps Simon greets Wiley with a kiss on the cheek. The rest file in, except Enid. She hangs back far enough that after the door closes she's still outside. She glances left and right, then heads behind the inn. Simon isn't sure what his move is: get out and confront, or stay put and watch. When she disappears around the back, he slides out of his car for a better view. He spots her getting into a pickup truck. She starts it, and reverses. Simon hurries back to his car and hits the ignition. 30 seconds later, he's following her down Tom Wheeler Road. Low stone walls line the road on both sides, offering some protection to vast, worn-looking farmland. 15 minutes later, the pickup pulls into a dirt parking lot with similar vehicles. No sign advertises the place. Enid gets out and heads toward a converted barn with aluminum siding in a fake bright orange like clown hair. Simon pulls in, self-conscious of his Audi, and parks in a far corner. To his left, hidden from the road, 24 motorcycles line up in perfectly straight rows, Harley-Davidsons for the most part. He's never been on a motorcycle, but he recognizes the logo. Enid heads for saloon-style doors. 2 husky men in leather chaps and black bandanas pour out before she arrives, flabby arms loaded with tattoos, paunches, beards. Bikers. They greet her warmly with handshakes and hugs. She kisses one on the cheek and disappears inside. Simon debates waiting for her, but that seems like a waste of time. He turns off the car and heads for the swinging doors. When he pushes them open, he half expects the music to stop and everyone to stare. No music plays. An old television with rabbit ears shows a baseball game. The bar is oddly shaped too wide in spots, space for a dance that probably hasn't happened recently. A jukebox sits unplugged in the corner. The floor beneath him is mostly dirt, same as the parking lot. Enid takes a seat at the bar. Despite it being only 11 a.m., business is brisk, maybe 10 people scattered among 30 stools, equally spaced apart like men's urinals, everyone hunched over drinks and don't talk to me mode. Bikers play pool on a table with ugly rips in the green felt. Cans of Pabst Blue Ribbon everywhere. Simon is wearing a dress shirt, tie, and black loafers. He was heading to a memorial service while half the guys here wear sleeveless cotton gym tanks. a look no man over 40 should attempt. These guys aren't well built. Hats off to them for not caring. He takes a stool 2 away from Enid. She doesn't look up. The barmaid, with hair the color and texture of hay and a quasi-mullet, asks what he'll have. He asks what beer they have. She says Pabst and Pabst. He tells her to choose for him. Enid finally speaks without looking at him. She knows he's Paige's dad. He asks if Wiley told her. She shakes her head. Wiley didn't say a word. She asks why he came today. He says to pay respects. She calls that a lie. He admits it is but says he's sorry for her loss. She doesn't react. She asks again why he's here. He says his daughter is missing. She turns her head toward him and asks, "Since when?" "Since Aaron's murder," he says. She agrees that can't be a coincidence. He agrees. She states flatly that Paige probably killed Aaron and ran. He asks if it would matter if he said he doesn't think that's the case. She makes a maybe yes, maybe no gesture and asks if he gambles. He says no. She notes he's some big stockbroker financial advising. He corrects. But he still plays the odds, figures out what's safe and risky. He nods. She says he knows the 2 most likely possibilities then. He asks her to tell him. 1, his daughter killed Aaron and is on the run. 2, whoever killed Aaron took Paige, or killed her too. She takes a sip of her drink and adds that, come to think of it, possibility 2 is much more likely. He asks why. Junkies aren't great at not leaving clues or eluding police, she says. He asks if that means she doesn't think Paige killed him. She says she didn't say that. He tries to stay methodical and assumes she's right. Why would someone take Paige? She has no clue, and odds are, Paige is dead. She still isn't sure why he's here. He says he's hoping she knows something. She hasn't seen Aaron in months. He shows her a photo on his phone of Henry Thorpe, the missing young man from Chicago. She doesn't recognize him. He says Henry may be connected into this. She asks how. He doesn't have a clue, that's why he's here. Henry is missing like Paige. She says she can't help him. A scowling biker with a shaved head pulls out the stool between them to lean on the bar. Simon notices a black iron cross tattoo and maybe half a swastika under the guy's sleeve. The biker notices him noticing and stares hard. Simon stares back and feels the red start to rise. The biker asks what he's looking at. Simon doesn't blink or move. Enid cuts in. He's with her. The biker backpedals, scared, saying how is he supposed to know? He was just getting beers. Enid tells him to wait by the pool table and Gladys will bring them over. He leaves. Simon asks Enid what this place is. Private club, she says. He asks if it's hers. She counters, is he here to ask about his daughter? Or about her? Simon admits he's just trying to figure this all out. Enid asks what exactly. He asks if she'll tell him about Aaron anything. Everything. She can't see the purpose. He says there are threads here, connections he doesn't understand, but he feels like he's missing something, so he's asking questions and plowing ahead, hoping. She frowns and tells him he'll have to do better than that. He tells her his wife was shot yesterday. Enid looks a question. She's alive, he says, but they were looking for Paige where they lived, where Aaron was killed. He tells the whole story, taking chugs of his Pabst as he goes. He can't remember the last time he drank this early, but today feels right. As he speaks, he glances around the room. Biker Boy isn't the only one with white supremacist tattoos. Several guys have swastikas. He's outnumbered and has bigger fish to fry, but this is America now, his country. This crap just out in the open, and he feels his blood boil anyway. When he finishes, Enid notes he saw where Aaron grew up. On that farm, he says. She corrects him. It's not really a farm, it's a tourist spot, but yeah, nice, right? He agrees it seems so. She repeats, seems so, with a nod. When Aaron was little, he lived in the actual inn. Back then they only rented out 6 rooms, and the family lived in the rest. Then they grew. 5 or 6 years ago they built additions, now up to 24 rooms. A pretty good restaurant too. Wiley calls it a bistro. Thinks it sounds fancier. The gift shop does nice business selling souvenirs and candles. She asks if she's getting off topic. He says not at all. She says he wants to know about Aaron. He doesn't reply. Well, she says, Aaron, even as a kid, was always a little dark. One of the tattoo guys meets her eye by a back door. She nods, and the guy slips out. She says she doesn't see how any of this could help him. He catches something, she said. They only rented out 6 rooms. Not we. She says there was no we yet. Wiley and she weren't married back then, back when Wiley lived in the original inn, but Aaron lived there, Simon notes. Yeah, with Wiley. She's his stepmom. She wasn't on the scene until Aaron was 9. Truth be told, she's not the maternal type. Aaron and she were never close. Simon asks about his real mother. Where is she? Enid glances at the back door. The tattoo man comes back in, making sure she spots him. Her glass is empty. Gladys refills it without being told. Simon presses Mrs. Corville. She tells him to call her Enid. He asks what happened to Aaron's real mother. She says it has nothing to do with any of this. He says it might. She turns to face him fully, one arm on the bar. She says she told Aaron from day one in his place, you don't try it, not ever, not a taste. He saw every day what that crap does to you. Still, he ended up murdered in a junkie-infested shithole. So tell her, Mr. Green, how could his birth mom have anything to do with Aaron ending up like that? And while he's at it, how could his birth mom have anything to do with his daughter vanishing into the wind? He admits he doesn't know. She says she'd probably be more the one to blame, wouldn't she? He says nothing. She continues his dad. And she got married. When Aaron was a teen, he wanted to start hanging out here. That's the problem with growing up in a quiet place. People think it's magical. Beauty bores. It traps. Someone like Aaron had that edge in him. Just the way he is, like her, even though they aren't blood. Simon wants to ask what this place is, but knows that's the wrong way to go. He shifts gears and asks if Aaron's birth mother was at the service today. Enid keeps her head down. He presses, can't she at least tell him? No, Enid says. She wasn't there. He asks if she's still alive, if she had any kind of relationship with her son. Enid says she doesn't know him, Mr. Green. He counters that she does know enough. He doesn't care what she does here, or what's going on with the inn. He doesn't mean her any trouble, but his daughter is missing. She says she doesn't see how that has anything to do with anything. He interrupts it, probably doesn't, except that's not how it feels. The police think maybe Paige killed Aaron to save herself, or maybe he did it, or his wife, to protect their child, or maybe it was a drug deal gone wrong. Those are all good theories, but he's asking for her help. She swirls her glass, eyes on the liquor. He asks one more time, is Aaron's mother alive or not? Enid looks up and studies his face for a long time. The truth? She doesn't know. He asks if she doesn't know if she's alive or dead. That's right, Enid says. She turns to Gladys and tells her to get her friend here another beer and bring it to the corner booth. They need to talk for a bit. The entrance to Tattoos while you wait is blocked off by old-school framed traffic barricades with slanted reflective orange and white stripes. Elena Ramirez spots 2 fully marked police cars, plus 2 unmarked vehicles. She pulls her rental Ford Fusion, with its overbearing cherry scent, into the tattoo parlor's entry between the highway and the barricades. A cop frowns and starts toward her, telling her she'll need to leave. She asks what's going on. He orders her to remove her car from the premises. She considers waiving her credentials but knows they probably won't get her anywhere. She has no idea what the situation is or why the police are here, and going in blind is never a good idea. Time for recon. She thanks the officer, puts the car in reverse, and gets back onto the highway, pulling off 100 yards down the road at a Sonic drive-in. She takes out her phone and makes calls. Half an hour later she has the details on the double murder from the day before. The 2 victims, Damian Gorse, 29, co-owner of the parlor, and 18-year-old Ryan Bailey, a high school senior who worked there part-time. The initial report indicates they were shot in a robbery gone wrong. Wrong, Elena thinks to herself, being the operative word. She makes a few more calls, waits, gets confirmation. Then she heads back down the highway and pulls up to the barricades. The same police officer moves one aside so she can pass and points for her to park on the left. She nods thanks, and does as requested. She looks in her rearview mirror and tries on a sympathetic, "We're all in this together" smile. Meh. This part will be a pain in the ass. Cops and egos tough recipe. Add territorial bullshit and customary dick swinging plus the rarity of landing a single murder case, let alone a double murder, and she expects a shit show of epic proportions. A man she figures is mid-30s, maybe 40, comes out of the tattoo parlor's front entrance, pulls off his crime scene gloves, and heads toward her. His stride is confident but not cocky. Good-looking as hell. More lumberjack than pretty boy rugged. If she still had a type, and she's felt dead in that area since Joel's death, this guy would be it. The cop gives her a nod and a tight smile, appropriate under the circumstances. He says she must be Special Agent Ramirez. "Retired," she says. She shakes his hand. His hand is big like Joel's. She feels another pang. He's Detective Dumas. Everyone calls him Nap. Like a short sleep, she repeats. Yes. She says she's Elena, private now. He says his boss filled him in. Would that be County Prosecutor Lauren Muse? It would. She hears Muse is good. Knapp confirms she is. With no resentment in his tone about working under a younger woman, and no fake performative approval, they're good signs. Elena knows how this works. Her firm, VMB Investigations, is one of the most prestigious in the country, with offices in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and Houston. Investigators like those at VMB need access, so they donate generously to political campaigns and police benevolent groups. One of her senior partners, Manny Andrews, is a big backer of the current governor, the same governor who named Lauren Muse county prosecutor. So Manny Andrews calls the governor calls Muse, and Muse calls the lead detective on the case, Nap Dumas. The message: cooperate. Nothing illegal. The world has always run on you. Scratch my back exchanges. Cops often bristle at this particular back scratch the territorial dick-swinging Elena braced for. Nap seems okay with it, for now. He tells her to follow him, and starts walking to the left side of the building. Elena, still limping from an old bullet wound, catches up. Nap says he just took over the case an hour ago, still catching up himself. She appreciates him letting her on the scene. A small, knowing smile crosses his lips. "No problem," he says. She doesn't bother with a follow-up. He asks if she can tell him her interest in this. She says she has a case, and there may be an overlap. He jokes about going easy on the specifics. She smiles. Up ahead, she spots a wood-paneled Ford Flex. 2 crime scene technicians in white working the scene. Knapp asks what kind of case. She considers playing hardball, reminding him his boss already told him to cooperate, that she can't talk because of attorney-client privilege, but that feels wrong. Knapp seems all right. More than that, actually. Good aura, her mother would say. Elena has always been skeptical of first impressions and gut instincts, because people can be complete psychos and fool you, but in truth, they rarely fool her. As the years have gone on, she's realized her gut works better than she imagined. The guys who give her the creeps off the bat always end up being creeps. The very few who give off this kind of positive aura end up trustworthy, and Knapp reminds her of Joel. Her Joel. God help her. The pang moves to her heart and stays there. She calls his name. He waits. She says she thinks it's better if they wait. He raises an eyebrow. She says she's not going to keep anything from him, but right now she'd like to hear what he thinks, without any preconceptions. He repeats the word. Yes, she says. He asks if she means like context and facts. She says he seems like a straight shooter. He says, as does she. She asks if they can play it her way for now. He hesitates, but not long, then nods as they reach the Ford Flex, and starts in the way they see it. The first shooting took place here as Damian Gorse was getting into his car. She asks if Gorse was shot first. He's pretty sure, yeah. He tilts his head and asks if that's important. She doesn't reply. He sighs right. Preconceptions. She asks how many shooters. They don't know, but initial ballistics indicate the same gun killed both victims. So maybe only one, she says. Hard to say, but it feels that way. Elena takes in the scene, looking at the back of the building and then up toward the sky. No security cameras in the parking lot, Knapp says. None? Inside? Also none. Just a routine ADT alarm with a panic button and motion detector. She assumes the business takes cash. Yes. What do they do with it? One of the two owners, Gorse, was one takes the cash home every night and stores it in their safe. She catches the word there. The two owners share a safe? They live together, yeah? And to answer her next question, Gorse was robbed. The cash, his wallet, some of his jewelry were gone. So she says he's thinking robbery. Knapp gives her a crooked smile again like Joel's. Damn well he was, he says, the implication clear until she showed up. She asks where the co-owner is. On his way from the airport, should be here any minute. A business partner taking a trip during a murder, she notes. Right, so of course he is a suspect, she says. Like he said, it's early. She asks how much cash Gorse had on him. Not yet. Some days it could be a few thousand. Some days next to nothing. Depends on business and how many used plastic. There's no chalk drawing, but Knapp has crime scene photographs. Elena studies them. She asks if the perp robbed Gorse first, then shot him, or shot him first, then robbed him. Shot him first, Knapp says, seeming certain. She asks why. He tells her to look at Gorse's pocket in the photograph. She nods, turned inside out, also the shirt untucked, one ring left on like it was too difficult to get off or someone interrupted him. She sees it now. She asks where the shooter was standing. Knapp shows her. The first cops on the scene figured the shooter had just driven in and fired from his car or parked and waited. She asks if he's not buying that. It could be, Knapp says, but his bet is the shooter came out from the woods. Look at this angle. She nods. He continues. It's possible the killer drove in earlier, parked, and hid in the woods, but he doesn't think so. She asks why not. Because there was only one other person here at the time of the shooting, Ryan Bailey, who doesn't own a car, takes the bus from the mall and walks. Elena glances around, subtracting the cop cars, and asks if any cars were in the lot other than Gorse's when first responders arrived. None, Knapp says. The lot was empty. She stands back up. So if someone, say, the killer drove in and parked, Gorse would have noticed when he left. Knapp agrees Damien Gorse is the owner. It's closing time. If a strange car was in his lot, he'd probably walk over and check it out. Unless there was a getaway driver, Knapp adds. Elena frowns at that. He says he uses all the cool cop lingo. Either way, they'll go through all relevant nearby CCTV footage. She understands one of the victims called 911. Ryan Bailey, the second victim. What did he say on the call? Nothing? Knapp explains his working theory. The shooter kills Gorse by the Ford Fusion, starts going through the dead man's pockets, money, watch, wallet, pulling off jewelry when the door opens, and Bailey comes out. Bailey sees what's happening, runs back inside, hits the alarm, and hides in a closet. Elena frowns. Knapp asks what? She asks if Bailey set off an alarm inside the tattoo parlor. Knapp nods. The panic button is right near the back door. Is it a silent alarm? No. Loud. Yeah, really loud. Elena frowns again. Knapp asks what? She tells him to show her inside the closet where Bailey hid. Knapp studies her, then hands her crime scene gloves. She snaps them on. He does the same. They walk toward the back entrance. Knapp points to a split garbage bag on the ground. They figured Bailey came out to throw it in the dumpster. And that was when he interrupted the robbery, she says. That's their theory. Except it doesn't make sense. Another cop hands them white crime scene suits with footies. Elena slips hers on. All white, they both look like giant sperms. More white-covered lab guys are inside. The closet is adjacent to the back door. Elena frowns again. Knapp asks what? She says it doesn't add up. Why not? She lays it out. Bailey comes outside to throw away garbage, spots the killer looting Gorse's body, so the perp didn't know the kid was inside. That's most likely. So what? So Bailey goes outside, spots the killer, runs back in, hits the alarm, then hides in the closet. Right. And the killer is in hot pursuit, right? Knapp agrees. Right. Elena lays it out. The killer follows Bailey inside, searches for him, all while the alarm is blaring. Knapp asks so what? She says why Bailey spotted the killer and could identify him. Knapp says exactly, so the killer wanted to silence him. Yes, she says, which rules out a professional hit job. Knapp asks how. She asks if he knows any pro who wouldn't wear a ski mask. A pro would have run when the alarm went off because what could the kid tell them? A man in a ski mask killed his boss. That's it. The only reason the killer would follow him in and kill him is that Bailey could identify him. Knapp nods. Or maybe it was someone they both knew. Either way, Elena says, it doesn't fit her case her guy would be a pro, would use a mask. Knapp asks what her case is. Then she spots the computer on the counter. She doesn't know who Henry Thorpe had been in touch with, just that the communications came from an IP address and Wi-Fi located in this building. She turns to Knapp and asks if she can take a look at that computer. Enid and Simon sit comfortably on ripped fabric in a corner booth. Simon has already pieced together most of it, not about Aaron's mother. He has no idea about that, but about this club. They're selling something out back. The drugs, probably. This isn't a pub or bar. It's a private club with different regulations. The inn is her front, her legitimacy, probably where she launders money from here. He might be way off, his theorizing not even rising to flimsy conjecture, but he won't bring it up unless absolutely necessary. Still, the theory feels right. Enid says her marriage to Wiley is kind of old-fashioned. She stops, shakes her head, wonders why she's telling him this. She's getting older, she says. Aaron is dead, and maybe Mr. Green is right. He offers Simon. She prefers Mr. Green. He asks maybe he's right about what. She spreads her hands. Maybe it's all related, that stuff in the past. And now, who is she to say? He waits. She dives in. She's not from around here, grew up in Billings, Montana. The winds blow. That's life. When she met Wiley, he had a 9-year-old son named Aaron. Many women found the single-father thing attractive, the beautiful inn and farm. People would ask about the boy's mother, but Wiley would politely shake them off. Didn't like to talk about it. Used to get a tear in his eye, even with her. Simon asks if eventually she heard the story. She'd heard parts before he told her. Everyone around here knew Wiley met the boy's mother during a time when he wanted nothing to do with the inn. Like everyone who grows up there, Wiley longed to escape. He started backpacking through Europe and met a girl in Italy, Bruna, from Tuscany. They worked in a vineyard for a while, which reminded him of the inn, made him long for home. Enid gestures at Simon's beer. He's not drinking. He says he has to drive. 2 beers? Come on. He's not that big a girl, but he is. Ingrid can drink for hours and show no signs. Simon has 2 beers and tries to French kiss a light socket. She continues. They fell in love, Wiley and Bruna. They had a boy, Aaron. A blissful story until Bruna died. Simon asks how. Car accident, Enid says. Head-on collision on the Autostrada A11. Wiley always adds that detail. She looked it up once. Connects Pisa to Florence. Bruna was going to visit her family, and Wiley didn't want to go. They fought about it before she left. Wiley was supposed to have been in the car with her, so he blames himself. Very hard for him to talk about. Gets all choked up. Simon says she sounds skeptical. She asks if she does. Yes, he says. Enid admits Wiley tells the story with gusto. He's quite theatrical, her husband, and you'd believe every word. Simon asks if she didn't. She believed it. But she also wondered why Bruna would go visit her family and not bring her infant son. A young mom traveling the Autostrada to see her family, you'd take your baby. Simon asks if she asked Wiley about that. No, she never said anything. Who'd question a story like that? A chill fills the stale beer air. Simon wants to ask a follow-up but wants her to tell it more. He stays silent. Wiley came back home after the accident to the inn. He was afraid Bruna's family might sue for custody or hold him up. They'd never been legally married, so he flew to the States with the baby. They moved into the inn. Her voice fades. End of story. Simon says so. Aaron's mother is dead. That's what Wiley says. Enid confirms. But when Simon asked if she was alive, Enid said she didn't know. "You're a quick one, Mr. Green," she says, raising her glass and smiling. "Why the hell am I telling you any of this?" She stares, waiting for an answer. He says because he has an honest face. She says he looks like her first husband. Was he honest? Shit, no. But great in bed. So they have something in common, Simon says. Enid snorts. She likes him. And what the hell? She can't see how it will help him, but she's seen some strange shit. Bad stays. Bad doesn't go away. You bury bad, it digs itself out. Throw it in the ocean, it comes back like a tidal wave. Simon waits. She asks if he keeps his old passports after they expire. Yes. He says he advises his clients to do the same, in case they ever need to prove they'd been someplace. You never know. Enid says so does Wiley. Not where someone could easily find them boxed up in storage in the basement. But she found them. And you know what? She puts her hand to the side of her mouth and stage whispers, "Wiley has never been to Italy." The office had tattoos while our U-weight is glass enclosed, so whoever sits inside can look out at the chairs, the artists, and the waiting area, and vice versa. The computer's monitor faces a wall, however, so while privacy is pretty much non-existent, you can't see what the person at the desk may have been browsing. The desk is partner style, for two people to sit facing each other. The top is cluttered with scraps of paper, 3 pairs of drugstore reading glasses, a dozen or so assorted pens and markers, a bag of cherry cough drops on the left, a few paperback books, bills strewn about with no reason or guiding principle behind them. In the center of the desk, facing the glass, sits a slightly faded photograph of 6 men with huge smiles, 2 up front with arms around each other's shoulders, the other 4 behind them with folded arms. The ribbons and oversized faux scissors suggest opening day. The whole vibe feels like a Doobie Brothers album cover. Elena picks up the photograph and shows Knapp. He nods and points to the guy on the front right. "That's the victim, Damien Gorse." Knapp slides his finger to the hefty guy next to him in full leather and a salt and pepper handlebar mustache. "That's the partner, Neil Raff." Elena sits in the swivel chair in front of the monitor. The mouse is red and heart-shaped. She stares at it for a moment. A heart. Damien Gorse's computer mouse is heart-shaped. As an investigator, she keeps her head down and thinks analytically, focusing on finding Henry Thorpe, but Joel always told her not to forget the devastation lives lost or destroyed. Damien Gorse sat in his chair and used this heart-shaped mouse. It had to be a gift, not something you buy for yourself, and the person who gave it to him wanted Damien to know he was in some way loved. Joel would tell her not to let emotions cloud her, but to let them fuel her. When she touches the mouse, the screen lights up with a photograph of Damien and Neil with an older woman on a beach somewhere, all smiles. A box in the center asks for a password. Elena looks at Knapp. He shrugs. Post-it notes. Cover the computer. She scans them for a password. Nothing jumps out. She opens the top drawer. Nothing. She asks if he has someone who can crack it. Yeah, but he's not here yet. The front door flies open. Neil Raff bursts in denim now rather than leather, even more dated than in the photograph, the handlebar mustache now full-on salt. Dazed, he turns his head, looking at his own business as though seeing it for the first time through red, swollen, crying eyes. Knapp hurries over, puts a hand on Raff's shoulder, lowers his head, talks softly. Knapp is good, again. Something in the way he carries himself brings Joel's echo. It stirs her. God, she misses Joel, every part of him. The conversations, the company, the heart. But right now, she can't help thinking how much she misses the sex. Making love to Joel was the greatest thing she would ever do. She misses the weight of him, the way he looked at her when he was inside her, the way he towered over her and made her feel safe. She's thinking this because it suddenly dawns on her looking at the photographs of Gorse and Raff, thinking back to what Knapp said about the owners taking cash home to their safe, watching the devastation on Raff's face, that she recognizes this particular grief, the gut-wrenching, all-consuming devastation of losing a life partner rather than a friend or business partner. She could be projecting, but she doesn't think so. Knapp gets Raff seated on a leather couch in the waiting area, wheels over a chair, sits right in front of him. Knapp has a notepad but doesn't want to risk appearing anything less than completely focused and sympathetic, so he takes no notes. Elena waits. Half an hour later, after offering her condolences, she moves the heart-shaped mouse again, waking the screen. The photograph appears. Raph says, "Oh God," and asks if anyone has told Carrie. Knapp asks who Carrie is. Damien's mother. Raph says, "Oh God, she's going to be devastated." Knapp asks how they can reach her. Raph offers to call her. Knapp doesn't reply. Raph says she lives in a condo in Scottsdale now, on her own. Damien is all she has. Elena notes the present tense. Is. Common. Knapp asks if Damien had siblings. No siblings, Raph says. Carrie couldn't have kids. Damien was adopted. His father? Out of the picture. Nasty divorce when Damien was 3. His adoptive father hasn't been part of his life since... Elena points to the password box and asks if Raph knows Damien's password. He blinks, looks away, says of course he knows it. She asks what it is. His eyes brim with tears. Guanacaste. He spells it. A province in Costa Rica, he says. They honeymoon there. It's their favorite spot. Elena hits return and waits for the icons. Raph asks what she's looking for. She asks if this was Damien's computer. It's their computer, he says again, present tense. She asks if there are other computers on their network. No. Clients could access it? No. It's password protected. This is the only computer on it, yes. Damien and he shared it, though Raph isn't good with technology. Sometimes Raph would sit here, sometimes Damien on the other side of the desk, but most of the time, it was Damien's. Elena isn't great with technology either. That's why her firm has Lou, but she knows the basics. She brings up the browser and starts checking the history. Raph has been in Miami for 5 days, so all recent surfing would be Damien's. Raph still doesn't understand what she's looking for. There are many image searches, tattoos of all kinds, roses and barbed wire, skeletons with crossbones, hearts, Pennywise the clown, full-on sex acts, mom, tattoos, tombstones for dead friends, full arm sleeves, wing designs for lower backs. Raph explains they get ideas from the images to show clients. The rest of the history looks routine: Rotten Tomatoes, movie tickets, socks and K-cup pods from Amazon, a DNA ancestry site. Elena has thought about taking one of those tests herself. Her mother is Mexican and swears Elena's biological father was too, but he died before she was born, and Mom always acts funny when Elena asks, so who knows? Raph asks if he can help, more a plea than a question. Elena keeps her eyes on the screen and asks if Damien knew someone named Henry Thorpe, 24, from Chicago. Raph thinks, doesn't think so, never heard Damien mention him. Elena asks why. She blows through his question and asks if they've been to Chicago recently. Raph went as a high school senior, doesn't think Damien's ever been. She asks about Aaron Corval. Raph pets his mustache, says no, asks if he's also from Chicago. Connecticut, she says, but he lives in the Bronx now. Raph says sorry, no, asks why she's asking. She says it would be better if he just answered her questions. He offers to search their customer database. That would be great. Raph reaches over her shoulder and starts typing. Knapp asks if he can print the full client list, just covering all bases. Raph tries spelling Thorpe both ways. Nothing. Same with Aaron Corval. Raph asks who these men are, what they have to do with Damien, an edge in his voice. Elena asks if only Raph and Damien use this IP and Wi-Fi. Yeah, so? Don't ask for the technical explanation, she says, but Henry Thorpe had contact with someone using this computer's IP. Knapp listens. Raph says, that could mean anything. Thorpe could be an ink salesman. He's not, Elena says, staring hard. Raph insists Damien didn't keep secrets from him, finally using past tense. Maybe the computer was hacked, Raph offers. That's not what happened, Elena says. So what is she insinuating? She's not insinuating anything, she's asking. Raph says Damien wouldn't cheat on her. She hadn't really been going there, but maybe she should. Maybe there's a romantic connection. Is Henry Thorpe gay? She hasn't bothered to ask. Who cares these days? And if that's the case, if Damien and Henry were lovers, How does Erin Corval fit in? Paige Green was his girlfriend. Could there be some romantic entanglement at the center of this? She doesn't see how. Knapp taps her shoulder and asks to speak with her. Elena gets up, puts a hand on Raph's shoulder, tells him she's not insinuating anything really. She's just trying to help find who did this. He nods, eyes down. Knapp heads out the back door. She follows. She asks what's up. Knapp says Erin Corval. What about him? Knapp says it isn't hard to use Google. He was murdered days ago. Simon admits she's right. Something's wrong, but he doesn't explain what. He's already behind the wheel, heading back to Manhattan, when the Corval Inn and Family Tree Farm appears on the roadside. He nearly blows past it. What's the point? The hospital is where he needs to be. But the old saying about nothing ventured tugs at him. He pulls into the lot, parks in the same spot as before. The inn is silent. Whatever reception might have followed the memorial service has clearly ended. He scans for familiar faces, anyone from the gathering down by the brook, but the only person he recognizes is the woman behind the desk in that checked blouse. She's showing a young, color-coordinated couple a map, touting the property's most arduous hiking trail. She notices him waiting. She's not happy about it. He bounces on his toes, glancing around. A staircase to the right. He considers climbing it, but to what end? Behind him, lace-covered glass doors lead somewhere else. Maybe the reception is in there. He starts toward the doors. Behind him, the woman announces that the room is private. He doesn't stop. He turns the... A reception did happen here. Finger-sandwiched debris, crew today remnants, a stained white tablecloth. An antique roll-top desk with mail slots and tiny file drawers stands to his right. Wiley Corval swivels from the desk and rises, demanding to know what Simon is doing there. The woman Bernadette apologizes from behind Simon. Wiley dismisses her, saying he has it handled, and tells her to close the door and attend to the guests. She throws Simon a daggered look before leaving, shutting the glass doors with a sharp rattle. Wiley snaps, asking what Simon wants. He's dressed differently now. A brown herringbone tweed vest with pewter buttons, a gold chain suggesting a pocket watch, puffy sleeves tapering to cuffs. Playing the innkeeper, Simon thinks. Simon says his daughter is missing. Wiley repeats that he has no idea where she is and tells Simon to leave. He adds that he's mourning his son today, drawing himself up straighter. No reason for subtlety. Simon asks if Wiley really is Erin's father. Surprise crosses Wiley's face, expected, but beneath it, something deeper fear. Wiley demands clarification. Simon points out that Wiley doesn't look like Erin at all. Wiley's mouth drops open in disbelief. Simon tells him to talk about Erin's mother. Wiley hesitates, then smiles. The smile is creepy, extra creepy. Simon nearly steps back. Wiley accuses Simon of talking to his wife Enid. Then something clicks into place for Simon, maybe a hint Enid had dropped, maybe seeing Wiley in the flesh dressed for a role, maybe the expression on Wiley's face back in the woods. No grief radiates from this man. The clichés about private grieving ring hollow. Enid called her husband theatrical, and Simon finally understands everything Wiley does is performance, including his feelings. That little boy, living alone with a man who claims to be his father. Simon's imagination bucks wild, racing toward the worst, most depraved scenarios. He tells himself they can't be true. And yet, Simon threatens a court order for parentage testing. Wiley spreads his hands innocently, asking what for. Simon says parentage. Wiley points out Erin was cremated. Simon insists he can find DNA another way. Wiley doubts it, claiming any test would show he's the father anyway. Simon calls him a liar. Wiley just smiles, enjoying this. He lays out a hypothetical. Even if a test proved he wasn't the biological father, what would that prove? Maybe the mother cheated. What difference after all these years? Wiley steps closer, arguing that his son was a drug dealer living with Simon's junkie daughter in the Bronx, where he was murdered. Whatever gossip Enid told Simon, the murder has nothing to do with Aaron's childhood. On the surface it makes sense. No evidence links past awfulness at the end to a bloody murder decades later. And yet, Simon shifts gears, asking when Aaron started using drugs. The oily smile returns. Maybe Simon should ask Enid. Simon asks when Aaron moved away. Wiley plays dumb about who they're discussing. Simon says Aaron. Another smile. Wiley asks if Enid didn't tell him. Simon presses. Wiley reveals Aaron didn't move away. Enid has a place, a sort of club with an apartment off the back. Aaron lived there. Simon asks until when. Wiley says he wouldn't know they were estranged. Simon tries to follow. So when did Aaron move near Lanford College? Wiley laughs out loud now, asking who told Simon that the chill returns. Wiley denies they met in Lanford. Simon asks where then? Here, Wiley says, nodding at Simon's surprise. Paige came to the inn. Wiley saw her. His voice turns grave. He also saw her after she'd been with Aaron for a few months. The difference, what Aaron did to her. Wiley stops, shakes his head, and says if Simon harmed his son, he almost can't blame him, only that he's sorry. Bullshit. It's all an act. Simon asks what Paige wanted when she came. Wiley asks what Simon thinks. Simon has no idea. Wiley says she wanted to meet Aaron. It makes no sense. Why would a seemingly happy college freshman drive here looking for a scumbag like Aaron Corville? How would she even know who he was? Not according to Wiley. Paige came specifically to meet him. To score drugs? That seems ridiculous. Hours from Lanford. Maybe they met online. Most likely. Paige drove up to meet in person. But how? Why? Paige didn't seem the type for dating apps, and even if Simon is being naive, couldn't she find someone closer to school? It makes no sense. Could Wiley be lying, muddying the waters, distracting from what Enid revealed about Aaron's parentage? Simon doesn't think so. Wiley is a sleazebag, untrustworthy, probably worse, but his words about Paige coming here carry that odd, unmistakable scent of truth. Simon drives back to Enid's club. She's gone. He speed dials Yvonne. She answers immediately, saying she'll call if there's a change. Simon asks if there's any change at all. None. And the doctors? Nothing new. Simon closes his eyes. Yvonne says she spent the day making calls. Simon asks to whom. Yvonne explains that she's been contacting well-connected friends to secure the absolute best doctors for Paige. Simon asks what came of it. She confirms they have the best, then asks him to fill her in on the end visit. He does. Her reaction is a single stunned exclamation. He agrees. She asks where he'll go next. He admits he's not sure. She tells him he is sure she knows him too well. He says something at that college changed Paige. She agrees, then asks him to call in 3 hours so she knows he arrived at Lanford safely. In the 4-person common room with its cathedral ceiling and oversized bay window overlooking a quad so green it looks like wet paint, Eileen Vaughn tells Simon that Paige borrowed her car that weekend. Eileen had been Paige's freshman year roommate, the first to greet the family on move in day, smart, friendly, seemingly perfect. Simon had taken her number for emergencies only, which is why he still has it now. He remembers leaving campus on such a high, holding Ingrid's hand in the sun while the kids groaned about PDA. He'd reminisced about his own college suite littered with pizza boxes and beer cans, decorated in early American pub crawl. This suite is nothing like that. Pale woods, real furniture, freshly vacuumed throw rugs, handcrafted tapestries with Buddhist designs or geometric patterns, a model showroom to sway prospective students and their parents. Simon asks if Paige had ever borrowed the car before. Eileen says never. Paige claims she didn't like to drive. Simon knows it's more than that. Paige barely knows how. She got her license through a driving school in Fort Lee but never drives in Manhattan. Eileen continues, not realizing how her use of was instead of is strikes him in the chest. It's appropriate. Paige is a was to this campus now, but looking at this lovely, healthy girl, he feels a heavy thud remembering that his daughter should be here, in one of these bedrooms. Eileen adds that even for a trip to the supermarket or CVS, Paige would ask Eileen to drive instead. So Eileen must have been surprised when Paige asked to borrow the car. Eileen confirms it was surprising, her voice hesitant. Simon notes she seems unsure. She asks if she can ask him something, calling him Mr. Green. The formality feels right. She wants to know why now, after so long. What happened with Paige wasn't easy for her either. She explains they connected immediately in that small room. She's an only child, and Paige became like a sister to her. And then, she trails off. Simon can see she'd been hurt, and had recovered, and now he's ripping open the stitches. He feels bad, but she's young. 30 minutes after he leaves, she'll move on. He asks what happened. Eileen says without hesitation Paige changed. Simon asks why. She doesn't know. He asks when. Toward the end of first semester. After the trip with the car? Yes. Well, no. Something was off even before then. He leans forward, careful with her space, asking how long before. She's not sure, it's hard to remember. But when Paige asked to borrow the car, she remembers feeling weird about it, not just because it was out of character, but because Paige had been distant lately. Any idea why? No. Eileen was hurt, maybe a little angry, and she looks up now, saying she should have reached out instead of making it about herself. Simon tells her none of this is on her. She doesn't seem convinced. Simon asks if Paige could have been taking drugs before she met Aaron. Eileen considers it. She doesn't think so. Drugs are supposed to be rampant on campus, but that's not really how it is here. She wouldn't even know where to buy anything stronger than weed. Simon suggests maybe that was it. Paige wanted something stronger and went to Aaron. Eileen isn't buying it. Paige didn't even smoke weed. She drank and stuff. But Eileen never saw her stoned until after she met Aaron. Simon says it comes back to the same thing. Why did Paige borrow the car to drive to that quiet corner of Connecticut? Eileen doesn't know she's sorry. He reminds her she said Paige was different. Yes. How about her other friends? Eileen's gaze travels up and left. Looking back, she thinks Paige just withdrew from all of them. One of their friends, Judy Ziskin, Simon doesn't know her. Eileen explains that her seatmate Judy, currently at a lacrosse game, thought maybe something had happened to Paige at a frat party. Simon feels a cold jolt, asking what she means by happened to her. Eileen says campus talks a lot about sexual assault, maybe too much, and Judy has it on the brain. When someone withdraws, that's all they see. Judy once confronted Paige about some guy who was bothering her. Simon asks what guy. Eileen doesn't know. No name was mentioned, and this was before Aaron. Yes? Paige reacted by saying it had nothing to do with any of that. Simon asks if Paige said what it did have to do with. Eileen hesitates, turns away. Simon presses. Eileen admits Paige was probably deflecting, but what she said was that there were problems at home. Simon blinks, leans back, takes the blow. He asks what kind of problems. Paige wouldn't elaborate. Eileen assumed, given what happened later with Aaron and drugs, that maybe Simon and Dr. Green were having problems. Simon says they weren't. He tries to piece it together. Not the marriage. He and Ingrid are good, better than ever. Not finances, not Paige's siblings. A minor drama with Sam's science teacher was the year before, unless something was going on that Simon didn't know about. But even then, how did that lead Paige to drive to Connecticut and Aaron? He asks Eileen that. She doesn't know. Eileen glances at her phone like a watch. Shifts on the couch. She's losing her. She says she has a class soon. Simon tells her Aaron has been murdered. Her eyes widen. Paige has run off. She's missing. He thinks whoever killed Aaron is after her too. He doesn't know why, but whatever brought Paige to Aaron is responsible. He needs her help, figuring out what happened on this campus that made Paige borrow her car. Eileen says she doesn't know. Simon acknowledges that and says he knows she wants him to leave, but he's asking for her help. Start from the beginning. Everything, no matter how insignificant. Something made Paige change, borrow the car, and find Aaron. Eileen tells him Paige became a try-hard. Simon asks what that means. She explains that during orientation week, they tell students they can be all they want to be, start anew, take advantage of opportunities. Paige took that to heart. Simon asks if that's a good thing. Eileen thought she was overdoing it, trying out for 2 a cappella groups, joining a robotics club for science nerds, running for a freshman judiciary seat, and winning, getting obsessed with the family tree club connected to their genetics class, wanting to write a play. Too much. Driving herself too hard. Simon asks about boyfriends. No one serious. He asks about the guy Judy mentioned. Eileen doesn't know anything about that but offers to text Judy. She does. Simon asks about Paige's academics, what classes she was taking. He reflects bitterly that he'd prided himself on not being a helicopter parent, didn't know her classes even in high school, didn't know how to log into Skyward. He'd felt smug, superior to overbearing parents, bragging like the asshole who brags about not owning a television. What arrogance before the fall. Eileen writes down the class names and professors, hands him the slip, and says she really has to go. Simon asks if he can walk with her. She agrees grudgingly. He reads the list, asking if anything jumps out. Not really most classes where big professors won't remember her. The only exception is Professor Van de Beek. They cross the bright green quad. Simon asks what Van de Beek taught. That genetics class. He asks where to find him. Eileen pecks something out on her phone and hands it over. Professor Louis Van de Beek is young, under 30, looks like the kind of professor that makes co-eds swoon so black it's blue hair, a touch too long, waxy skin, good teeth, tight black t-shirt, toned arms folded. Under his portrait, Professor of Biological Science, office at Clark House, email, website, classes including Introduction to Genetics and Genealogy. Simon asks why Van de Beek is the exception. For one thing, genetics and genealogy was small, so they got to know the professor well. But for Paige, he was something more. He ran the family tree club she got obsessed with. She visited his office hours. A lot. Simon frowns. Eileen assures him nothing like that. When Paige arrived, she didn't know what to major in. She talked a lot about her mom and her job, not that she didn't talk about Simon too. Eileen thinks Paige hero worshipped her mother. Van de Beek is also the freshman counselor for students who want to go into medicine. Simon swallows. Paige wanted to be a physician. Yes, the revelation crushes him anew. Eileen doesn't think this has anything to do with Paige meeting Aaron, but Van de Beek was a big part of her life here. They cross in front of Ratner Dormitory, where Simon hugged his daughter goodbye a lifetime ago. The painful hits keep coming. Eileen spots friends, says her class is inside, and bids him a quick goodbye. He waves and heads to Clark House. In the front foyer, an older woman with a face that's seen it all since before Eisenhower sits behind a desk, scowling. Her nameplate reads, Mrs. Dinsmore. No first name. She asks if she can help him in a voice that says, help will come very reluctantly. Simon says he's looking for Professor Van de Beek. She says he won't find him. He's on sabbatical. Simon asks, since when? She's not at liberty to answer additional questions. Is he around or traveling? She puts on glasses on a chain and asks what part of not at liberty to answer he found confusing. Simon has Van de Beek's email from the directory that seems more prudent. He tells Mrs. Dinsmore she's been a delight. She replies that she aims to please. Head down, writing. Simon heads back to his car and calls Yvonne. Nothing has changed with Ingrid's condition. He wants to ask a million questions, but an odd memory surfaces instead. Early in his relationship with Ingrid, he used to obsess over overseas markets, political upheaval, earnings reports, anything affecting clients' portfolios. It made him less effective. Ingrid had introduced him to the Serenity Prayer one night, handing him a printed sheet. He wasn't religious, and the prayer was short and obvious, but it resonated. He couldn't change Ingrid's condition. She's comatose, the pain constant and ripping, so he has to let it go. Accept it. Change what he can, like finding his daughter. When he reaches his car, he calls Elena Ramirez. He asks if there's anything. She wants him to go first. He explains that Paige came to Aaron, not the other way around. Paige sought him out. Elena asks if Paige knew him before. Somehow, Probably met online via a dating app. Simon asks why Paige would be on a dating app. Elena asks why anyone is. Simon insists Paige was caught up in studies and new friends, and that's not dad goggles talking. Elena asks what dad goggles are bias, seeing kids through them. Simon clarifies this is according to Paige's roommate, not him. He asks if Elena talked to the guy at the tattoo parlor yet. Damien Gorse. She asks him to stick with her first. Anything else he thinks she should know? Just something weird about Aaron's upbringing or parentage. He fills her in on Enid's story and Wiley's tale of a dead Italian mother. Silence. Then keyboard tapping. Elena says she's trying to Google photos of Aaron and his father. She doesn't see any, only Wiley at the inn. Simon asks what's up. She admits it sounds weird, but asks if he's seen both Aaron and Wiley in person. Yes. Does he think they're biologically father and son? Simon says no. That fast, without processing, something is off. Elena says it might be nothing, but Henry Thorpe was adopted, and so was Damien Gorse. Simon feels a chill but says she's reaching. He knows. Paige wasn't adopted. Elena knows that too. Simon asks what Damien Gorse told her. Nothing. Gorse is dead. Someone murdered him too. Ash always tries to be prepared. Fresh clothes in the car for both of them. They change on the move, dumping the old clothes in a charity bin behind a Whole Foods near the New York border. At a Rite Aid, Dee Dee buys 10 items, only 2 matter: hair dye and scissors. He doesn't go in with her. Cameras everywhere. Let them look for a lone woman or lone man. Confuse them. Don't stay anywhere too long. Dee thought she could color her hair in the Rite Aid bathroom. Ash tells her that would be a mistake. Keep moving. They drive another 10 miles to an old-school gas station with poorer CCTV. Dee Dee heads to the bathroom wearing a baseball cap. She saws off her long blonde braid, crops her hair close, flushes the cut hair down the toilet, dyes the shorter locks a subtle auburn, and puts the cap back on. Ash had told her always walk with your head tilted down because CCTV shoots from above. Wear a cap with a bill, keep your eyes on the ground. Sometimes sunglasses are a good idea, other times they draw the wrong attention. Dee Dee calls it overkill. Ash admits probably, but she doesn't argue. Back on the road, Dee Dee takes off the cap, musses her hair, and asks how she looks. He risks a look, and feels the kaboom in his heart. She pulls her knees to her chest and falls asleep. He keeps sneaking glances. At a red light, he rolls up a shirt from the back seat and places it between her head and the car door to keep her comfortable. 3 hours later, she wakes up and says she needs to pee. He pulls off at the next rest stop. They put on baseball caps. He buys chicken fingers and fries to go back on the highway. Dee Dee asks where they're headed. He says that's not an answer, she knows where they're going, near the Vermont border, but he doesn't know the exact location. She'll have to direct him. She says they won't let him in. No outsiders, especially men. Ash rolls his eyes. She explains the rules: no outside men in Truth Haven. He doesn't have to go and just drop her off. He asks why. He says she knows why. She finishes the thought he thinks it's not safe for her anymore. Bingo! But she says it's not up to him to decide what's safe, not up to her either. Ash says not to tell him, it's in God's hands. She smiles at him, beatific, striking his heart with a gentle boom. She says, it's not just God, it's the truth. He asks, who tells her the truth? For those who can never understand, it's easiest to call him God. He talks to her via his personage on Earth. Ash has studied up on her cult that would be Caspar Vartage. She says God made his choice. Ash calls Vartage a con man. She says the devil doesn't want the truth to flourish. The devil dies in truth's light. Ash asks about Vartage's jail time. She says that's where he was told the truth in solitary, after they beat and tortured him. When the media and outsiders speak ill of him, they are trying to silence the truth. Ash shakes his head. Pointless. She says it's the second exit after the Vermont border. He flips the station. The 70s classic Hey St. Peter comes on. He has to smile. He asks if they have music at the compound. She corrects him. Truth Haven. Yes, members write their own songs. No outside music that wouldn't spread the truth. One of Vartaj's rules? She asks him not to use the before name. Before name? Yes, it's forbidden. Like she's now Holly? Yes. Did he give her that name? The Truth Council did. Who makes up the Truth Council? The Truth? The Volunteer? The Visitor? 3 people. All men. Yes. Like the Trinity. She turns toward him, saying nothing like the Trinity. No reason to get into that. He assumes the truth is Caspar Vartage. She confirms. And the other 2? The offspring of the truth, born and raised in the haven. His sons for Ash's purposes. He asks what happens if you question the truth. Truth is truth by definition. Anything else is a lie. Ash says so everything her leader says is gospel. Ash asks how the lion cannot be the lion if he's the truth. How can his words be false? He shakes his head as they cross into Vermont, sneaking glances at her. He asks if she really wants him to call her Holly. She says no. When she's not in Truth Haven, she's not Holly. Dee can do things that Holly cannot. He calls it a nice moral out. She agrees. He tries not to grin, saying he thinks he likes Dee more. She agrees, but says Holly is more complete, happy, and understands the truth. He asks Dee or Holly if he can be blunt. She says yes. How can she believe this crap? She tucks her legs up cross-legged and tells him she really does love him. He says he loves her too. She asks if he did some Googling on the shining truth. He has. Their leader, Caspar Vartage, was supposedly born of a mysterious birth in 1945. His mother claims she woke up 7 months pregnant the moment her husband died on Normandy Beach. No proof. As a youngster in Nebraska, he was considered a grain healer during droughts. No one backs that up either. Vartage rebelled against his powers, ended up in prison around 1970 for fraud. That part has plenty of evidence. After losing an eye in a prison fight and being thrown into a heat box, an angel visited him called the Visitor in cult folklore. The Visitor told him about the truth and a symbol behind a rock in the Arizona desert, which he supposedly found after his release. Typical nonsense mythology. Now the compound brainwashes disciples, mostly women beaten, drugged, or raped. Dee says she doesn't expect him to see the truth. He says he doesn't get how she doesn't see it's a crazy-ass cult. She angles toward him, asking if he remembers Mrs. Kensington, a foster mother who took them to church twice a week. Never missed. She was good to them, he agrees. Does he still go to church? Rarely. He liked it as a kid. It was quiet. She asks if he remembers the stories. Sure, Mrs. Kensington believed every one of them. She asks how old Noah was when he built the ark, somewhere around 500 years old. Does he really think Noah put 2 of every creature on the ark, including 1 million insect types? That makes sense to all the Mrs. Kensingtons out there, but the truth doesn't? He says it's not the same thing. She insists it is. They sat in church while Mrs. Kensington had tears in her eyes at stories of salvation. She recaps a celestial baby boy who was his own father, born to a married virgin. Then the baby's father, who was also him, tortured and killed him. Then he came back like a zombie. And if you eat his flesh as a wafer and drink his wine blood and promise to kiss his ass, he'll suck all the evil out. She adds the reason evil exists. An airheaded bimbo who started as a man's rib got tricked into eating bad fruit by a talking reptile. She claps, laughing, falling back on the car seat. She asks if she needs to go into the other stuff, parting seas, prophets ascending on animals, Abraham pimping out his wife, holy men in Roman compounds with homoerotic art wearing drag queen costumes. He keeps driving. She says it may sound like she's mocking these beliefs, or Mrs. Kensington. He agrees it does. But her point is that before dismissing other beliefs as wacko, he should look closer at the stories normal people find credible. Everyone thinks all religions are crazy except their own. He doesn't want to admit she has a point, but something in her tone. She says the truth is more than a religion, a living, breathing entity that always existed. Most people's God lives in the past, stuck in old books. Hers is here today. When this truth dies, his offspring will continue. If he could be objective, Not brainwashed by big religion since birth, it makes more sense than talking snakes or elephant gods. He says nothing. She asks him to talk. He doesn't know what to say. Maybe that's because he's hearing the truth. He says no, that's not it. She tells him to take the next right. They're getting close. The road narrows to one lane with forest on both sides. He says, she doesn't have to go back. She stares out her window. He has money saved. They could go somewhere, just the two of them, buy a place. She could be Holly with him. She doesn't reply. He asks if she heard him. She says she did. He says she doesn't have to go back. She shushes him. They're getting close now. Simon calls the number on Professor Van de Beek's bio page. After 2 rings, voicemail. He leaves a message asking Van de Beek to call him back about his daughter, Paige Green. He doubles up, sending an email with the same request. He calls Sam and Anya, both go to voicemail. No surprise, kids never talk on the phone, only text. He texts them both asking if they're okay, and if they want to call him. Sam answers right away, all good, no need. Again, no surprise. He starts back toward New York City. He and Ingrid share a cloud service, all photos, documents, music in the same place. He tells Siri to play Ingrid's most recent playlist. The first song is The Girl from Ipanema, the 1964 version sung by Astrud Gilberto, Sublime. He shakes his head, still in awe that Ingrid chose him out of all options. Whatever life throws at him, that fact always keeps him balanced, thankful, guides him home. The phone rings. Caller ID appears on the car's navigation screen. Yvonne. He answers quickly. She says right away it's not about Ingrid, no change. Then what? Nothing is wrong. Today is the 3rd Tuesday of the month. He'd forgotten about Sadie Lowenstein. Yvonne says she can call Sadie to postpone or go herself. He says no, he'll go. She asks if he's sure. He wants to. It's on his way anyway. If something changes with Ingrid, Yvonne will call him, or Robert will, he's taking over for her soon. Simon asks how the kids are. Anya is with the neighbor. Sam is on his phone constantly, texting. He started dating a girl 2 weeks ago. Did Simon know? Another small pang. No, the girlfriend wants to come down from Amherst and sit with him, which makes Sam smile in spite of himself, but Sam has told her not to yet. Simon says he'll be back soon. Yvonne says they miss him but don't need him. They understand what he's doing. Sadie Lowenstein lives in a brick colonial in Yonkers, just north of the Bronx. The neighborhood is no frills, working class. She's lived here for 57 of her 83 years. As her financial advisor, Simon knows she could afford better a place in Florida for the winters, maybe a condo, but she scoffs. No interest. 2 trips to Vegas per year. That's it. She likes her old home. She still smokes, has the raspy voice to prove it, wears an old-school house dress. They sit in her kitchen at the round formica table, where she once sat with her husband Frank and twin boys, Barry and Greg. They're gone now. Barry died of AIDS in 1992. Frank succumbed to cancer in 2004. Greg lives in Phoenix, rarely visits. The floor is filmy linoleum. A clock above the sink has numbers displayed with red dice, a souvenir from an early Vegas trip with Frank, maybe 20 years ago. She tells him to sit. She'll make the tea he likes so much. It's store-brand chamomile with lemon and honey. He doesn't drink tea, thinks it's weak. A coffee wannabe, little more than brown water. But a decade ago, she made him this specific tea and asked if he liked it, and he said very much, and now it's always here waiting. She warns him it's hot. A monthly calendar with generic mountain and river photos hangs on the ivory to yellow refrigerator. Banks used to hand these out free. Maybe they still do. Simon stares at it, the simple old world scheduler. Most boxes have no writing, just white. Dentist, 2 p.m. scratched in blue for the 6th. Recycling day circled every other Monday. And there, on the 2nd Tuesday of every month, written in purple marker in big bold letters, Simon, with an exclamation point, not really Sadie's style. He first saw that entry 8 years ago, when he was debating cutting down visits because at this stage, with her investments fixed, monthly meetings weren't necessary. But then he saw his name on the refrigerator. He told Ingrid. He told Yvonne. Sadie has no family nearby anymore. Her friends have moved or passed, so his visits mean something to her, sitting at the old kitchen table where she raised a family, going over the portfolio while they sip tea. So it means something to him too. He's never missed an appointment with Sadie. Not once. Ingrid would be angry if he'd canceled today. He accesses her portfolio from his laptop, goes over a few holdings, but that's all beside the point. She asks if he remembers their old store, the office supply place she and Frank owned. He does. Has he driven by lately? No. It's a clothing store now, right? Used to be. All those tight teen clothes. She used to call it Sluts or Us. She knows that's not nice. She was a looker in her prime, knew how to use her curves. Her dad would throw a fit. That smile got Frank's attention at Rockaway Beach. In a two-piece he never had a chance. She turns the smile toward him. He smiles back. Then the memory vanishes. That store closed. Now it's a restaurant. Asian fusion. She makes a face like a dog left it dropping on her linoleum. What the hell does fusion mean? Is it a country now? The place is called something like Meshuggahs, trying to appeal to the tribe members. She sighs, toys with her cigarette, and asks what's wrong. He says nothing. She asks if he thinks she's Meshuggahs. He jokes about speaking fusion. She saw it the moment he walked in. He says it's a long story. She leans back, looks around, asks if she looks like she has a lot going on. He almost tells her. She looks at him with wisdom and sympathy, would welcome it, even enjoy listening. But he doesn't. It's not about privacy. It's the lying. He's her financial advisor. Niceties are fine, not this. She says it's something with one of his children. What makes her say that? When you lose a child, she says, one side effect is a sixth sense. Plus, what else would it be? Which kid? Easier to just say at his oldest page. She won't pry. She asks if she can give a little advice. Sure. She always knew Barry was gay. Identical twins, raised in the same house. Barry used to sit right where Simon is. That was his seat. Greg sat next to him. From as young as she can remember, they were different. Her boys were identical and different. If you had to guess which was gay, you'd know. Barry was into fashion and theater. Greg into baseball and cars. She was practically raising cliches. Tries to smile. Simon folds his hands. He's heard some of this before, but she doesn't go here often. And that's when it begins to dawn on him. The twins. Genetics. The story had fascinated him the first time, how identical twins with the exact same DNA, raised in the same home, ended up with different sexual preferences. When Barry got sick, she continues, they didn't see what it was doing to Greg. They ignored him, dealing with the immediate horror while Greg watched his identical twin wither away. Greg never recovered. He was scared, so he ran away. She didn't see that in time. Greg is the only beneficiary of her estate. Simon still keeps in touch. Greg is thrice divorced, currently engaged to a 28-year-old dancer from Reno. She lost him because she didn't pay attention, but also because she couldn't save Barry. That was really it. For all Greg's fears of maybe being gay too, if she could have saved Barry, Greg would have been okay. She tilts her head. Can Simon still save Paige? He doesn't know. But there's a chance? Yes. Genetics. Paige had been studying genetics. Then go save her, Simon. The road gave no hint of Truth Haven, which felt deliberate. Dee Dee signaled a turn at an old mailbox, though old barely covered it. The thing looked like teenagers had been taking batting practice to it every summer since the Carter years. Ash caught her watching his face. He admitted he'd been reading something else. Then he asked, blunt and low, whether she was forced to sleep with them. With the leaders. The so-called truth. She gave no answer. So he pressed it. He'd read, they forced you. Her voice went soft when she said the truth couldn't be forced. To Ash, that sounded like confirmation. She quoted a Bible verse, Genesis 19 verse 32, then asked if he remembered Lot. He thought she was deflecting, but he said he remembered vaguely. She explained God let Lot's family escape Sodom. Lot's wife turned around and got turned to salt, messed up. she admitted, but not her point. Her point was Lot's daughters. They reached Zoar, complained no men were around, and the older daughter told the younger they should get their father drunk and sleep with him to have children. And they did. Incest. Right there in Genesis. Ash said nothing. Then he reminded her that the truth claimed no connection to the Old or New Testament. She said they didn't. So he asked why she was using Lot as an excuse. She answered. She didn't need an excuse or his permission, only the truth. He kept staring through the windshield. That still sounded like a yes. She asked if he liked sex. He said yes. Then she asked if he were in a group where he got to have sex with a lot of women, would that be a problem? He didn't reply. The car kicked up dirt heading into the woods. No trespassing signs, every color, size, and wording hung from trees. At the gate, Dee Dee rolled her window down and made a complex hand gesture, like a baseball coach signaling a steal. The car stopped. She got out. When Ash moved to do the same, she stopped him with a hand on his shoulder and a head shake. He was to stay inside, both hands on the steering wheel at all times, not even to scratch his nose. Two men in gray uniforms, Civil War reenactment style, Ash thought came from a guardhouse. Both carried AR-15s. Both had huge beards. Both scowled at him. He tried to look non-threatening. He had handguns within reach and figured he was a better shot than either poser, but he also knew two AR-15s beat any marksman. Talent didn't matter. You could be LeBron with a flat basketball and lose to someone with a pumped-up one. Dee Dee approached the guards and made a triangular motion with her right hand, like a crossed variation. Both men returned the salute. Ritual, Ash guessed. Like all religions. She spoke to them for a minute or two. The men never looked away from Ash, which took discipline, given what Dee Dee looked like. Ash would have had to look. Maybe that's why the religious life never called to him. The truth. What bullshit! She came back, told him to pull over to the right. He asked why he couldn't just turn around and go. She reminded him that he was supposed to be taking her away from all this. His heart jumped at her words, but her just-kidding smile settled it back down. He tried to hide his disappointment. He told her she was back, she was safe, no need for him to hang around. She asked him to wait. She needed to check with the council. He asked what? She just said please. One guard handed her folded gray clothes, which she pulled over what she was wearing. Another handed her headgear like a convent's, also gray, which she tied under her chin like a bonnet. Dee Dee had always walked with her head high, shoulders back, pure confidence. Now she bent over, eyes lowered, entire persona subservient. The transformation startled him and pissed him off. Dee Dee has left the building, he said to himself. Holly is here now. He watched her walk through the gate, tilting his torso to follow her up a path. Other women in the same drab gray milled about. No men, maybe in a different area. The two guards saw him watching and didn't like it. They stood in front of the car to block his view. He debated shifting into drive and mowing them down. Instead, he turned the car off and got out. They didn't like that either. The first thing that hit him was the silence. Pure, heavy, almost suffocating, but good. Normally even deep woods had sounds. Here, nothing. He didn't move, didn't want to shatter it by shutting the car door. He stood, closed his eyes, let the quiet consume him. For a second or two, he got it, or thought he did. The appeal. Surrendering to the stillness. Letting someone else do the heavy mental work. Just be. Hear your own heartbeat. But this wasn't a life. It was a vacation, a cocoon. The Matrix. And maybe when you grew up like he did, or more like Dee Dee did, a comforting delusion beat harsh reality. But not in the long run. He took out a cigarette. One guard said smoking was forbidden. He lit up anyway. The guard repeated himself. Ash shushed him. Don't spoil the quiet. Guard one stepped toward him. Guard two held him back. Ash leaned against the car, took a deep inhale, made a production of blowing smoke out. He heard a walkie-talkie crackle. Guard two whispered into it. Ash made a face. Who uses walkie-talkies anymore? A few seconds later, Guard two whispered to Guard one. Guard 1 grinned. He called Ash, "Tough guy," and said he was wanted up in the sanctuary. Ash started toward them. "No smoking inside Truth Haven," they added. He saw no point in arguing. He threw the cigarette onto the road and crushed it under his foot. Guard 2 opened the gate with a remote. Ash took in the fencing, the security cameras pretty high-tech. He started through the opening. Guard 1 stopped him with the AR-15, asked if he was armed. Ash said yes. The guard suggested handing the weapon over. Ash asked sarcastically if he couldn't keep his gun. Both guards pointed their rifles at him. Ash told them the holster was on his right side. Guard 1 reached and felt nothing. Ash sighed. That was the guard's right, not his own. Guard 1 slid his hand to Ash's other side and removed the .38. Called it a nice piece. Ash told him to put it in the glove compartment. He wouldn't bring it in, but he was leaving with it. Door was open. Guard 1 didn't like it, but Guard 2 nodded. Guard 1 slammed the car door hard. "Any other weapons?" Ash said no. Guard 2 gave him a cursory search anyway. Then Guard 1 gestured with his head. They flanked him through the gate, one on his right, one on his left. Ash wasn't overly concerned. He figured Dee Dee had spoken to the Truth, or the Volunteer, or whoever. They wanted to see him. She hadn't made it clear, but it seemed obvious someone in the cult was paying for these hits. Dee Dee wasn't coming up with the cash, or the names on her own. Someone in this cult wanted these guys dead. They started up the hill. Ash wasn't sure what he expected inside Truth Haven, but the compound's overriding feature was generic. A clearing revealed a 3-story building painted the same drab gray as the uniform, rectangular, functional, with the personality of a roadside motel, or military barracks, or most accurately, a prison. No breaks from the gray, no color, texture, or warmth. Maybe that was the point. No distractions. Nature pushed to the side, calm and quiet. For the disillusioned outcast escaping modernity, what better locale? That was how cults worked. Find the outcasts. Offer easy answers. Isolate. Induce dependency. Control. Allow only one unquestionable voice. Several 3-story gray structures formed a courtyard. They led him across it. All windows and doors faced inward, so you couldn't see the trees from your room. Green grass and wooden benches, also painted gray, all faced a large statue atop a pedestal with Truth written on all sides. The statue stood maybe 15 feet high, a beatific Casper Vartage, hands raised, half exultation, half embrace. That was what you saw from every window, the Truth staring you in the face. More women in the courtyard, uniformed and head covered. None spoke, glanced, or made a sound. Ash's bad feeling grew. Guard 1 unlocked a door and signaled him in. Polished hardwood floors. On the wall, 3 portraits in a triangle. The Truth. Casper Vartage at the top, his 2 sons below, the Volunteer and the Visitor, Ash assumed. Folding chairs stacked in a corner. If one wall were mirrored, you might mistake this for an exercise studio. The guards stood by the door. Ash asked what was going on. They didn't speak. Guard 2 left. Ash was alone with a heavily armed Guard 1, who grinned at him. The bad feeling swelled. Ash started mentally prepping. Suppose the cult had hired him. Perhaps the people he killed, Gorse, a gay tattoo parlor owner in New Jersey, Gano, married with kids outside Boston, were former members who needed silencing. Or maybe another motive. Didn't matter. He'd done the job. The money came through. He'd been paid in full, but now the cult might be done with him. That was something Dee Dee didn't know yet, why she wanted him to wait. The hirer communicated through her. Perhaps she'd come to the Truth Council, and the Truth or an advisor said, "We are done." And suppose they wanted to tie up loose ends. Ash was professional. He'd never talk. That was part of the service. But maybe the cult leaders didn't know that. Maybe because Ash and Dee Dee had a special connection, the Vartages felt more exposed. The simplest solution? Kill Ash. Bury him in the woods. Get rid of his car. If Ash were the cult leader, that's what he would do. A door on the opposite side opened. Guard 1 lowered his gaze, as a woman in her early 50s entered, tall, imposing. Unlike everyone else, she held her head high, chest out, shoulders back. Gray uniform with red stripes on her sleeves. military style. Against all the drab gray, the stripes stood out like neon in the dark. She asked why he was there. He said he was just dropping off a friend. She glanced at the guard, who semi-wincing stood at attention, addressing her as Mother Adiona. She turned to Ash and asked if he recognized the reference. He nodded. Adiona was a Roman goddess. She confirmed it. He recalled the details. Adiona was the goddess of returning children home safely, paired with another goddess, Abona. She seemed surprised he knew. He said he was full of surprises. She asked if he knew why she was named after a myth. He bet she'd tell him. She explained, all gods are myths. Norse, Roman, Greek, Indian, Judeo-Christian, pagan. For centuries people bowed, sacrificed, spent their lives following lies. How sad, how pathetic. Ash said maybe if you don't know any better, it's okay. She asked if he really believed that. He said nothing. She declared gods are lies, only the truth prevails. All religions crash because they aren't the truth. Ash tried not to roll his eyes. She asked his name. He said Ash. Ash what? Just Ash. How did he know Holly Dee? He said nothing. She pressed, he pulled up with her, dropped her off. He said okay. Where were they? He told her to ask Dee. She already had. She needed to see if Dee was telling the truth. Mother Adiona moved closer with a mischievous smile. She asked if he knew what Dee was doing right then. He said no. She described it naked, on all fours, one man behind her, one man in front of her. She smiled, wanting a reaction. He wouldn't give one. He asked about the third man, truth, volunteer, visitor. If one was behind and one in front, where was the third? She kept smiling, and told him he'd been played for a fool. He said it wouldn't be the first time. She said Dee offered her favors to many men but not to him. He made a face at the word favors. She said this was wounding him deeply because he loved her. He said very insightful, and asked if he could go back to his car. She asked again where they'd been. He refused to tell her. Her barely discernible nod was enough. Guard one stepped forward with a baton. Ash recognized it as a cattle prod or stun baton. Then the prod touched down on his back. All thought closed down in a tsunami of pain. He collapsed to the hardwood floor, writhing like a fish on a dock. Electricity shot through him, paralyzing brain circuitry, singeing nerve endings, making muscles spasm. He started foaming at the mouth. He couldn't move, couldn't really think. Panic entered the woman's voice. She asked what setting the guard had used. Highest. She was horrified that would kill him. The guard said then they might as well get it over with. Ash saw the end of the baton heading for him again. He wanted to move, needed to move, but the electricity had short-circuited all commands for muscle control. When the baton touched down again, this time on his chest, Ash felt his heart explode. Then only darkness. No change. Simon was so tired of hearing that. His chair was pulled up next to Ingrid's bed, her hand in his gaze fixed on her face as he watched her breathe. She always slept on her back, so the coma looked exactly like sleep, which felt obvious, except you expect a coma to look different. Tubes and noises aside, she wore spaghetti-strap silk negligées to bed, and he loved that. Loved the coil of her body, the broad shoulders, the prominent collarbone. No change. This was purgatory, neither heaven nor hell. Some argued purgatory was the worst. The suspension, the unknown, the endless wait. He understood that, but for now he was okay with it. If Ingrid's condition darkened even slightly, he'd lose it completely. He was self-aware enough to know he was hanging on by a fraying thread, so he blocked, pretended she was asleep. He stared at her face. Cheekbones so sharp the surgeons could use them as scalpels. Lips he gently kissed before sitting down, hoping for any reaction. Even in deep sleep, her lips used to respond instinctively to his kiss. But not now. He flashed back to the last time he'd watched her sleep their honeymoon in Antigua, days after they'd tied the knot. He'd woken before sunrise. Ingrid sprawled next to him on her back like always. He'd stared, marveling that this was how he'd wake up every day from now on. He'd watched for maybe 10 or 15 seconds when, Without opening her eyes or moving, Ingrid had told him to cut it out because it was creepy. He smiled at the memory, sitting now with her still warm hand in his. Warm, alive, blood flowing. She didn't feel shrunken or sick or dying, just asleep. Soon she'd wake up, and the first thing she'd do was ask about Paige. He had some questions about that too. He called Elena after leaving Sadie Lowenstein's and told her about Paige's interest in genetics and ancestry. Elena usually played things close, but this meant something. She'd peppered him with follow-up questions, only some he could answer. When she ran out, she asked for Eileen Vaughn's number. He gave it. He asked what was going on. She said maybe nothing, but not long before he was killed, Damien Gorse had also visited one of those DNA sites. He asked what that meant. She said let her run down a few things first. She promised to meet him at the hospital and hung up. The children seemed okay. Anya was home with Susie Fisk. Probably best for now. Sam had befriended some medical residents on the floor. He was good at that, making friends quickly, and was in their lounge studying for his physics exam. Sam had always been industrious, not just smart. Simon, a do-enough-to-get-by student, was constantly amazed by his son's work ethic. Sometimes he worried he should encourage Sam to ease off the gas and smell the roses. Not now, though. Now it would be a nice distraction. No change, so block though right now. He was blocking on more than Ingrid's condition. He didn't consider himself overly imaginative, but whatever imagination he had shifted into overdrive after hearing about the DNA test. Careening down a dark, ugly road with barbed wire and landmines, one he'd never wanted to travel. But there seemed no other choice. Eileen Vaughn's words kept echoing problems at home. Yvonne slipped in and greeted him. Without preamble, Simon asked if there was any chance Paige wasn't his child. Yvonne was stunned. He repeated the question, any chance he wasn't Paige's biological father? She said, no, my God. He said he just needed the truth. She asked what the hell he was talking about. He asked if Ingrid could have slept with someone else. Yvonne said Ingrid. Who else would he be talking about? She called it crazy talk. He pressed so zero chance. She said zero. He turned back toward his wife. Yvonne asked what was going on. He said she couldn't say for sure. No one could say for sure. Yvonne agreed impatiently. She couldn't say for sure he hadn't fathered other children either. He said she knew how much he loved Ingrid. She did, and Ingrid loved him just as much. But he didn't know the whole story, did he? Yvonne said she didn't know what he meant. He said she did. There was a part of Ingrid that was hidden, even from him. Yvonne said there was a part of everybody that was hidden. He said that wasn't what he meant. She said she didn't get what he did mean. He insisted she did. She asked where this was coming from. From his search for Paige, he said. And now he thought he wasn't her father? He swung to face her fully, saying he knew everything about Yvonne. She asked if he really thought so. He said yes. She said nothing. He looked back at Ingrid. He loved her with all his heart, but there were parts of her he didn't know. Yvonne still said nothing. He said her name. She admitted. Ingrid had an air of mystery. Guys went gaga over it, and honestly, it was one of the things that drew him to her. He nodded at first. He loved her deeply. He did. And yet he was wondering if she'd betrayed him in the worst way possible. He asked if she had. Yvonne said no, but there was something. Yvonne said it had nothing to do with Paige or her getting shot. Then there were secrets? A past, sure. Everyone has one. He said he didn't. She didn't. She told him to stop. He asked what kind of past Ingrid had. Her tone turned impatient. A past school, travel, relationships, jobs. But that wasn't what she meant. She meant something out of the ordinary. Yvonne frowned and shook her head, saying it wasn't her place to tell. He said it was too late for that. She said no. He had to trust her. He did trust her. Good. She said they were talking about ancient history. He shook his head. Whatever was happening here, whatever changed Paige and led to all this destruction, he thought it started a long time ago. Yvonne asked how that could be. He didn't know. She moved closer to the bed and asked him to consider a best-case scenario. Ingrid comes out of this. Okay. He finds Paige. Paige is okay. She gets totally clean and puts this ugly chapter behind her. Then Paige decides to move away for a fresh start. She meets a wonderful guy who puts her on a pedestal, loves her beyond what she can imagine. They build a great life. And Paige never wants this wonderful guy to know that she was once a junkie, maybe worse, living in some crack den doing God knows what to get a fix. Was he serious? Yes. Paige loves this guy. She doesn't want to see the light in his eyes dim. Couldn't he understand that? Simon's voice dropped to a whisper. He asked what Ingrid was hiding. Yvonne said it didn't matter, just like Paige's drug past wouldn't matter. He said like hell it didn't. Yvonne said just like that wouldn't matter. He said her name. Did she really think this secret would change how he felt about Ingrid? Yvonne didn't reply. He said if that was the case, their love was pretty weak. She said it wasn't, but it would change the way he saw her, the dim in the eyes. Simon said yes, he'd still love her just as much. Yvonne nodded slowly, saying she believed he would. He pressed. She insisted. His wife's distant past had nothing to do with this, holding up a hand to stop his protest. No matter what he said, she'd made a promise. It wasn't her secret to tell. He had to let it go. Simon wasn't going to do that. He needed to know, but then he felt Ingrid's hand tighten over his like a vice. His heart leapt. He spun toward her, hoping for open eyes or a smile. Instead, her entire body convulsed, went rigid, began to spasm. Her eyes didn't open, they fluttered uncontrollably, showing only whites. Machines beeped. An alarm sounded. Someone rushed in. Then another. A third person pushed him aside. More flooded the room, surrounding Ingrid's bed, calling urgent instructions in borderline panic medical jargon. A sixth person gently but firmly pushed him and Yvonne out. They rushed Ingrid into surgery. No one would tell Simon anything relevant. A nurse mentioned a setback, and gave the old chestnut the doctor would be with him as soon as she could. He wanted to ask more, but didn't want to distract anyone. Just work on Ingrid, he thought. Get her better, then fill him in. He paced a crowded waiting room, biting the nail on his pointer finger. Something he'd done as a kid. Quit his senior year of college, or so he thought. He paced corner to corner, pausing in each, leaning his back for a second because what he really wanted was to collapse and curl up on the floor. He looked for Yvonne, hoping to shake the answer out of her about his wife's past, but she was nowhere to be found. Did she want to avoid him, or was she needed at work, especially with her partner out of commission? She'd mentioned something about taking care of the office, pacing themselves for the long haul, not needing both of them here. Simon was somewhere between annoyed and angry with Yvonne, but he recognized her argument for keeping the promise had merit and even nobility. He'd known Ingrid for 24 years, 3 years before Paige was born. How could anything from before that, no matter how bizarre or awful, factor into this? It made zero sense. Elena Ramirez appeared next to him, asking for an update. He told her Ingrid was in surgery, and told her to fill him in on what was going on. They moved to a corner farthest from the entrance. Elena said she hadn't put it all together yet. He pressed. She'd found something, right? Yes, she said, but she still didn't know how it connected to him, or his daughter. He told her to start with Paige and the family tree club. She laid it out. Damien Gorse had visited a DNA ancestry site called DNA Story, so she'd asked her client to check his son Henry's charge cards too. There was a charge to deny your story. In fact, Henry Thorpe had signed up for several DNA ancestry sites. Simon said he guessed he needed to check Paige's credit cards to see if she'd signed up too. Elena agreed. He asked about Aaron. Was he on the site? No way to know unless they found it on a charge card. Elena suggested asking the mother, but Simon doubted she'd help. Worth a shot, Elena said. But for argument's sake, assume they all sent samples to the same site and got tested. She explained how the tests worked. Spit into a tube, analyze DNA. Some sites gave genetic health workups variants for Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. The science seemed questionable, but that wasn't important now. The basic package gave ancestry composition 15% Italian, 22% Spanish, and mapped ancestral migration. Simon said that might be interesting, but how did it play into this? She doubted it did. He noted that these tests also told you about your parents and other relatives. Elena agreed, assuming that's why both Henry and Damien took the test. Because they were adopted, Simon said, and didn't know anything about their birth parents. That was the key, very common for adoptees to sign up to find parents or siblings or any blood relative. Simon rubbed his face. Aaron Corval might have done the same to learn about his mother, or maybe to prove his father wasn't his father. Elena said maybe Aaron was adopted too, she didn't know yet. The problem, these DNA sites were highly controversial. Millions had done them, over 12 million last year alone. Simon knew a lot of people who'd sent samples, yet everyone was squeamish about sending DNA to an internet company, so ancestry sites were absolutist about security and privacy. Your Story wouldn't tell her a thing without a warrant, and had promised to fight any warrant to the Supreme Court. The connections she'd found were tenuous at best to otherwise unconnected murders, different means, different states, different weapons, only marginally linked to someone in Chicago via a few internet messages, less than nothing in court. Simon tried to absorb it. So she thought Aaron, her client, and Gorse, all three could be related? She didn't know, but maybe. 2 had been murdered, she said, and the third, her client, was missing. Yes, which led to the obvious question. Elena nodded. Page, right. How would his daughter fit into her hypothesis? She'd been thinking about it a lot. There had been cases where law enforcement used these DNA tests to solve crimes, so maybe, but don't ask her how. Paige had stumbled across a crime. What kind of crime? She didn't know. And why would she track down Aaron Corval? They didn't know that she had. They only knew Paige drove to see him in Connecticut. Simon nodded. So maybe Aaron reached out to her first. Maybe. The thing was, it was hard to figure the connections. Her tech guy, Lou, was working on it. He figured Henry was using an encrypted messaging app like WhatsApp or Viber, so he couldn't see it all. But now Lou thought maybe Henry was messaging through the Ancestry site. They had their own messaging capabilities, and it just looked like a messaging app. Simon gave a blank look. Elena waved it away. The important thing was Lou was still searching for names. She also had her office looking into Aaron's background, birth certificate, anything, to get a handle on that. Which brought her to the big thing. She stopped and let loose a deep breath. He asked what? She'd found another connection. Between all of them? No. Between Henry Thorpe and Damien Gorse. What was that? They were both adopted. That they knew. They were both adopted from the same agency. Boom. The agency was called Hope Faith. Where was it located? Maine. A small town called Windham. Simon didn't get it. Her client lived in Chicago, Gorse lived in New Jersey, yet both were adopted out of Maine? Yes. He shook his head in amazement. So what did they do next? She told him to stay here with his wife. She was flying up to Maine. The last time Elena had passed through Portland's jetport, Joel had been beside her. His niece also. His goddaughter was throwing a themed weekend wedding at some rustic sleepaway camp with a Native American name Elena couldn't recall. She hadn't been looking forward to it. Joel's ex-wife, a gorgeous, lithe woman named Marlene, would attend. That meant Elena would have to endure the puzzled looks from a family unable to understand what a tall, handsome, charismatic man saw in her barely 5 feet, squat-built, seemingly charmless. Elena didn't fully understand it either. Joel promised fun. She countered that it would suck. He mentioned a private cabin by the water, then corrected himself. Not private, not by the water, and they'd be in bunk beds. She delivered a flat, sarcastic approval. Even without those complications, the trip sounded like a nightmare. Elena disliked camping. Nature, insects, archery, kayaking, every activity on the wedding itinerary. Early June meant Maine summer camps rented themselves out for retreats before the children arrived. Yet the weekend surprised her. Her side won color wars. Her law enforcement background gave her team an edge during the all-day "capture the flag" battle. But the memory that still haunted her, always would, came at night. Joel procured a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, wrapped them in a sleeping bag, waited until lights out and the trumpet playing retreat, then slipped down from the top bunk, took her hand to the soccer field, and made love to her under that crisp blue star-filled Maine sky. She could not explain why sex with Joel was so good, why he reached a place deep inside her body and soul no other man had ever found. After 1,000 attempts to analyze it, she realized great sex came down to trust and vulnerability. She trusted Joel completely. She let herself open up, be completely vulnerable. No judgment, no hesitation, no doubt. She wanted to please him and be selfish. He wanted the same. No other agenda. That kind of connection came maybe once or twice in a life, probably never. Despite what well-meaning friends told her, Elena knew she would never get it again. She didn't date, not that offers came often, and had no interest in another relationship, not martyrdom or self-pity. When Joel died, that part of her died too. No one else could give her that trust and vulnerability. A sad fact, but as the current political climate kept saying, facts don't care about feelings. She'd had something wonderful, now it was gone. Her room at the nearby Howard Johnson's looked out onto 2 gas stations and a 7-Eleven. She'd chosen Hojo's over the swankier Embassy suites and Comfort Inn out of nostalgia. As a little girl in Texas, the big family night out had been dinner and ice cream at a Howard Johnson's motor lodge with that distinct orange roof and cupola. She and her father always ordered fried clam strips. Now a bite of that nostalgia sounded awfully good, but when she asked the front desk about the restaurant, the receptionist stared as if she'd spoken Swahili. No restaurant. Elena stepped back and Googled. How had she missed that Hojo's restaurants had been going extinct for years? By 2005, only 8 remained, now just 1, in Lake George, New York. She checked the drive, nearly 5 hours. Too far, and reviews were poor. She went to a brewery-style bar instead, watched the game, drank too much. She thought about the 2 most important men in her life, her father and Joel, both taken far too soon. A rideshare brought her back to the Howard Johnsons. The lack of an orange roof or weather vane should have told her times had changed. She fell asleep. Morning, a blue blazer, jeans, a rideshare app pointed to Hope, Faith, and Wyndham. Half an hour, no traffic. Her home office had already arranged powers of attorney to speak for the families of Henry Thorpe and the murdered Damien Gorse. A tremendous long shot. Hope, Faith Adoption Agency sat in a small office complex behind an Applebee's on Roosevelt Trail. The owner, a man covered in untamed gray hair, named Ish Isaacson, greeted her with a nervous smile and a limp handshake. Stylish tortoise-frame glasses, an unruly beard. For the 3rd time, he said he didn't see how he could help. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. She handed him the powers of attorney. He read them carefully, then asked about the timeline. Henry Thorpe's adoption about 24 years ago. Damien Gorse is closer to 30. Again, he said he didn't see how he could help. She wanted to see anything they had on the adoptions. Isaacson folded his hands, reminding her these were closed adoptions. Even if he had the information, legally he couldn't unseal the records. He licked a manicured finger, pulled a sheet from the credenza, slid it over so she could follow along. The laws were looser now, adoptees' rights, but protocol remained. Step 1. Go to the county clerk, fill out a petition, meet with a judge. Elena said she didn't have time. He claimed his hands were tied. She countered that the families had filed in this office, used their services, and wanted her to see all paperwork. He scratched his head, eyes lowered. With all due deference, the families didn't have a say. Both adoptees were of age, they would have to petition. Gorse was recently deceased, murdered, she corrected. He acknowledged the tragedy, but said legally that probably meant another kind of form. He didn't know of a case where an adoptee was murdered, and a parent wanted information on birth parents uncertain she had standing. As for Henry Thorpe, alive but missing under suspicious circumstances, he didn't see how anyone could petition on his behalf. She pointed out both men were adopted here, had recently been in touch with each other. Isaacson said nothing. Now one was dead, one missing under mysterious circumstances. He asked her to leave. She folded her arms, didn't move, just stared. He tried again about tied hands, claimed he wanted to help. He asked if he'd done these adoptions himself. Many over the years, he said. She asked if he knew the name Aaron Corville, perhaps his father Wiley, the Connecticut Tree Farm and Inn. He said nothing. But he knew. Was Corville a client? He wouldn't know. She told him Aaron was dead too. His face lost whatever color remained. Was Aaron adopted here? He wouldn't know again. She told him to check the files. He repeated the request for her to leave. She refused. She reminded him he'd worked here back then. He started the place. Lovely backstory about saving children because of his own paternity issues. She knew all about him. He seemed like a decent guy who'd tried his best, but if anything was amiss in any adoption paperwork, he denied it. She would find it. Dig into everything he'd ever done. One mistake, honest or not, she'd use it as leverage. She told him to look at her. He raised his eyes, tried to hold hers. She accused him of knowing something. He denied it. She insisted he did. He conceded that if one of his employees had committed a fraud on them, now they were getting somewhere. Elena leaned forward. If that was the case, she was his best friend, there to help. Let her see the files, not the legal ones, track down the fraud, put it right. He said nothing. She pressed. He said he couldn't show her the files. She asked why not. Elena waited. Isaacson explained that 5 years ago a fire had destroyed all their records. Not really an issue, the county clerk's office kept everything relevant. But even if he wanted to show her files, which he couldn't legally anyway, they existed only at the clerk's. That's where she had to go. She stared. He wasn't telling her something. He insisted nothing illegal was done, then added that whatever was probably best for the children. That had always been his concern. She granted that might be true, but now those children were being targeted and killed. He couldn't see how it involved the agency. She didn't remind him that Hope Faith was the only link so far. Maybe she'd clear him. Did he remember these cases at all? In a way, yes, and no. These cases required a little extra privacy. Unwed mothers. She pointed out that many of his mothers were unwed, even back then. He agreed, too slowly, stroking his beard. But these girls came from a fairly orthodox branch of Christianity. He never knew which branch. He also thought they didn't like men. He didn't know what that meant, but he wasn't allowed to know the mothers' names. Elena noted. He was the owner, he had to sign off. He did. That was the only time he saw the mothers' names. He claimed not to remember any. He did, of course. What about the fathers' names? Always listed as unknown. He was stroking his beard so hard hairs came off in his hand. She brought up his earlier mention of an employee committing a fraud. He repeated the word vaguely. She pressed, "Did someone work on these cases?" He moved his head in what might have been a nod. She treated it as yes. Who? Her name, he said, was Allison Mayflower, a caseworker. Then, after more thought, sort of, this Allison brought in these cases? His voice went low, far off. Allison had come to him in strictest confidence, saying there were children in need. He offered help, accepted under conditions. He had to be kept in the dark. Couldn't ask questions. Elena took her time. In her FBI days, her team had busted churches and agencies for illegal adoptions, white babies in high demand, basic supply and demand commanding higher prices, or prospective parents with histories that made legal adoption difficult. Money changed hands. Big money sometimes. She had to be careful. She wasn't here to bust Isaacson for selling babies decades ago. She wanted information. As if reading her mind, he said he really didn't know anything that could help, but Allison Mayflower might. Isaacson nodded slowly. Did he know where she was now? She hadn't worked for him in 20 years. Moved away. To where? He shrugged. Said he'd lost touch. Hadn't seen her in years. Elena caught his tense hadn't, not haven't. He acknowledged the slip, ran a hand through his hair, let out a deep breath. She must have moved back, he didn't know, but he saw her last year working at a cafe in Portland, one of those weird vegan places. When she saw him, he stopped. Elena prompted. She slipped out the back. He went to follow just to say hi, but by the time he got there he shrugged it off. Maybe it wasn't Allison. She looked different. Her hair used to be long and black as night. This woman's was super short and totally white. He thought some more. No, it was Allison. He was sure. Elena asked where the cafe was. Ash opened his eyes to Dee Dee's beautiful face. He might have thought he'd died, or was hallucinating, except if that were the case, she'd have her normal blonde braid back, not the short auburn-dyed locks she'd been forced to adopt. Or maybe in death you saw the last vision, not your favorite one. Dee Dee told him in a soothing, celestial voice to stay still. He glanced past her as consciousness returned, still in the cult compound. The decor was closer to non-existent than austere. Nothing on the walls, no furniture, just that inescapable gray. Other people were in the room. Dee Dee tried to stop him from sitting up. He refused. In the far corner, Mother Adiona stood with eyes on the floor, hands clasped. Closer to him on either end of the bed stood two men he recognized from the triangle of portraits in that other room, the visitor and the volunteer. One of Carter Vardage's sons, the visitor, maybe spun and walked out without a word. The other turned to Mother Adiona and snapped that she was lucky. She apologized. What was she thinking? She said the outsider and intruder was defending the truth. Dee Dee called that a lie. The son silenced her with a wave, his eyes still on the older woman. Not her place. Mother Adiona meekly agreed. If she had concerns, she should have come to the council. She nodded. He told her she could go. Before leaving, she headed toward Ash, saying she wanted to offer sincere apologies. She reached the bed, took his left hand in both of hers, met his eye, held his gaze. She could not express her sorrow for hurting him. Forever be the truth. The other two muttered the phrase back. Mother Adiona gripped his hand tighter and pressed a slip of paper into his palm. Ash looked up. She gave him the smallest nod, folded his hand into a fist around the paper, and left. Dee Dee asked how he was feeling. Fine. She told him to get dressed, then the truth wanted to meet him. Elena noted that the Green and Lean Vegan Cafe advertised everything on a blackboard in rainbow chalk. The board overflowed with buzzwords: organic, free trade, meatless, tempeh, falafel, tofu, raw, gluten-free, locally grown, farm to table. A sign read, "Oh, kale, yeah," another spelled "eat TPs, not pigs and green vegetable mosaic." To the right, a corkboard with pushpins advertised environmental fairs, yoga classes, and vegan cooking lessons. The whole building might as well have been clothed in hemp and rubber cause bracelets. Behind the counter stood Allison Mayflower. She looked cast for an older, healthy vegan, tall-toned, a little too thin, prominent cheekbones, glowing skin, and close-cropped hair so blindingly white. Isaacson's description fit perfectly. Her teeth matched the hair, though her smile was hesitant, shaky, unsure. She blinked a lot as Elena approached, as if expecting bad news or worse. She asked if she could help. Elena handed over her business card with private numbers. The woman picked it up and read. Elena said her name. The woman blinked harder, stepped back, claimed not to know that name. Elena disagreed it was hers. She'd changed it. The woman started to deny again. Elena laid out two choices. A private talk now, then she'd go away forever, or she'd blow Allison's life completely apart. 5 minutes later they sat in the back corner. A bearded man with a man bun called Raoul took over the counter, glaring at Elena while cleaning mugs. Elena dove straight in: murders, disappearance, adoptions, the whole story. No sugarcoating. First came denial. Elena countered. Allison had done adoptions at Hope Faith, asked Maesh Isaacson to keep them quiet. Elena could drag him in to confirm. Allison conceded there was no need. Elena told her to skip the pretense. She didn't care if Allison was selling babies. The truth was, Elena did care. When this was over, she'd report any crimes to the proper authorities. But today her priority was finding Henry Thorpe. Getting authorities involved would make everyone clam up. It could wait. She asked if Allison remembered any of the names. Allison said she'd done a lot of adoptions. The blinking returned. She cringed into the chair, chin on chest, arms crossed. Elena's FBI training read the body language somewhere along the way. Allison had been abused, probably physically, by a parent or spouse or both. The blinking signaled preparation for assault. The cringing was acquiescence, begging for mercy. Raoul kept glaring 25, maybe 30, too young to be the source. Maybe he knew her story, or just sensed it. Elena tried again. Allison had done this to help the children, hadn't she? Allison's face tilted up, still blinking, but something like hope appeared. Yes, of course. She was saving them from something. Yes. Elena pressed. From what? Allison just wanted them to have good homes. Elena upped the pressure. Something unique about these adoptions, right? Had to keep quiet. Went through a small agency in Maine, money exchanged. That didn't matter. Allison insisted through the blinks that what she did to help the boys. Elena caught it. Boys? Not kids, not babies, not children. Were they all boys? Allison didn't reply. Elena started to ask about the name Page, but Allison whispered that only boys, don't you see? She did it to help those boys. Elena told her they were dying now. A single tear rolled down Allison's cheek. Elena pushed again. Was Allison going to sit by and let that happen? Allison whispered. My God, what have I done? Elena asked her to talk. Allison said she couldn't, had to go, and started to rise. Elena put a firm hand on her forearm, said she wanted to help. Allison shut her eyes, called it a coincidence. Elena disagreed. Allison argued that if you did enough adoptions, some children would face tragedy. Elena asked where the boys came from, who their fathers and mothers were. Allison said Elena didn't understand. Elena told her to explain. Allison snatched her arm away, rubbed the spot, her expression changing, still blinking, still scared, but defiant now. She said she saved them. Elena said no. Whatever Allison had done, whatever secret she'd kept, it was back. Allison called it impossible. Elena suggested maybe Allison thought it was all buried. Allison cut her off. More than buried, burned. She destroyed all the evidence. She didn't even know the names anymore. Her eyes blazed as she leaned across the table, insisting there was no way anyone could hurt those children. She'd made sure of that. Elena asked what she'd done. Nothing. Raoul appeared, asking if this lady was bothering Ali. Elena suppressed a sigh, snapped that it was a private conversation, suggested he and his man Bun scoot back behind the counter. He said he wasn't talking to her, lady. He was talking to. Allison took off. One moment she was there, meekly sitting across from Elena. The next she moved like she'd been slingshot into the hallway toward the back. Damn. Elena was many things, but speedy, especially with her limp, was not one of them. She tried to follow, grunting as she stood, but the lithe vegan was pulling too far ahead. Raoul and his man Bun stepped in her way. Elena didn't slow. He put out his hands to stop her. The second he touched her, she grabbed him by the shoulders, bucked up, and kneed him hard in the groin. He dropped to both knees. His man Bun followed. Then he toppled onto the floor like an axed tree. Elena almost yelled timber, but didn't. She started down the back, past bathrooms with hippie bead curtains instead of doors, slammed her body against the back door. It flew open into an alley. She looked left, then right. Allison Mayflower was gone. Still waiting for news from the doctor, Simon paced the waiting room and started following up on what he and Elena had discussed. He didn't have a number for Aaron's stepmom, Enid, so he called the Corval Inn. A woman who sounded like the receptionist he'd met took a message. That would go nowhere. Next, check Page's charge card. Simon had set up autopay for the Visa Page used at Lanford College. He'd been forced to cancel it when she started abusing it for drugs for herself and Aaron, but he could still access old records. He downloaded the charges and began going through them. Painful. His daughter's early expenses were innocently collegiate local eateries, the college store for supplies and logo sweatshirts, toiletries from CVS. 2 charges to Arita's Italian Ice in Poughkeepsie. A $65 charge, probably for a summer dress, from Elizabeth's Boutique. No charge to Deny Your Story. But he found a $79 charge to something called Aunt's Story. He Googled it, a genealogy website concentrating on filling family tree branches via DNA testing. A tired female voice called his name. Dr. Heather Grew, still in classic blue surgical scrubs. Simon liked that, properly somber, comforting. Too many staff wore funky or fun scrubs, bright pinks or floral patterns or cartoon characters. He understood wanting to change it up in a grim environment, but unless it was the pediatric wing, he wanted somber and serious. He was glad Ingrid's surgeon wore them. Dr. Grew told him Ingrid was out of surgery, stabilized. Simon asked if she was still in a coma. Yes, but they'd alleviated the immediate problem. She began explaining medical details, but Simon struggled to focus. The big picture seemed unchanged. He thanked her and asked to see his wife. She led him to recovery. Ingrid's body in a coma somehow appeared more exhausted than before. Her battle had clearly drained her. She lay completely still, but now the stillness seemed worse, more sunken, fragile. He was almost afraid to take her hand, as though it might break off in his. But he did. He tried to picture her upright, healthy, beautiful, vibrant. He tried to flash back to happier times in this hospital, Ingrid, holding a newborn child. The vision wouldn't hold. All he could see was this Ingrid, weak, pale, drawn, more gone than here. He stared and thought about what Yvonne had told him regarding the past and secrets. He said out loud to his comatose wife that he didn't care. Whatever she'd done, crime, drugs, prostitution, even murder, he'd forgive. No questions asked. He put his lips to her ear and said he just needed her back. The truth, but not the whole truth. He didn't care about her past, yet some questions still needed asking. At 6 a.m., he checked with the duty nurse, made sure they had his mobile number, and headed out of the cloying hospital air into the city street. Normally he'd take the subway home, but he wanted to be above ground in case a call came. At this hour, the ride to his Upper West Side apartment should be 15 minutes tops. He didn't want to leave her, but there was something he needed to do. He called a rideshare and had the driver stop in front of a 24-hour Duane Reade on Columbus Avenue near 75th Street. He ran in, bought a 6-pack of toothbrushes, hopped back in. When he got home, he couldn't remember the last time he'd been here. The apartment was silent. He tiptoed down the corridor, looked into the bedroom on the right. Sam was asleep on his side, fetal position, legs pulled tight. How his son always slept. Simon didn't want to wake him yet. He headed into the kitchen, opened the drawer with Ziploc bags, grabbed some, and quietly made his way to the girls' bathroom, the one Paige had shared with her little sister Anya. It had become a running joke that the kids never changed toothbrushes until the bristles were frayed to nothing. Years ago, Simon started buying new toothbrushes every 2 months and switching them out himself. He'd do that today too, so no one would notice what he was up to. Paige's toothbrush was still here from her last visit. He couldn't remember how long ago. He took it carefully by the handle and placed it in a plastic bag, hoping for enough DNA. He started to leave but stopped. He trusted Ingrid. Really. But working under better safe than sorry. He put Anya's toothbrush in a second bag. Then he moved to the other bathroom and put Sam's in a third. It all felt like a sick, terrible betrayal. He packed the bags in his work backpack and checked his phone. Nothing. Still early, but he texted Susie Fiske he was home for a bit if she was awake. Could she wake Anya and send her home for breakfast? She responded immediately she'd wake her now. Anything new on Ingrid? He said no, nothing new, and thanked her profusely for looking after Anya. She typed back that Anya was a pleasure, that having her around actually made things easier. Simon knew she was being nice, but also that there was truth there. Susie's 2 daughters fought, and adding a third changed the chemistry enough to make things more pleasant. He texted that he was still super grateful. He moved into the kitchen. All his male New York City friends suddenly liked to cook, or claimed they did, waxing eloquent about risotto or gnocchi recipes. He wondered when cooking replaced amateur sommeliers, as the new poser claim. Wasn't cooking mostly a chore? In history books or old movies, being a cook was one of the worst jobs. What would be the next chore turned into art? Vacuuming? Would friends debate Dyson versus Hoover? The mind wanders under stress. The thing was, Simon did have one specialty pancakes with chocolate chips on weekend mornings when the family was together. The secret? You can't have enough chocolate chips. Ingrid had joked it was more like chocolate with pancake chips. The chocolate chips were in the upper cabinet. Ingrid always made sure they had them, just in case, even though it had been a long time since Simon prepared his celebrated dish. That depressed him. He missed having his children home. Forgetting Paige's tragic descent for a moment, as if he ever could, having his oldest daughter go off to college had been more traumatic than he'd expected. When Sam left, the trauma doubled. They weren't really growing up anymore. They were grown. They were abandoning him. Natural and right, and worse if they weren't. But it bothered him anyway. The home was too quiet. He hated that. When Sam graduated high school, the class president had posted a well-meaning meme on social media. A beach sunset with text about loving parents, being so busy growing up that we forget they are growing old. He and Ingrid had read it together in his kitchen, and she'd suggested printing it out, rolling it into a tube, and shoving it up a pretentious ass. God, he loved her. He'd been seated. Ingrid leaning over his shoulder, arms around his neck, breath in his ear, whispering that once the kids were out, they could travel more. He'd added running around the house naked and having more sex. She'd said, "Hope springs eternal." He fake pouted. She asked if more sex would make him happier. He said no. He was thinking of her. She called him all self-sacrifice. Simon was still smiling at the memory when Sam said, "Whoa, Dad's pancakes." Simon confirmed it. Sam's face lit up. Did that mean Mom had gotten better? Simon said no, not really. Damn. He should have thought that his son would jump to that conclusion. He continued that Mom would want them to do something normal, not just wallow. He could hear his own dad voice falling short. Sam said it wasn't normal when Simon made pancakes anymore. It was special. Simon had a point. The breakfast ended up being both normal and special. Anya came up from the Fisk apartment and threw her arms around her father like a life preserver. Simon hugged her back, closed his eyes, rode the wave as long as she needed. The three of them sat around the round table Ingrid had insisted on round for the kitchen, even though rectangular fit better, because it promoted conversation. 2 chairs glared empty, yet it felt somehow normal and special. Anya soon had chocolate all over her face. Sam teased her. Then Anya recalled how their mother called Simon's concoction chocolate with pancake chips. At some point Sam broke down crying. That felt normal and special too. Anya slid off her seat and wrapped her arms around her older brother. Sam let her, was even comforted by his little sister. Simon felt the deep pang of Ingrid missing this moment between her children. He'd remember it though. As soon as Ingrid woke up, he'd tell her about this when her son looked for comfort from his little sister, of all people, and she was able to give it. One day, when Simon and Ingrid were old or gone, they'd still always have each other. It would make Ingrid so happy. While Sam and Anya did the dishes family rule, whoever prepares food doesn't clean up, Simon headed back to his bedroom and closed the door. He turned the flimsy lock meant to keep kids from walking in at inopportune moments. He opened Ingrid's closet. Toward the back, 6 hanging bags with various dresses. He unzipped the 4th one, a conservative blue dress, and slid his hand to the bottom of the bag's interior, where they hid cash. He took out $10,000 in wrapped bills and stuffed them in the backpack with the toothbrushes. He checked his phone for anything important, then headed back to the kitchen. Anya got changed for school, hugged her father goodbye, and left with Susie Fisk. When Simon closed the door behind them, he had yet another imaginary conversation with Ingrid. What gift should they get Susie when this was over? A gift certificate to that dumpling place? A spa day at the Mandarin Oriental? Something more personal, like jewelry? Ingrid would know. He realized now he was having these imaginary conversations with Ingrid all the time, running what he'd learned by her, seeing her reaction, even holding back the obvious question he wanted to ask her, the one he and Elena had danced around, the one gnawing at him since the genealogy angle raised its head. He threw the backpack over one shoulder and called to Sam. They headed down the elevator and grabbed a passing taxi. The driver, like pretty much every NYC taxi driver, talked quietly into an earpiece in a foreign language Simon couldn't identify. Old news. Everyone was used to it. But Simon wondered about the ridiculously strong family bonds of such people. As much as he loved Ingrid, and had imaginary conversations with her, he couldn't imagine staying on the phone talking to anyone for hours on end. Who were these drivers talking to all day? How much must they be loved to have someone who wanted to share that much news? Simon told Sam that Mom had a setback but was better now, and explained. Sam bit his lip and listened. When they arrived at the hospital, Simon told Sam to go up and sit with their mother, that he'd meet him there after running an errand. Sam stared. Asked what? Simon asked what? Sam said Simon let Mom get shot. Simon opened his mouth to defend himself and stopped. Sam said Simon should have protected her. Simon said he knew and apologized. He moved away from his son, leaving him alone on the sidewalk. He flashed back Luther aiming the gun, Simon ducking out of the way so the bullet hit Ingrid instead of him. What a chicken shit. But was that what happened? Had he really ducked? He didn't know. He didn't think that memory was real. Stepping back, trying to be objective, he realized he hadn't seen any of that guilt and time were replacing real memories with ones that would forever wound him. Could he have done more? Stepped in the way? Maybe. Part of him recognized this thought was unfair. It had all happened so fast. No time to react, but that didn't change the reality. He should have done more. Pushed Ingrid away. Jumped in front of her. He headed into Chauvelin Pavilion. Took the elevator to the 11th floor. The receptionist led him to the lab. A lab technician named Randy Spratt greeted him with a latex-gloved handshake. Spratt bristled, wondering why they couldn't do this through proper channels. Simon opened the backpack and handed him the 3 plastic bags of toothbrushes. He'd originally planned on bringing just pages, but somewhere along the way decided if he was going down this dark road, he might as well travel all the way. He pointed to the yellow toothbrush pages as the priority. He needed to know if he was their father. He didn't like doing this. Not a question of trust, he told himself, a question of reassurance. Then again, he realized that was a big fat rationalization. Didn't matter. He asked about rushed results. Spratt said 3 days. Simon said no good. He pulled out the wad of cash. Spratt didn't understand. Simon explained $10,000. Get results by end of day, and he'd give 10 more. The truth was dying. At least it looked that way to Ash from the foot of the bed. Caspar Vardage's sons stood on either side, 2 devastated sentinels guarding their father in his final days. Sorrow emanated from them. Ash didn't know the brothers' real names, wasn't sure anyone did, nor did he remember or care which was the visitor and which the volunteer. Dee stood next to Ash, hands clasped, eyes lowered as if in prayer. The 2 brothers did the same. In the corner, 2 gray-uniformed women quietly sobbed in unison, almost as if ordered to provide a soundtrack. Only the truth kept his eyes open and up. He lay in the middle of the bed adorned in a white tunic. His gray beard was long, so too his hair. He looked like a Renaissance depiction of God the Creation panel in the Sistine Chapel that Ash had first seen in a school library book. That image always fascinated him. God touching Adam, hitting the on switch for mankind. God in that mural had been muscular and strong. The truth was not. He was decaying almost in real time. But his smile remained radiant, his eyes otherworldly as they met Ash's. For a moment, maybe longer, Ash understood what was happening here. The truth was tweaking him with just his gaze. The old man's charisma, even sick in his bed, was almost supernatural. The truth lifted a hand and beckoned Ash closer. Ash turned to Dee, who nodded for him to go ahead. The truth's head didn't move, but his eyes followed Ash again like a Renaissance painting. He took Ash's hand. His grip was surprisingly strong. He thanked Ash. Ash felt the pull, the magnetism. He would never have bought fully into it, but that didn't mean he couldn't see what was happening and even be moved. Everyone has talents. Some run faster, are stronger, better at math, We watch athletes because they awe us with what they can do with a ball or puck. This man likewise had skills. Mad skills. You could get lost, hypnotized, especially if you were unfocused or of a certain mind frame. Ash was not one of those. Ash was focused, and right now he was curious and upset. He worked by anonymity passwords, secure websites and apps, never face-to-face with employers. Dee knew that. She knew the dangers too. He let go of the old man's hand and glared at her. The glare asked why she'd brought him here. Her serene smile seemed to indicate he should have patience. The two sobbing women left. 2 guards entered, including the bastard who'd hit him with the baton. Ash didn't like it. He especially didn't like the smug look on Guard 1's face. The old man struggled to speak, but managed to say, "Forever be the shining truth." The others chimed it back. Ritual. Ash hated mindless ritual. The old man told Ash to go, adding that the truth would always prevail. The rest of the room intoned the phrase. The guard smirked at Ash, then let his eyes crawl over Dee, then wiggled his eyebrows at Ash. Ash showed nothing. He glanced at Dee. She knew. It was starting to make sense. One of the brothers handed Ash a key fob, a new, untraceable car waiting. Ash took it. First chance, he'd stop and switch the license plate with a similar car, then probably do it again crossing state lines. The other brother said they trusted Ash could take care of this. Ash said nothing and started toward the door. The guard smirked at him the whole time, still smirking when Ash reached him, turned and faced him, still smirking when Ash, who had palmed the knife, slashed the blade across the guard's throat. Ash didn't step back. He let the blood from the carotid artery spray his face, didn't flinch, waited for the surprised gasps. They came quickly. Ash stepped to the other guard, still in shock, and snatched his weapon away. The first guard fell to the floor, trying in vain to stop the gushing blood, looking as though he were strangling himself. The sounds were primitive, guttural. No one moved or spoke. They just watched the guard writhe and kick until convulsions slowed and stopped. The 2 Vardage brothers looked stunned. So too the surviving guard. Dee had that same smile. That didn't surprise him. What did surprise him was the knowing look on the truth's face. Had he known what Ash was about to do? The truth gave a half nod, as if to say, "Message received." For Ash, this was simple. The guard had hurt him. Ergo, the guard paid a price. You punch him. He punches back way harder. Massive retaliation, massive deterrent. Also a message to those remaining mess with him, he'd mess worse. He'd do the job he was hired for, get paid. Then it would be over. No benefit in crossing him. In fact, crossing him would be a big mistake. Ash looked toward the brothers and assumed they had people who could clean this up. They both nodded. Dee handed him a towel. He wiped the blood off his face quickly. He said they could show themselves out. They walked down the back path toward the entrance gate. An Acura Guard EX waited. He opened the passenger door for Dee. As he did, he looked up into the distance and saw Mother Adiona on top of the hill. She gazed down at him, pleading in her eyes even from this distance. She shook her head ominously. He did nothing. Ash circled around and got behind the wheel. He drove them back down the tree-lined road, watching Truth Haven grow smaller in the rear view. At the first traffic light, he took out Mother Adiona's note and read it for the first time, all caps block letters saying, "Don't kill him, please." Then cursive underneath, "Don't show this message to anyone, not even her. You have no idea what's really going on." Dee asked what it was. He handed it over, saying Mother Adiona had slipped it to him before leaving his room. Dee read it. Ash asked what she meant by the last line. No clue, Dee said, but she was glad he trusted her. He trusted her more than he trusted Mother Adiona. Her sneaking him that knife probably helped. It didn't hurt. Did she know he'd kill him? Massive retaliation, massive deterrent, she said. Was she worried how the leaders would react? The truth will always provide. And killing that guard was the truth? She looked out the window. She said the truth couldn't die. But yes, the current embodiment was dying. Did his death have anything to do with why Ash was hired? Does it matter? Ash thought about it. No, not really. She sat back and hugged her knees. He asked what she made of the note. She started playing with a too long strand of hair she'd missed during her bathroom cut. She wasn't sure. Was she going to tell the truth, the man? He clarified about it. She thought about it. Not right now. Right now, she wanted them to concentrate on doing their job. When Simon got back to the ICU, he was surprised to see Detective Isaac Fagbenley waiting. For a second, hope filled his chest. Had he found Paige? But Fagbenley's expression killed it fast, replaced by the opposite. Despair. Worry. Fagbenley said it wasn't about Paige. Simon glanced over the detective's shoulder to Sam's bedside of Ingrid. Nothing new. He turned back. It was about Luther Ritz, the man who shot his wife. Luther was out. On bail. Rocco had posted bond. Simon asked if Luther hadn't been remanded for trial. Presumption of innocence, Eighth Amendment, Fagbenley said, like they still did in America. Simon let out a breath. Asked if that put Ingrid in danger. Not really. Hospital security was good. A nurse pushed past with an annoyed glance at them, blocking the entrance. They moved aside. The case against Luther wasn't a slam dunk, Fagbenley said. Luther claimed Simon shot him first. Simon or his wife, one of them. Simon asked about residue tests. Fagbenley explained Luther had two claims he was shooting practice shots unrelated to them, or if they didn't buy that, he fired back because Simon shot first. Simon scoffed, asked who'd believe that. Fagbenley said Simon would be surprised. Luther was claiming self-defense, which would lead to tough questions. Like what? Like why Simon and Ingrid were down there in the first place, to find their daughter. Right? So they were agitated, worried, went to a drug den Paige frequented. No one would tell them where she was. Maybe they got more than agitated, desperate enough that Simon or Ingrid pulled a gun and Luther ended up shot, so he fired back. Simon made a face. Luther was back home convalescing from a serious wound, and Simon's wife was lying in a coma 10 yards away. Fagbenley acknowledged that. But someone shot Luther. Fagbenley moved closer. Simon understood now. As long as they didn't know who shot Luther, his self-defense claim would create reasonable doubt. Any witnesses wouldn't back Simon's version, they'd back Luther's. Fagbenley smiled, and pointed out that Simon didn't have any friends in that drug den, did he? Simon lied quickly and easily. Cornelius had shot Luther and saved them, but he would never admit that. Of course not, he said. Fagbenley pressed no other suspects, so Luther's attorney would claim Simon took it upon himself to shoot Luther, hid the gun, got rid of gloves if he'd worn any. Simon asked if he was being arrested. No. Then this could wait. Fagbenley agreed. He didn't buy Luther's story, but he found one thing odd. Did Simon remember when they'd gone into Luther's hospital room for the positive ID? Yes. Luther wasn't fast on his feet. He'd been dumb enough to admit being shot at the scene. Right. And yet when Fagbenley asked Luther why he did it, the first thing Luther said was to gesture at Simon and ask why Simon didn't ask him why. Simon remembered. The anger came back, that waste of humanity who'd tried to end Ingrid's life. The gall that someone so low could hold such power enraged him. He told Fagbenley Luther was grasping at straws. Was he? Yes. Fagbenley didn't think Luther was that smart. He thought Luther knew something he hadn't told them yet. Simon asked what? Fagbenley turned it back on Simon. Who shot Luther? Who saved them? Simon said he didn't know. Fagbenley called that a lie. Simon said nothing. Fagbenley warned that once one lie entered the room, even for the best reasons, more would ride in on its back, gang up and slaughter the truth. He asked one more time, who shot Luther? They stood eye to eye, inches apart. Simon said through gritted teeth he didn't know, asked if there was anything else. No? Then he wanted to sit with his wife. Fagbenley slapped his shoulder in a gesture both friendly and intimidating, said he'd be in touch. As Fagbenley headed down the corridor, Simon's mobile rang. Unfamiliar number. He debated letting it go to voicemail, too many solicitations, but the area code matched Lanford College's. He moved aside and answered. A man identified himself as Louis Van de Beek, a professor at Lanford College, returning Simon's email and phone message. Simon had almost forgotten. He thanked him. Said he was calling about his daughter Paige. Silence. Did he remember Paige Green? Yes, of course. Did he know what happened to her? He knew she dropped out. Simon said she was missing. The professor said he was sorry to hear that. Simon thought something at school had started all this. Van de Beek recalled that Simon's family lived in Manhattan. That was right. Was Simon there now? In the city, yes. Van de Beek was teaching this semester at Columbia University, Simon's alma mater. Perhaps they should discuss this in person. Simon could be there in 20 minutes. Van de Beek needed more time. Did Simon know the campus? Yes. There was a big statue on the steps in front of the main building, Low Memorial Library. The bronze statue alma mater depicting the Greek goddess, Athena. Simon knew it. Meet there in an hour. The cop's shoulder up, the green, lean, vegan calf were because someone had called a joyo. When Raoul and his man Bun went down from Elena's knee kick. At first Raoul, still cupping his wounded groin, wanted to press charges, shouting about assault on his family jewels. The cops rolled their eyes but had to take a statement. Elena pulled Raoul into the corner and laid out the choice. If he pressed charges, she would too. He protested that she'd gotten the better of him. She reminded him he'd assaulted her first. He asked how she figured. She explained that surveillance tape would show he reached out and touched her first. He said she was running after his friend. She said he'd assaulted her to stop her. She defended herself. That's how it would play. Worse, look at her. Short, chubby. Even if he was in touch with his feminine side and all kumbaya on feminism, the tape of a small, round, middle-aged woman kneeing him in the balls would go viral. Raoul's eyes widened. He hadn't considered that. Did he want to roll those dice? He crossed his arms. She pressed. He gave in with a petulant fine. He wouldn't press charges. She said now she might. He protested. She made the trade Allison Mayflower's real name, Allie Mason, and current address in exchange for letting bygones be bygones. Allison lived on a farm outside Buxton. Elena drove up. No one was home. She debated sitting outside, but it didn't look as though anyone had been home in a long time. Back at the Howard Johnsons, Elena sat in a generic motel room and plotted her next move. Lou from her home office had discovered Allie Mason lived in that farmhouse with another woman named Stephanie Mars. Friend? Relative? Partner? Did it matter? Should she drive the half hour to Buxton and try again? No reason to think Allison would be more cooperative, but trying doggedly was why Elena made the big bucks, and the first meeting had borne fruit. Something shady was going on with those adoptions. She'd suspected before. After the encounter she knew for sure. Also clear in Allison's mind, the children had needed saving. And the big new piece of the puzzle, though Elena had zero idea how it fit, was that all the adopted babies were boys. Why? Why not girls? She took out a pad and pen and charted the ages. Damien Gorse the oldest, Henry Thorpe the youngest, almost 10 years apart. 10 years was a long time for Allison to be involved. That meant her involvement was deep, super deep. Her phone rang. Lou from the home office on a special app that made calls untraceable. The leakers in the White House used it, he'd said. That's why they never got caught. He didn't use it often. He asked if she was alone. She cracked wise about phone sex. He told her to open her laptop, excitement in his voice. He'd emailed a link. She opened her browser, started to sign into email. He couldn't believe she didn't have her password saved. She found the email, clicked the link. A website called Ant Story came up. She said bingo. He asked why. She double-checked something, her texts from Simon Green, who'd found a $79 charge to Ant Story on Paige's credit card. She filled Lou in. He said this was even bigger news than he'd thought. Elena's eyes traveled down the home page. Definitely a DNA genealogy site, photographs of embracing people, cute catchphrases like, discover who you really are, links to find new relatives. Below the catchphrases, the packages were displayed. The first option at $79 offered ancestry breakdown and connecting with DNA relatives. The second, called For Your Health Too, Included the same plus a full medical report for an extra $80. The word recommended flashed above the more expensive package, the company suggesting customers spend more money. What a surprise. Lou asked if she was on the homepage. Yes. He told her to click sign in. 2 fields, username and password. Then he got legal on her. He'd called on the secure app because he'd figured out how to get into Henry Thorpe's DNA account. She didn't ask how. He noted they could get permission from Henry's father, but the father had no standing. What they were about to do by signing in might not be completely legal, technically hacking. He wanted to caution her. She asked for the username and password. He gave them. She typed them in. A page welcomed Henry back and showed his ethnic composition: 98% European, 58% Great Britain, 20% Ireland, 14% Ashkenazi Jew, 5% Scandinavian, the rest negligible. Lou told her to scan to the bottom, past something called your chromosomes, to a link that said, your DNA relatives. She clicked. A new page loaded reading, sorted strength of relationship, and noting she had 898 relatives. Lou joked about Henry needing a bigger Thanksgiving table that was normal, maybe even low. Most were distant cousins sharing less than 1% of DNA. He told her to click page 1. Excitement in his voice. The page took its time on Howard Johnson's Wi-Fi. Then she saw it. The whole case started coming together, big puzzle pieces suddenly fitting. 4 people were listed as half-siblings of Henry. Holy crap, she said. Damien Gorse of Maplewood, New Jersey appeared first, full name. The murdered tattoo parlor owner was her client's half-brother. Under that, another half-sibling male listed as just initials AC from the Northeast. Aaron Corville. She said not much guesswork. Lou was working on confirmation. The site gave 2 options for listing full name or initials, but they had to be real. About half did full, half initials. Next, also a half-sibling male, initials NB from Tallahassee, Florida. She asked if there was any way to trace NB. None legal. How about illegal? Not really. Lou could send a message as Henry Thorpe and see if NB would reveal his name. She told him to do it. He said that violated. She asked if it could be traced back to them. Don't insult me, he said. Then do it. He joked that it turned him on when she bent the rules. She said they also needed to contact the authorities, maybe get a warrant from what they had. Lou reminded her. They couldn't give what they had. Right. But NB, if they found his identity, needed to be warned. He could be next. Lou said there might be more. More what? Siblings. Henry had put his DNA into at least 3 sites. A lot of people did. More databases meant better odds of finding relatives. He'd found 4 half-siblings in Aunt Story alone. He might have found more elsewhere. These were all half-siblings on the father's side. She glanced down the page and asked about the last one, a Kevin Gano from Boston. Lou had checked him out. Drumroll, this was big. Gano was dead. She'd expected that, but it still landed with a wallop. Murdered? Suicide? Lou had talked to local cops. Nothing suspicious. Gano lost his job, seemed depressed, shot himself in the head. Elena noted that they weren't looking for anything suspicious. He was probably... She stopped. Her heart fell. She didn't say it aloud, but the answer seemed obvious. A suicide. 2 murders. And a disappearance. Henry Thorpe was probably dead. If the killer wanted to make sure Henry didn't link to others, didn't want a cop looking at links between murder victims on a DNA site, you'd just make one victim look like a runaway. Damn. Was she searching for a dead man? Lou said her name. She said she was there. Something else to look at. Paige Green had signed up with Aunt Story too. She wasn't a half-sibling. The total list there was all male. Maybe some other way. There was a search engine. Use it. She typed Paige Green. Nothing. Initials. Variations. Nothing. She looked through the relatives list. 1 first cousin, also male, then several third cousins. No Paige. No PG. Lou said Paige Green was not a relative. Elena asked then how she fit into this. A commuter app told Simon the 1 train south to Columbia University would take 11 minutes, considerably faster than a taxi. He stood waiting for the elevator into the bowels of Washington Heights when his mobile rang. Locked number. Randy Spratt from the genetics lab said he'd have the paternity results in 2 hours. He'd meet Simon in the courtyard behind the pediatric wing. Simon agreed. Spratt asked if Simon was familiar with payment on delivery. Amazing how easily people fell into small corruptions. Simon said he'd have the cash. Spratt hung up. Simon stepped back and called Yvonne. She answered tentatively. He assured her he wasn't calling about Ingrid's secret. He needed a favor, a cash withdrawal of $9,900 from their branch near the hospital. Under $10,000 to avoid a currency transaction report with FinCEN. He didn't want that hassle. She asked what the cash was for. He said maybe she and Ingrid weren't the only ones with secrets immature, but there it was. The elevator doors opened to a dingy, poorly lit car. Commuters piled in until an alarm beeped. The one train was near capacity, but not sardine-packed. Simon stood, held a poll. He used to check his phone or read a newspaper to escape the claustrophobic feeling of being locked in with strangers, but lately he liked looking at the faces, a microcosm of the planet. All nationalities, creeds, genders, public affection and arguments, music and voices, laughter and tears, rich in business suits and panhandlers, all equals on the train. Over the last year or two, the subway had become something of a refuge. He entered Columbia at the center gates on Broadway and 116th Street, the same entrance he'd first crossed as a high school junior on a prospective tour with his father. His father, the greatest man he'd ever know, was an electrician with IBU Local 102. The idea that his child could go to an Ivy League school stunned and intimidated him. Dad always made Simon feel safe. 2 weeks before Simon graduated, Dad died of a massive coronary while driving to a job in Millburn, New Jersey. Devastating the beginning of the end. When Simon had his own children, he tried to remember how his father had done it, like an apprentice studying the master, but always felt he fell short. Did his children love him as much as he'd loved his father? Did they respect him like that? Did he make them feel that kind of safe? And mostly would his father have taken his eye off the ball and let his daughter become a junkie? Stood by idly while his wife got shot? Those thoughts haunted him as he stepped onto the campus where he'd spent 4 years. Students hurried by, heads down. He could make the standard observation about screens and headphones, shutting out the world to be surrounded by people yet completely alone, but his generation was just as bad. He spotted the bronze statue of Athena on her throne. A tiny owl hid in her cloak by her left leg. Legend said the first incoming student to find it became valedictorian. Athena's left arm was outstretched, purportedly to welcome visitors, but Simon sometimes saw it as his grandmother's shrug. "Eh? What can you do?" His mobile rang. Elena Ramirez. He asked if anything was new. "A lot," she said. She hit briefly on her reasons for going to Maine, something clearly fishy with the adoptions, then concentrated on what her tech guy discovered about the DNA genealogy. Simon moved up the steps of Low Library. Half sat, half collapsed on the cool marble, and listened as she ran through it. The adoptions, the half-brothers on the DNA website, the sudden deaths. Someone was killing them off, he said. It seemed so, yes, when she told him Paige, who'd signed up for the same test, was not a blood relative. It should have been a comfort. Didn't it mean he was indeed the father? But then a thought occurred. They didn't know for sure that Paige wasn't a half-sibling too. Maybe she hadn't listed her real name people put in other people's DNA, or fake names. Maybe she was the other sibling with initials, NB. Elena said NB was listed as male. Even with a fake name, the sample's sex was detectable. NB couldn't be Paige. So maybe another pseudonym? Elena said they now controlled Henry's page. It listed all his relatives. No female relatives closer than third cousin. Then how was Paige involved? Through Aaron somehow. But Elena didn't know. Maybe they'd been looking at it wrong. Maybe Paige put someone else's DNA in instead of her own. Simon had thought of that, but why? He didn't know. They needed to track her movements. Maybe Paige discovered a crime that made no sense, something that led her to Aaron. Simon suggested stepping back to see what they knew for sure. All these men came from the same biological father, all probably adopted out of the same small Maine agency. Some kind of cover-up, the father's name not listed. Simon switched the phone to his left hand. He asked if Elena had read about infertility doctors using their own semen to impregnate patients' cases where a woman found 8 unknown siblings on a DNA site, then figured out the doctor had used his own sperm. Elena remembered a number of cases like that, but she was skeptical. The women in those cases weren't giving up babies for adoption. They wanted them more than anything. She had a point. They were still missing something, Simon said. Agreed. Elena was going to take another run at Allison Mayflower-threatened prison, whatever it took. She also wanted to get the FBI interested through a backdoor channel. Why? All the info she'd just given him couldn't be shared. Someone could claim it was obtained illegally, fruits of a bad act. Even if they went to the feds today, it wouldn't be a priority. Days, probably weeks to assign someone. They didn't have she. She paused, said she had another call. Simon's eyes drifted across the campus. He remembered something that had impressed his father during the tour. The main campus was bookended by Low Library and Butler Library. 2 libraries, his father had said, shaking his head. What better symbol of learning? Odd thought to conjure now. But it kept a bigger, uglier one from consuming him. Even if he figured out what was going on with these half-brothers and adoptions, how could that help him find Paige? Elena came back. A man hurried past on the steps toward the alma mater statue. Simon recognized the face from his online profile, Professor Louis Van de Beek. With the phone still against his ear, Simon stood to follow. He asked what was up. Elena said she had to go. Allison Mayflower wanted to meet. Ash parked behind the house, out of sight from the road. Dee stood guard anyway. He checked the back. All the bags were there. He unzipped them, laid the weapons across the back seat. All present. He grabbed what he needed, put the rest back, and whistled with 2 fingers. When Dee returned, he handed her an FN 5.7. He said she'd had time to think about Mother Adiona's note. First off, who was she? Dee explained that Mother Adiona served in the chamber as high up as any woman could go. Ash asked if she was loyal to the cult. Dee told him not to call it a cult, then said yes. There was only one other mother, Mother Abona. Both were of such pure truth that they were the ones chosen to create the visitor and the volunteer. So Vardage's kids were only half-brothers, Ash said. Yes. Which one was Mother Adiona's son? The volunteer. So Mother Adiona was the volunteer's mother, and Mother Abona, the visitor's mother. They started toward the back of the house. Ash said he didn't care, but he didn't like having someone on the inside working against them. Dee hadn't thought of it that way. Ash noted that Mother Adiona had someone torture him to find out what they were up to, then slipped a note telling him not to do it. Didn't that worry her? Oh, it worried her, she said. Ash checked the surroundings and said he thought she wasn't telling him everything. She smiled and faced him. His heart picked up pace. She asked if he'd felt it when he was with Vartage. Charismatic, Ash granted. And Truth Haven? Peaceful and quiet. More than that, serene. She asked if he remembered what she was like before. He did. A mess. But not her fault. Too many foster fathers, teachers, guidance counselors, spiritual advisors, especially the most sanctimonious, couldn't keep their hands and impure thoughts away from her. He remembered. Didn't she seem better? She did. The sun was in his eyes. He wanted to keep looking at her, so he put his hand on his forehead, half salute, half visor. But it didn't have to be either or. For her it did. He said they could run away. He heard desperation, longing in his voice. He could find a place, peaceful like her haven, quiet, serene. They could, she said, but it wouldn't stick. She put a silencing finger to his lips. The real world held too many temptations. Even out here with him, she needed focus, discipline, or she'd get hooked again, fall, and she needed more. Blindly believing in the truth nonsense gave her more? Oh, she didn't believe in it. Most religious people didn't believe the dogma, she said. They took what they wanted, discarded what they didn't, formed whatever narrative they liked. Kind God, vengeful, active, laid back as long as they got something out of it. Life everlasting while people they resented burned, or something more concrete. Money, Job, friends. You just changed the narrative. Ash was surprised to hear that. He cupped his hands around the back window to peer into the kitchen. Empty. Lights out. The table was covered in a long white cloth, the kind you put on when closing up for the season. Dee said when the truth traveled to Arizona to find the hidden symbol in the desert, the entire basis for their belief, did he know what future it foretold? Ash turned from the window. When the current embodiment died and ascended, he would be replaced not by one man, but by two representing all humanity, a man, and joining him a woman. A special woman. Dee grinned. Ash looked at her. She spread her arms correct. And the symbol really foretold that? No, of course not. He made a face. This was a recent interpretation, she said, making quote marks. So she knew it was all nonsense. No, like everyone else. She got what she needed from it. It nourished her. Knowing it wasn't literal didn't make her beliefs less potent. It made them stronger. Put her in control. Or in other words, he said, she'd figured an angle to become ruler. That was his perspective. She checked the time and said it was almost time. She started up the hill. Ash followed. These jobs of theirs, he said, they encouraged the truth to form his new interpretation in her favor, didn't they? Dee kept walking. God wasn't the only one who worked in mysterious ways. Simon approached the professor. Van de Beek looked like his bio page, young, pretty boyish, waxy toned, tight black t-shirt. His gaze flitted away as they shook hands, but he flashed a smile that Simon uncharitably thought worked on wooing co-eds. Like his daughter, maybe? Or was that sexist? Van de Beek said he was really sorry about Paige. Simon asked in what way. The professor seemed confused. Didn't Simon say on the phone she was missing? And that's what he was sorry about? Van de Beek cringed at Simon's tone. Simon cursed himself, apologized more gently, explained his wife had been shot, Paige's mother, in a coma. The color ebbed from the professor's face. Two male students spotted Van de Beek on the steps, called him Louis. Simon hated when people called professors by their first name. Van de Beek snapped out of his trance, greeted them, but the bright bulb behind his smile was flickering. The students sheepishly moved on. Simon prompted Van de Beek had wanted to tell him something. No. Simon had left messages. Yes. And when he called back, it was clear he had something to say. Van de Beek gnawed his lip. Simon added that Van de Beek had been Paige's favorite professor. She trusted him. Third-hand information, but probably accurate, at least flattering. Van de Beek said Paige was a wonderful student, the kind professors think about when they grow up wanting to teach. It sounded like a line he'd said before, but also like he meant it. Simon asked what happened. Van de Beek didn't know. Simon said he'd sent a bright, inquisitive young woman away from her only home and family, trusted Van de Beek to watch out for her. They tried, and failed. Van de Beek said Simon didn't know that, but if he was here to spread blame, Simon wasn't. He needed to find her. Please. He didn't know where she was. Tell him what he remembered. Van de Beek looked down from their perch, said let's walk. It was too weird standing on the steps. He started down. Simon stayed by his side. Van de Beek said Paige was a good student, super engaged. A lot of kids came in that way, almost too fired up, burning the candle at both ends. Did Simon remember his undergraduate years? Simon nodded. Where did he go, if he could ask? Here. Columbia? They crossed College Walk toward Butler Library. Did he know what he wanted to be when he arrived? Not a clue. He started in engineering. Van de Beek said that people claimed the college opened a world to you. In some ways true, but mostly the opposite. Students arrived thinking their options were endless, but every day their options dwindled. By graduation, reality had splash landed. Simon asked what that had to do with Paige. Van de Beek stared off with a smile. Paige had done all that quickly, but in the best way. She found her calling genetics. She wanted to be a doctor, a healer like her mother. She knew within weeks, started coming to office hours as often as he'd let her, wanted to know what track to take to become his TA. He thought she was doing really well. And then something changed. He kept walking. There were rules about what professors could tell parents. If a student asked for confidentiality, they had to give it up to a limit. Was Simon familiar with Title IX campus rules? Simon's blood froze. Eileen Vaughn had said something about Paige, and a mutual friend suspecting Paige had been the victim of a sexual assault at a frat party. Simon had blocked on it too awful, but also Paige had dismissed it when confronted. According to Eileen, Paige had not only denied it but ended the conversation by saying there were problems at home. They veered off the path toward Lerner Hall, a glass-enclosed structure with a cafe on the bottom floor. Van de Beek reached for the door. Simon grabbed his elbow and asked directly, was his daughter sexually assaulted? Van de Beek thought so. Paige had come to him in confidence, distraught. There had been an incident at a campus party. Simon's hands tightened into fists. Paige had started to tell him about it. What did started to mean? Before letting her go into details, Van de Beek had informed her he'd have to follow Title IX guidelines mandatory reporting. If a student told him about sexual assault, no matter what the student wanted, he had to report it to the Title IX coordinator. Even if the victim didn't want that? Even if he didn't love the rule but understood the reasoning. It made some students less likely to confide in a teacher. They clammed up. That was what happened here. Paige stormed out. He tried to follow. She ran. He called, texted, emailed, stopped by her room once. She wouldn't talk to him. Simon's fingers tightened more, and Van de Beek hadn't thought to tell her parents? He'd thought about it, but again, rules. He'd checked with the Title IX coordinator. It was a he. The coordinator talked to Paige. She denied anything happened. And still Van de Beek hadn't called her parents. That was right. So instead his daughter, possibly raped, suffered in silence. Van de Beek said there were guidelines. They had to follow them. Crap, Simon thought. When this was over he'd get payback. But right now he had to focus. He wanted to collapse and cry for his daughter. He asked if that was when Paige started to spiral. Van de Beek thought it over. His answer surprised Simon. No, not really. The next time he saw her a few days later, Paige showed up in class seeming better. He remembered standing behind the lectern, surprised to see her, and she gave him a nod like, I'm okay, don't worry. A few days later she started coming to office hours again. He was thrilled. He tried to raise the topic, but she said it was no big deal. She'd overreacted. He could see she was trying to block. He urged her to get help, talk to someone. One of the hardest parts was that girls remained on the same campus as their alleged attacker. Simon corrected rapist. Van de Beek didn't know what he was, but he knew who, didn't he? Van de Beek stood there. Simon pressed he did, didn't he? She hadn't told him, but he knew the name of the boy. Van de Beek looked off. He had a guess. At least now he did. Simon asked what that meant. Van de Beek ran his hand through his hair, let out a long breath. This was where the story took a bizarre turn. Simon thought it hadn't already. Van de Beek didn't know the order what came first, Paige's deterioration or something else. He paused. Another incident on campus. Simon repeated the word. Do you mean rape? Van de Beek winced. Paige had never used the word rape, just for the record. Not the time for semantics. Was there another assault? Yes? By the same boy? Just the opposite. The boy Van de Beek believed may have assaulted Paige was the victim this time. He met Simon's gaze. Simon didn't blink. The boy's name was Doug Mulzer, a sophomore econ major from Pittsburgh. He was beaten with a baseball bat after a frat party, broken legs. Then the smaller end of the bat, Van de Beek started to stammer. That part was never made public. The family didn't want it known, but rumors spread. Mulzer was still convalescing in Pittsburgh. The chill worked up Simon's spine. He asked if Van de Beek thought Paige had something to do with this. Van de Beek strained to be careful. He couldn't say for sure, but in class the next day, Paige just kept smiling. Everyone else was upset. Paige kept staring at him and grinning in a weird way, and he could see for the first time that she was glassy-eyed, high. Simon asked if his evidence was that she got high, and smiled, maybe to numb the pain. Van de Beek said nothing. Simon didn't care what she was on. Paige wouldn't do something like that. Van de Beek agreed. Another student shouted, "Hi, Louis!" And Van de Beek gave an absent-minded nod. He added that Paige wouldn't do something like that on her own. Simon froze. When Paige left class that day, Van de Beek noticed a man waiting for her. Not a kid, not a student, a man about 10 years older. Aaron, Simon thought. It was Aaron. Elena had just sworn Simon to secrecy. No one could know about the information they had, or it might be deemed illegally obtained. Even if she went to the feds today, the case wouldn't be a priority. Weeks could pass before anyone got assigned. Then her phone beeped with an incoming call. Blocked ID. Lou had rigged their system to filter spam, so this was likely relevant, and the last person she'd given her card to was Allison Mayflower. She put Simon on hold and answered. A young woman's whisper came through, 20s maybe, nervous, asking if this was Miss Ramirez, Elena confirmed. The caller dodged giving her name, then mentioned a friend Elena had met at a certain cafe that day. That friend needed to see Elena badly but was too afraid. Elena recognized the setup. Allison lived with a woman named Stephanie Mars. Could be her on the line. She softened her voice, offering to meet somewhere Allison would feel comfortable. The caller said Allison wanted that. Elena asked her to hold, then clicked back to Simon, told him she had to go. Allison wanted to meet. Back on the line, Elena suggested driving to their place. The young woman panicked, whispering that people would follow. Didn't Elena see? They were watching Elena, watching them. The caller sounded paranoid, but 3 people were dead. Elena kept her tone casual. No worries. Let's make a plan they'd both be comfortable with. 10 minutes later, they settled on it. Elena would take an Uber to a Cracker Barrel near Route 95, stand out front. Stephanie, she finally gave her name, would flash her lights twice and pull up. When Elena asked what kind of car, Stephanie refused to say, just in case. Elena would then be driven to a secret location, Stephanie's actual phrase, to see Allison. Come alone, Stephanie said. Elena promised she would. If they saw anyone following, they'd call it off. After hanging up, Elena sat on the bed and Googled Stephanie Mars. Nothing much. She changed into her other blue blazer, more room for a holster. Instead of calling Simon back, she texted him that she hoped to meet Allison soon. Her phone charged. She let Lou know she was heading out. Lou had already installed a high-end tracker on her phone, so the home office could find her any time. An hour passed before the blocked number called again. 1 ring and a hang-up. The signal. Elena had been monitoring her rideshare apps. A car said 8 minutes away. It arrived in 15. The Cracker Barrel in South Portland had that same faux rustic front porch lined with empty rocking chairs. She stood and waited. A vehicle soon flashed its beams. Elena took a quick photo, capturing the license plate, and sent it to Lou just in case. The car pulled up. She opened the passenger door. The driver was an attractive young woman in a Red Sox cap. Elena asked if she was Stephanie. The woman said to get in quickly. Elena moved as fast as her body allowed. Before the door fully closed, Stephanie hit the gas. Then she asked if Elena had a phone, put it in the glove compartment. No recordings, no calls, no texts. Elena hesitated. Stephanie hit the brake. Then they'd call it off. She also asked about a gun. Elena didn't answer. Stephanie demanded that go in the glove compartment too. She didn't know if Elena worked for them. Elena explained one of the adopted boys was missing. She worked for his father. Stephanie shook her head in disbelief. Just put the phone and gun away. Get them back after talking to Allison. No choice. Elena dropped both inside the glove compartment and closed it. She could retrieve them fast if needed. Studying Stephanie's profile read auburn hair under the cap, high cheekbones, flawless skin. Beautiful. Elena noticed both hands on the wheel at 10 and 2, gripping hard like a new driver. Before Elena could see Allison, Stephanie needed to ask questions. Who exactly hired her? Elena could have said she wasn't at liberty, but her client had already given permission. Sebastian Thorpe. He adopted a boy named Henry, now 24 and missing. Stephanie didn't understand how an adoption could matter to his adult life. Elena admitted it might not. She added that Allison was a good person, wouldn't hurt anyone. Elena agreed. She only wanted to find her client's son. But if Allison had done something illegal with the adoptions and didn't cooperate, the walls would come crashing down. Stephanie called it a threat. Elena corrected her. It was the severity of the situation, and she was Allison's best chance to stay out of trouble. Stephanie's hands shook on the wheel. She didn't know what was best. Elena promised she didn't want to hurt either of them. Stephanie asked if Elena would promise not to tell anyone about this. Elena couldn't truly promise, it depended on what Allison said, but a small deception at this stage was the least of her worries. She said yes. The car veered right. Elena asked where Allison was. Stephanie said her Aunt Sally had a summer cabin where Allison and Stephanie first met, 6 years ago, at a barbecue. Allison made the best skirt steak. They started talking, and that was it. Elena said it sounded nice. Stephanie asked if Elena had someone. The pang. Always the pang. No. Then Elena added she used to. But he died. She couldn't say why she told that. Maybe to bond. Maybe it just needed saying. His name was Joel. Stephanie said she was sorry. Elena thanked her. They pulled into a drive leading to a genuine log cabin. Not faux, not snapped together. Elena smiled. Aunt Sally had good taste. Stephanie explained Sally was still in Philly. Wouldn't be up for months. Stephanie came once a week as a caretaker. No one knew about the place, and you could see cars coming a mile away. Allison thought it'd be safe. Stephanie parked and looked at Elena with big eyes. They were putting their trust in her. As they got out, 2 words came to Elena, green and quiet. She took a deep breath of seriously fresh air. Nice. Her leg ached, that old wound, constant companion. Stephanie had told her about meeting Allison at a barbecue here. Fate. Chaos. However souls get thrown together. Joel used to tease that he and Elena had the best meet-cute in history. Maybe he was right. During a raid on a white supremacist militia compound outside Billings, Montana, Elena had been shot in the high upper leg, a nicer way of saying ass. The shot hadn't hurt as much as she'd expected. Not at first. It was more embarrassing than painful. And being one of the rare Hispanic women on the job, she'd felt as though she'd let down herself and her people. At the hospital, recovering her wounded backside propped on an inflatable donut to keep pressure off the injury, Elena had first met Special Agent Joel Marcus. He walked into her room, and just like that, walked into her life. Joel later joked about how much he'd come to enjoy seeing that particular part of her anatomy elevated. The memory pulled a half smile from her now. Stephanie pushed open the cabin door and called out for Allison. No answer. On pure instinct, Elena reached for her gun, but it was back in the car. Stephanie hurried inside. Elena followed right behind. The younger woman veered left, moving faster, and Elena turned her head to follow. Then Stephanie stopped, turned slowly back toward Elena. Her beautiful face broke into a smile, just as something cold pressed against the back of Elena's skull. Their eyes met Elena's sad brown, the young woman's wild green. And Elena understood. In the moment before the click and the explosion, she thought of Joel, hoped she'd see him again. Ash stood over the body. Elena had landed face down, head twisted at an unnatural angle, eyes open. Blood pooled from the back of her skull, but he'd laid down a tarp first. Dee put a hand on his arm and squeezed. He looked up at that smile of hers, not the happy one, or the loving one, but the smile she reserved for extreme violence. He didn't like it. Dee asked if killing a woman felt different from killing a man. Ash wasn't in the mood. He wanted the phone still in the glove compartment. He'd placed a battery-powered jammer in there, so any tracker would get no signal. He told Dee to pull the car around and bring him the phone. She cupped his face, asked if he was okay. He said he was fine, but they had to move fast. She kissed his cheek and hurried out. Ash began wrapping the body in the tarp. They'd already dug a hole. Once Dee brought the phone, he'd send out a few "I'm fine" texts to anyone looking for Elena. It would take days, maybe more, before anyone seriously investigated her disappearance. By then, he and Dee would be done. No clues. Dee had called the plan ironic. Ash wasn't sure about the word's exact meaning. He recalled people saying a certain singer had gotten it wrong, but it fit. Elena had been hired to find a missing Henry Thorpe. Thorpe had been dead the whole time. Now Elena would be missing too. Dee returned with the phone and jammer. Ash told her to finish rapping. She mock saluted, said he was in a mood. He bent down, picked up Elena's hand. Enough electrical impulse should still be traveling through her body for her thumb to unlock the phone. He pressed it against the sensor. Bingo. The wallpaper showed Elena smiling, arms wrapped around a much taller man smiling just as wide. Dee looked over his shoulder, asked if that was her Joel. Ash suspected yes. He'd heard the whole car conversation. Dee had kept her phone on. He asked if she even had an Aunt Sally. She said no. He shook his head in amazement. She was good. Dee asked if he remembered their middle school production of a certain musical. He'd built sets. She'd been in the chorus. She should have been the lead. She killed the audition, but the teacher gave it to another girl whose father owned a car dealership. Dee said it without anger, just accuracy. Ash was enamored, no doubt, but she hadn't real star quality. Everyone in the auditorium couldn't take their eyes off her, even from the chorus. She could have been a great actress, but what break was a foster beauty constantly fending off male adults going to get? His tone tender. He told her she was great in that play. She thanked him as she worked the tarp. Ash clicked into settings, then privacy, then location services, scrolling to system services, and then significant locations. The screen asked for the thumb again. He used Elena's, then changed the password so he could get in without it next time. People don't realize how much privacy they give away. On any iPhone, you could see the complete history of where the owner had recently visited. He said, "Damn." She'd been to the tattoo parlor. Dee said they'd had to act fast. He checked the list: several spots in New York City, most recently a medical center near 168th Street. Then something more troubling: she'd been to the Bronx. Dee said that wasn't good. He agreed. They had to hurry. He scanned her phone log and texts. The most recent, sent 8 minutes ago, someone asking if she'd met with Allison yet. Please fill in when she could. Dee saw his face. Someone else was getting close. Who? Ash flipped the phone around. They were going to have to do something about a man named Simon Green. Simon collapsed onto a subway seat, staring without focusing at the tunnel rushing past. Nothing made sense. He'd gotten more pieces to the puzzle. Important pieces, maybe even an explanation for what started his daughter's spiral into addiction, but the more pieces he got, the less clear the final image became. Back on the street, a text came from Yvonne. The money was ready. He'd need to sign for it, ask for a specific name. The bank sat between a fast food place and a high-end bakery. No lying, one teller. Simon gave his name, asked for Todd Raish. Raish, all professional, showed him to a back room and asked if $100 bills were acceptable. They were. Raish counted out the cash. Did he want a bag? Simon had his own, a plastic bag Ingrid had saved from a recent trip to a famous grocery store. He put the cash inside, jammed it into his backpack, thanked Raish and left. Heading up Broadway toward the hospital, Simon called the genetics tech. When Randy Spratt answered, Simon said he had the money. Spratt said 10 minutes and hung up. Simon checked for messages from Elena. Nothing. Probably too soon, but he sent a quick text asking if she'd met with Allison yet. Please fill him in. No immediate reply, no dancing dots. He stared at his phone as he walked, mostly to distract himself from the upcoming rendezvous. He'd rushed into the paternity test, panicked, without considering repercussions. But now that the answer was about to slap him in the face, he wondered what he'd do if he learned the worst. Suppose he wasn't Paige's biological father? Suppose he wasn't Sam's or Anya's father either? He told himself to slow down, but there was no time. The truth was barreling toward him like a freight train. Sam looked just like him. Everyone said so. He couldn't see it himself. Could any parent? But he knew something. It simply wasn't possible that Ingrid would do that to him, and yet that small voice taunted him. He remembered some statistic: 10% of fathers unknowingly raise another man's child. Or was it 2%? Or nonsense? When Simon reached the clearing behind the pediatric wing, Spratt was already on a bench in the corner, sitting upright with his hands jammed into his trenchcoat pockets, gaze darting like a scared rodent. Simon sat next to him. Both men stared straight ahead. Spratt whispered about the money. Simon replied that this wasn't a ransom drop. Simon demanded to know if Spratt had the money or not. He reached into his backpack for the plastic bag but hesitated. He didn't have to open this particular Pandora's box. Maybe ignorance was bliss. He'd lived happily without knowing Ingrid's secret past. Right? And look where that had brought them. He handed over the cash. For a second he feared Spratt would count it right there, but the bag disappeared into the trench coat. Simon pressed for the results. Spratt said the priority sample, the yellow toothbrush, was the only one with a scientifically definitive conclusion. Interesting that Spratt hadn't mentioned that before getting paid, but maybe it didn't matter. Simon asked for the conclusion. Positive. He was the biological father. Relief flooded Simon's lungs and veins. Spratt added that even though the other results were only preliminary, all indications were that Simon was the biological father for all three. Without another word, Spratt rose and walked away. Simon sat there, unable to move. He watched an old woman in a hospital smock lean on a walker, making her way to a flower bed. She bent and smelled the flowers, both literally and metaphorically. Simon did the latter by just sitting and watching. A group of young medical residents ate gyros on the grass, looking frayed and happy like Ingrid during her residency, working ridiculous hours, but knowing she'd found her calling. Being a physician was indeed a calling. Weird thought. But there it was. Paige had shared her mother's calling. Under normal circumstances, that would mean the world to him. In some ways, it still did. He had to find her. He checked his phone. No new message from Elena. He typed another. The DNA test showed he was Paige's father. He still didn't know how she'd hooked up with Aaron, but he thought it was about the illegal adoptions. Call him when she finished with Allison Mayflower. Time to head back to Ingrid's room. He stood, tilted his face to the sky, closed his eyes. He needed another moment. He and Ingrid had taken yoga classes as marital bonding, and the instructor talked about the importance of breathing. He took a deep inhale, held it, let it out slowly. Didn't help. His phone vibrated. Elena replied she was heading over the border to Canada for this meet, so she might be out of touch for a few days. Where would he be? Canada? He wasn't sure what to make of that. He typed that he was at the hospital for now, but that could change. He hit send. The dancing dots started. Elena was typing. She wrote back, let him know of any new developments. It was vital to keep her in the loop, even if she couldn't reply. Simon wrote that he would as he checked in with hospital security and took the elevator up to the ICU. He was tempted to ask why Canada or why she might not be able to reply, but figured she'd tell him what he needed to know. As the elevator doors opened, the terrible ache from what Van de Beek had told him returned tenfold. What had happened to Paige on that campus? Block, he told himself. Block, or he wouldn't be able to take another step. The nurses were with Ingrid, bathing and changing her, so Sam paced the corridor. He spotted his father and gave him a quick, hard hug. Sam apologized. Simon said it was okay. Sam hadn't meant what he'd said about Simon getting their mom shot. Simon knew. Sam gave a weary smile and asked what his mom would say if she heard him blame his father. Simon asked what? Sam said she'd call him sexist. She'd say he never would have blamed her if their dad got shot. Simon liked that. He thought Sam was right. Sam asked where Simon had been. Simon wanted to protect his son but didn't want to coddle him either. He said he'd just talked to one of Paige's professors. Using the vaguest terms possible, he let Sam know about the sexual assault. Sam listened without interrupting, fighting to remain stoic, but Simon recognized the telltale quiver of his lower lip. Sam asked when exactly. Simon wasn't sure. Toward the end of first semester. Sam said Paige had called him one night out of the blue. They'd barely exchanged texts and never called each other. Simon asked what she'd said. Just that she wanted to talk. About what? Sam didn't know. It was late on a Friday night. There was a party at a friend's house. He didn't really listen. He just wanted to get her off the line. So that's what he did. Simon put his hand on his son's shoulder and said it might not have been the same night. Sam agreed in the most unconvincing voice possible. Might not have been. Simon was about to follow up more when someone cleared a throat. He turned and was surprised to see the man who'd saved Ingrid's life. Cornelius still wore ripped jeans and the unruly white-gray beard. He asked how Ingrid was doing. Simon said it was hard to say. He brought Sam into the fold, introducing Cornelius as the man who owned the building where Paige lived in the Bronx, a big help to them. Sam shook his hand. Cornelius asked to speak with Simon privately. Sam excused himself to the bathroom. Simon asked what was up. Cornelius said Simon needed to come with him back to his apartment. Rocco would be there with Luther. They had something Simon needed to hear. Ash and Dee Dee had prepared, so they moved fast. They tossed Elena's body into a wheelbarrow by the back door. Ash maneuvered it into the woods while Dee Dee stayed at the cabin to finish cleanup. Digging a hole takes a while. Filling it in, not so much. Driving south, Dee Dee kept going through Elena's phone. Not much there. Elena was a bigwig at VMB Investigations. Her client was Henry Thorpe's father. They already knew that. Then she looked up and said it was approved. Simon Green. Ash would be given the same payment as the others. Ash told her to Google him. He wanted to see what they could learn. She started typing. The Wealth Management Group website came up with Simon Green's biography, a headshot and a group picture with the entire team. They passed the state line. 12% battery left. Dee Dee asked if they had a charger. Ash told her to check the pocket behind his seat. Just as she reached for it, Elena's phone vibrated. A new message from Simon Green. Dee Dee read it aloud. The DNA test showed Simon was Paige's father. He still didn't know how she'd hooked up with Aaron, but he thought it was about the illegal adoptions. Call in when Elena finished with Allison Mayflower. Ash asked her to read it again. Then he said if they didn't answer, Simon might start to worry about Elena and make calls. Dee Dee started typing. She was heading over the border to Canada for this meet, so she might be out of touch for a few days. Where would he be? Ash nodded. Dee Dee stared at the screen as Ash hit the accelerator. Simon was typing a reply. She suggested they should probably get off the messaging app when she was done with this. Ash said there might be a way to trace it. The phone vibrated again. Simon was at the hospital for now, but that could change. Dee Dee repeated, "Hospital," and asked if she should ask which one. Ash said no, he'd get suspicious. Besides, they already knew. Elena's history had recent visits to one in Upper Manhattan. Good point. She typed the next message and read it aloud. Let him know of any new developments. It was vital to keep her in the loop, even if she couldn't reply. Ash nodded and told her to hit send. She did. Then he told her to shut it down. They drove in silence for a few more minutes before Dee Dee asked what. Ash said she knew what. Dee Dee claimed she really didn't know what Ash meant. He pointed to Simon Green's text, specifically the name, Aaron. She assumed Aaron was Aaron Corval. He asked who Paige was. Aaron's girlfriend, right? Then why would her father be involved? Dee Dee didn't know, turning toward him and tucking her feet under her. She reminded Ash he normally didn't care about the whys. He said he normally didn't. She pressed he hadn't liked killing that woman. Men were fine. But a woman? He told her to stop. That wasn't it. Then what? Someone had connected the dots. That made the motives and details his business now. Dee Dee turned to look out the window. Ash asked if she didn't trust him. She said she trusted him more than anyone in the world. A small ping in his chest. So? She began reciting from the symbols. The visitor and the volunteer must be the first two male children born from the truth. Being male was paramount. Daughters and the truth had at least 20 didn't matter for leadership. Male blood was the purest bond because it had a physical component. A spouse didn't share your blood, nor did the closest friend or in terms of scientific proof. Ash interrupted. Skip the jargon. He got it. Vartage's 2 sons inherit the leadership. Didi corrected him. They inherited everything. That was the point. As written, the 2 sons will rise. Ash asked what that had to do with all this. She quoted again. Truth Haven and all the Truth's possessions would be equally divided amongst his male heirs. It didn't specify just the oldest 2. Ash was starting to see it. Vartage had more than these 2 sons? Yes. And the other sons were put up for adoption, she said. Sold, really. Daughters were kept. They'd be useful. But sons could inherit and ruin the prophecies. This was all years ago, before her time. Ash asked if Vartage just sold his other sons off. Didi said it was win-win. They kept the 2-son prophecy and made great money for the Haven. Wow. Yes. And the mothers would just agree? Some would, some wouldn't. So how did that work? The Truth slept with many women. Some got pregnant. They were told if their babies were male, they'd be destined for better things going to the Greater Haven in Arkansas, best for the male child. Ash asked if there was another haven. No. The mothers just bought this? Some did, some didn't. An internal struggle between the way of the Truth and maternal instincts. The Truth usually won, and when maternal instincts won, the mothers were told their babies died in childbirth. Ash wasn't stunned often. He was now. Seriously? Yes. Big funeral and everything. Some mothers believe the stillbirths were their fault if they'd just agreed to send their child to the Greater Haven. My God. Didi nodded. The male babies were sold. Did he have any idea how much a healthy white male baby could fetch? Buku bucks. Allison Mayflower, still loyal to the Truth, worked as the go-between. How many babies did the Truth sell? All male. How many? 14. Ash kept his hand on the wheel. Now the Truth was dying. Yes. And the Vartage boys, the Visitor and the Volunteer, were afraid these biological sons would claim a share of the inheritance. Didi explained that for years, they'd had nothing to fear, no way to connect the adopted boys to Truth Haven. They were scattered. And to be safe, Allison destroyed all records. The Truth could never find his sons, and more important, the sons could never find the Truth. So what went wrong? Had he heard about new DNA websites like the ones that traced ancestry? He had. Tons of adopted people put their DNA in the bank hoping for a hit. So some of the Truth's sons found out about each other. Yes. And then somehow linked back to Vartage? Yes. Ash laid it out. 2 sons go on the same site, realize they're half-brothers. Right. Then a 3rd. Then a 4th. All fairly recent. And someone in the cult decided the best way to eliminate the problem was to eliminate the problem, in exchange for a leadership position? Something like that. He shook his head in awe. How much was Truth Haven worth? Hard to estimate, but probably close to $40 million. That opened his eyes. Whoa. But Didi insisted it wasn't just about the money. He told her to stop being cynical. Just imagine what would happen if 14 more sons came forward with claims it would destroy the Truth. He told her to stop with the Truth. It was all nonsense. She just admitted that. Didi shook her head. He was so blind. She loved the Truth. Ash said she was using it to get what she wanted. Yes, of course. Those 2 things weren't contradictory. No one believed every passage of a holy book they picked and chose. Every pastor who made money from his religion, whether he believed what he preached or not, was getting something out of it. That was life. Wild rationalization, but on some level also absolute truth. It was getting hot. Ash turned up the AC, so they only had 2 more sons to eliminate. Yes, one in the Bronx, one in Tallahassee. Then Didi added, and now they also had to get rid of Simon Green. Simon and Cornelius stood outside the same bank branch where Simon had withdrawn money for the DNA test. Rocco had sent Cornelius to make sure Simon understood he wasn't getting this information for free. So here Simon was, back at the bank, looking to take out more cash. Because he'd already withdrawn a large amount and didn't want to draw attention, he'd called Yvonne for help. He spotted her walking toward him. "No issues," she said. She glanced at Cornelius. the threadbare t-shirt, thick white beard, then back at Simon. "Who was this?" Simon said Cornelius. Yvonne asked Cornelius who he was. "Just a friend." She looked him up and down and asked what Simon needed this money for. Not for him, he was helping Simon. Helping him what? Simon quickly explained about Rocco and Luther, naturally leaving out that Cornelius had saved his and Ingrid's lives. He braced for counter-arguments. None came. Yvonne told him to stay out of sight. She'd get the cash from her account. Simon wanted to say he'd pay her back, but Yvonne was Ingrid's sister and would get pissed if he offered. So he just nodded. When Yvonne entered, Simon and Cornelius walked down the block to avoid loitering directly in front of the bank. "Good time to fill him in," Cornelius said. So Simon did. "That's messed up," Cornelius said when he finished. "Yup." Simon asked why Cornelius had helped them. Why not? Simon was serious. So was Cornelius. Not a lot of chances to be a hero in real life. You stepped up when the opportunity presented itself. Cornelius shrugged as if to emphasize it was a no-brainer, and Simon believed maybe it was. He thanked him. Also, Ingrid had been nice to him. Simon said when she woke up, he was going to tell her what Cornelius did if that was okay. Cornelius said yes. He asked if Simon still had the gun he'd given him. Yes. Did Cornelius think they'd need it? Never know. But no, he didn't think so. Still, they would make provisions, meaning they didn't just walk in with thousands of dollars unarmed. Got it. And one other thing, Cornelius said. Don't let him be the black friend who got killed. He hated that in movies. Simon laughed for the first time in what felt like months. Cornelius's phone buzzed, so he stepped aside. Yvonne came out of the bank and handed Simon the cash. She'd asked for $9,605. Yvonne explained the odd amount so it wouldn't match Simon's withdrawal and trip up a computer somewhere. 605, June 5th. Simon knew the date his godson Drew, Yvonne's oldest, was born that day. She thought it might bring him luck. Cornelius returned. Rocco had called. He'd be at Cornelius's place in a couple of hours. He needed to locate Luther. Cornelius waited outside the hospital while Simon and Yvonne headed back to Ingrid's room. They greeted Sam. The three of them sat near the bed for over an hour waiting for Rocco to give the okay. When the nurses changed shifts, the new nurse, a stickler for rules, said only 2 people were allowed in the room at a time. Did they mind rotating? Sam stood. He needed to study anyway. Simon said he should head back to school. His mother would want that. Maybe so, Sam said, but he didn't want that. He wanted to be there. He left. Yvonne said Sam was special. Simon agreed, then told her he'd spoken to one of Paige's professors. The professor thought Paige might have been raped on campus. Yvonne said nothing, just stared at her sister in the bed. Simon asked if she'd heard him. Yeah, she heard him. He watched her face. Wait, she knew? She was Paige's godmother. Paige used to confide in her. Simon felt the red rush to his face. Yvonne hadn't thought to tell him? She'd made him promise not to. If Drew came to Simon with a huge problem and told him not to tell Yvonne, she would expect him to keep his promise. She'd trust that she picked him to be Drew's godfather so Drew would have someone to talk to when he didn't want to go to his parents. Pointless to argue now. Simon asked what happened. Yvonne had helped Paige get private counseling. No, what exactly happened with the rapist? Long story. Seriously? Paige had trouble remembering details. He may have slipped or something. She didn't report it for days, so the rape kit didn't help much. The therapy was helping her trying to remember, work through it slowly. Simon asked about charging the bastard. Yvonne had encouraged that, but Paige wasn't ready. She had no memory. Couldn't even say for certain if she consented. Yvonne held up a hand to stop his next question. It was messy. Simon shook his head. She should have told him. Yvonne had begged Paige to tell him, even after Paige shut her out. But at some point Paige stopped talking to Yvonne too. She said she was fine now. He was taken care of. Yvonne didn't know what happened. Paige stopped taking her calls. Started up with that Aaron guy. Simon couldn't believe it. Paige was spiraling like this, And Yvonne still never said a word. Yvonne clarified she never said a word to Simon. He asked about Ingrid. A knock. Simon spun. Cornelius opened the door and leaned his head inside. Time to go. Rocco was waiting. Ash took the Major Deegan Expressway south off the Cross Bronx. He asked Dee to assume more of the 14 sons would send their DNA to those genealogy sites. She nodded. So what then? The truth wouldn't survive the week. Ash didn't understand all the legal stuff, but once the estate went into probate, it was harder to make a claim. Still, someone was bound to put this together. How so? Another son puts his DNA in, sees he has 3 or 4 brothers, and they're all dead. Right. 1 shot in a robbery, 1 suicide, 1 missing, probably a runaway, 1 stabbed by a drug-addled homeless nut. Horrible coincidences. And that's if he could track them down. Their accounts stayed active after death. A new son would email his dead half-brothers. They wouldn't write back. He'd probably drop it. Even if he somehow tracked them all down and figured out the connection and got law enforcement from various states to cooperate, what would they find? Dee had thought this through. They'd find nothing. Right. A text came from Simon Green. Dee read it aloud. He was heading to Cornelius's apartment where they first met. Might find a lead. How was it by her? Ash asked if she had any thoughts on who Cornelius was. None. This wasn't good. It'd be fine. Ash asked about Mother Adiona. Dee didn't know. Adiona had told Ash not to trust Dee, but he did trust her. She smiled. They could worry about her later. They found a spot in front of concrete barriers in the Mott Haven section of the Bronx. Both had guns and knives. This one was to look like a stabbing, something that probably occurred often amongst drug factions on these streets. Ash was about to open his door when Dee's tone stopped him. She gestured with her chin. She took out her phone and held up the screenshot from the wealth management website. That was him, right? No question. Simon Green was walking into the building. Who was that with him? Her guess? Cornelius. Dee nodded. This wasn't going to be a stabbing. She glanced at the weapons bag in the back seat. More like a gun massacre. Rocco was the kind of gigantic. It was hard to fathom, so each time you saw him, you were struck anew by his sheer size. When he strolled around Cornelius's apartment, Simon half expected to hear fee-foo-fum. Rocco squinted at the books on the shelves, asked if Cornelius had read them all. Cornelius said he had. Reading gives empathy. Is that a fact? Rocco grabbed a book, paged through it, then asked Simon if he had the 50 grand. Simon countered by asking if Rocco had his daughter. No. Then Simon didn't have 50 grand. Cornelius asked where Luther was. Rocco told him to stay cool. Luther was close by. He lifted his phone and spoke to Luther, who confirmed he was there. Rocco told him to stay put. Their friend didn't have the money. Simon said he had money, not 50 grand, but if whatever Rocco told him helped find Paige, Rocco would get the full amount. Simon's word. Rocco laughed. He was just supposed to trust Simon because white guys were so trustworthy? No, none of that. Then why? Because Simon was a father. Rocco wiggled his fingers, unimpressed. Only cash money impressed him. Simon dropped almost 10,000 on the coffee table. Not enough. It was all he could get on short notice. Then, bye-bye. Cornelius protested. Rocco wanted more. Simon said he'd get more. Rocco hemmed and hawed, but the cash called to him. He'd tell Simon something first pretty big, but then Luther would come in because Luther had something way bigger to say. Cornelius said they were listening. Rocco picked up the cash. A confirmed sighting of Paige. Simon's pulse quickened. When? 2 days after her father got murdered. She'd stayed around here for a while, maybe then got on the 6 train. Someone was pretty sure of that. Not definite, but pretty sure. Rocco's other boy, though, was convinced he saw her. No doubt at all. Simon asked where. Rocco finished counting, frowned. This was less than 10 grand. Simon promised another 10 tomorrow. Where did he see Paige? Rocco looked at Cornelius. Cornelius nodded. Port Authority. Simon asked if he meant the bus terminal. Rocco confirmed it was the bus terminal. Simon asked if Rocco had any idea where Paige was going. Rocco coughed into his fist. He'd answer that question. Then Luther get ready, okay? Would tell Simon the rest. For 50,000. No negotiation. Rocco spread his huge hands because when Simon heard what Luther had to say, he'd give them the money to keep their mouths shut. Simon's eyes locked on Rocco's. Neither blinked. Simon could see Rocco meant it. Whatever Luther had to say would be huge. But first, Rocco answered the question Buffalo. Simon's daughter, confirmed by a reliable source, got on a bus for Buffalo. Simon scoured his brain for anyone he or Paige knew in the Buffalo area. Nothing. She could have gotten off earlier, anywhere in upstate New York, but still nobody came to mind. Rocco called for Luther to come up, then disconnected the phone. He smiled at Cornelius and asked if it was Cornelius who'd shot Luther. Cornelius said nothing. Rocco laughed and held up his hands. He wasn't going to tell, but here was the thing Simon was about to find out. Luther had his reasons. Simon asked what reasons. Rocco moved toward the door. Self-defense. Simon didn't understand. He wasn't going to not Simon, man. Luther didn't shoot Simon. He shot Simon's wife. Rocco smiled and reached for the doorknob. Several things happened at once. From the corridor, Luther screamed a warning. Rocco, working on instinct, flung open the door, and then the bullets started to fly. 5 minutes earlier, Ash pushed open a graffiti-loaded door. He entered the poorly lit foyer first, Dee following. Weapons not out yet, but hands poised near them. Ash whispered why Simon Green would be here. Visiting his daughter, Dee imagined. So why not say that in his text to Elena? Why talk about this Cornelius guy? Dee put her foot on the rickety step. She didn't know, Ash suggested, stepping back, doing more research. Dee told him to step back. Then no, Ash, listen. Elena and Simon were cancers. They needed to get them now, or they'd spread. He wanted to be more cautious. Fine. Go back to the car. She had enough firepower. Ash said that wasn't going to happen, and Dee knew it. A small smile toyed with her lips. Was he being sexist again? He said she wouldn't leave him either. That was true. This place, Ash said. Did she know what it reminded him of? Dee nodded. A foster father's brewery. The smell of stale beer. He was amazed she remembered. He'd worked the fermenters, she'd visited a few times, and clearly never gotten over that stink. She started up the stairs. Ash did a little hop step to take the lead, but she blocked him with her body and a disapproving glare. He stayed one step back. No one passed them. In the distance, a television played too loudly. Otherwise, silence. Ash glanced down the second-floor corridor as Dee continued up. No one. Good. On the third floor, Dee looked back. Ash nodded. They both took out their guns, keeping them low by their sides. Maybe with the crappy lighting, someone opening a door wouldn't see they were both carrying FN5.7s with 20-round mags. They made their way to apartment B. Ash knocked. No answer. He knocked again. Nothing. Someone had to be home. They'd seen Green come in. Ash examined the heavy metal door, reinforced against break-ins but installed stupidly. Steel door, wooden door frame, not strong wood. He raised his foot and kicked where the bolt slid into the wood. The wood gave way like dried twigs. The door flew open. They rushed inside. No one. 2 single mattresses on either side of the floor, dried bloodstains. Ash took it in fast and knew something was wrong. He bent down. Yellow tape. This was a crime scene. Dee said that didn't make sense. A nearby door opened. Dee moved fast, dropping her weapon onto the mattress, stepping outside, and closing what was left of the door behind her. A man exited his apartment wearing earbuds with music so loud Dee could hear it from 15 feet away. He was near the stairs, almost heading down, hadn't seen her yet. She stayed frozen, hoping he wouldn't turn toward her. He did. When he saw her, he pulled out his earbuds. Dee rewarded him with her full wattage smile. She said hello, making the greeting almost a double entendre, and asked for Cornelius. Wrong floor. Cornelius was on the second floor. Apartment B. Silly her. Yeah. He looked as though he might come toward her. That wouldn't be good. She slipped her hand into her back pocket and readied the switchblade. She'd have to slice his throat quickly and quietly. She waved, thanked him for the help, told him to take care. The man looked as though he might keep walking back, but something primitive told him to move on. He said, "Yeah, you too." They looked at each other another long moment before he turned and hurried down the stairs. Dee listened, wondering if he might stop on the second floor and warn Cornelius. But she heard him reach the ground floor and push open the graffiti-filled door. When he was gone, Ash exited and handed Dee her gun. He'd heard it all. They moved silently to the stairwell and made their way to the second-floor apartment B. Ash put his ear near the door. Voices. Several of them. He gave the signal. They got the guns ready. Simple plan burst in guns blazing, kill any and all inhabitants. He pointed the gun at the lock to shoot it. No need for subtlety, but suddenly two things happened at once. The doorknob started to turn, and from down the corridor a man shouted a warning. Simon heard the first burst of gunfire as Rocco pulled open the door. They say time slows down at great danger, like being able to dodge bullets. Just an illusion, time constant. But Simon remembered reading that this particular illusion was caused by how memory stored events. The richer and denser the memory during terrified moments, the longer the event seemed to last. This also explained why time seemed to go faster with age. Childhood experiences were new, memories fresh and intense. Time slowed. As you grew older, stuck in routine, few new vibrant memories were laid, so time flew. That's why a child's summer seemed to last forever, and for adults it was barely a blink. Now, as Simon heard a man scream through bullet blasts, time seemed knee-deep in molasses. The door swung open. Simon, still wedged behind Rocco's massive frame, could see nothing but the big man's broad back until the bullets started landing. Rocco's body convulsed in a jerking, horrible dance as his feet scrambled backward. Then the building shook when he dropped. His blank eyes fixed on the ceiling, his chest soaked red. Now Simon had a view of the doorway. Two people. A man about 30 fired down the corridor toward where Luther had gone silent. A woman with short red hair, younger than the man, aimed low and put 2 more rounds into Rocco's head. Then she raised the gun toward Cornelius. Simon screamed no, already knowing Cornelius was moving, but not fast enough. She was too close, the shot too easy. So Simon launched himself at her, screaming to distract, to buy tenths of a second. Just as her finger began to pull, he shoved the door hard. Its edge slammed her forearm, throwing off her aim. No time. He landed and reached for her wrist, his fingers finding skin, almost getting a solid grip, but someone, probably the man, crashed into the other side of the door. The door smashed Simon's face and sent him sprawling onto Rocco's corpse. The young woman stepped into the room and aimed at Cornelius, who was clawing for his gun while running toward the fire escape window. Too late. No chance. Simon's brain either sped up or time slowed down, but he saw the truth clearly. Not both of them could survive. No way. So no choice. From the ground he kicked the door. She stopped it casually with her foot. A weak effort, a poor attempt, but it bought in time. Not enough to stop the carnage. Enough to scramble jump toward Cornelius instead of at her. The move surprised her. It wouldn't save him. It put him directly in the path of her gunfire, his body the only thing between her bullets and Cornelius. She fired anyway. A bullet smacked his lower back on the left, searing pain. Another hit his right shoulder. He didn't stop. He flung himself at Cornelius like a blindside blitz, wrapping his arms around his friend's waist and tackling him straight into the window. Cornelius didn't fight it. He fell backward with the tackle, using the time to pull his gun free. The window shattered on impact. As they started to fall, Cornelius reached over Simon's shoulder and fired. Through the hail of gunfire, Simon heard a man grunt and the woman scream a name, Ash. They landed hard on the fire escape grate, Cornelius on his back, Simon on top, grip slackening. The impact knocked the gun from Cornelius's hand. Simon watched it plummet toward asphalt. From inside, the woman's pain cry again, Ash. Simon's eyes fluttered. his mouth filled with something coppery blood. He managed to roll off Cornelius and tried to speak, to tell him to run, that the redhead wasn't hit, and would be on them soon. No words came out. Cornelius shook his head. He wouldn't leave. The whole thing from Rocco turning the knob to now had taken fewer than 5 seconds. Inside, the woman let loose a primitive guttural scream. Even as Simon felt some life force leaving him, he realized she was coming toward them. He tried to tell Cornelius go. He wouldn't. Simon could see her reaching the window, gun in hand. Again, no choice. With whatever strength he had left and the element of surprise, Simon pushed Cornelius down the fire escape steps. Cornelius tumbled head over feet, somersaulting. It might hurt, might break bones, but probably wouldn't kill him. Nothing left. Simon dropped onto his back, hearing sirens nearing but knowing they'd be too late. He looked up into the young woman's green eyes. He'd held out a glimmer of hope for mercy, some hesitation, but once his gaze met hers, he knew that hope was gone. She would kill him, and enjoy it. She leaned out the window, pointed the gun at his head. Then she was gone. Someone had pushed her from behind. Simon heard the scream, then a sick splat on asphalt. An old woman appeared above him, odd gray uniform with red stripes, face full of concern. She hurried onto the fire escape and tried to stem his bleeding. She told him it was over. He wanted to ask who she was, if she knew Paige, but his mouth was too full of blood. His body weakened, eyes rolling back. As darkness descended, he still heard the sirens. She said their children would be safe now. Yet nothing. 1 month passed. Simon survived 3 operations, 18 hospital days, morphine drips, and 2 weeks of physical therapy. He might walk with a limp or a cane like Elena Ramirez, but his injuries weren't life-threatening. Cornelius came out with a sprained ankle and bruises. Rocco and Luther were dead. So was the hired hitman, Ashley Ash Davis. His partner, Diane Dee Dee LaHoy, had landed head first, skull cracked, unconscious with no signs she'd ever wake. Detective Isaac Fagbenley tried to explain a cult called Truth Haven, secret adoptions, hired hits. Details were sketchy. The cult's leader, Casper Vardage, had died naturally. His 2 sons claimed innocence with top lawyers. Maybe the dead father had done something, they argued, but the sons knew nothing. Fagbenley promised they'd get them. Simon wasn't so sure. The 2 killers who could best testify were out of commission. The police's best hope was the woman who'd saved Simon. She called herself Mother Adiona, no real name on record. They couldn't hold her. She'd committed no crime except maybe saving his life. The rest emerged. Elena Ramirez had been killed by Ash and Dee Dee after she learned about the illegal adoptions. CCTV showed her getting into Dee Dee's car at a Cracker Barrel, then taken to an empty cabin. Her body hadn't been found. When the killers saw Elena's text to Simon, they knew he had to be silenced. There was more about half-brothers discovering each other, swearing secrecy until they found their father, one named Henry Thorpe finding his mother, a former cult member, who'd confronted the Vardages and tipped them off. But nothing new about Paige. On Simon's 5th night in the hospital, pain bad morphine pump worked hard. He woke in a semi-daze to find Mother Adiona at his bedside. She explained that the cult had been slaughtering all the sons, motive murky, maybe covering up baby selling, maybe ritual or prophecy. No one seemed to know. She told him she believed in the truth, had served it almost her whole life. She'd birthed 1 son, and the truth said he would be a leader. She raised him as such. She birthed another son, and when the truth said this son couldn't stay, she let him go, even though that meant never seeing her own boy again. Simon watched her through the hazy gauze of his painkillers. Last year she'd used a DNA site wanting to know what became of her son. Harmless. She thought just a little knowledge, a little truth. She almost smiled. Simon shook his head. So she told him her son's name was Nathan Brannon, raised by 2 school teachers in Tallahassee, graduated with honors from Florida State, married his high school sweetheart, 3 boys, 10 and 6-year-old twins, now a 5th grade teacher himself, a good man. Simon tried to sit up, but the drugs left him too exhausted. She admitted her son had wanted to meet her, but she'd turned him down. Could he imagine how hard that was? He said no, he couldn't. But it was enough, she explained. Just knowing her son was happy. It had to be what the truth wanted. Simon moved his hand closer. The older woman took it. They sat in the dark, hospital rustled, distant background music. Then she confessed when she found out they wanted to murder her boy. She finally looked down and met his eye. She'd spent her whole life bending for her beliefs. But bend too far and you break. Simon said he understood. So she had to stop them. Didn't want to hurt anyone. Had no choice. Simon thanked her. She said she had to go back now. To Truth Haven. Still her home. She rose and moved toward the door. Simon swallowed and asked about his daughter. She'd been dating one of those sons. Mother Adiona had heard. Paige was missing. She'd heard that too. Simon pleaded she was a parent. She understood. She did. She opened the door, but she didn't know anything more. Then she was gone. A week later, Simon begged Fag Bentley for the files. Fag Bentley, maybe pitying him, agreed. Ingrid seemed to be improving some glimmer. Coming out of a coma wasn't like television. It was 2 steps up, 1 step back. She'd regained consciousness twice, speaking in short, lucid spurts. But the last time was over a week ago. No improvement since. From the day he was shot, Simon kept digging because the biggest question remained: where was Paige? He didn't get the answer for days, then weeks. It took a month. A month after being shot, finally well enough, Simon headed to Port Authority and took a 7-hour bus trip to Buffalo. He stared out the window the whole way, hoping something would spark a thought. Nothing did. He walked around the bus terminal for 2 hours, sure that circling the block would yield a clue. It didn't. Body aching too much too fast, he climbed back on the bus and took another 7 hours back, stared out the window again. Again, nothing. Nearly 2 in the morning when the bus pulled into Port Authority. Simon took the A train north to the hospital. Ingrid was out of intensive care now, in a private room, still unconscious. A cot in the room let him sleep beside his wife. Some nights Sam and Anya needed him home. But most nights, like this one, he made his way to Washington Heights, kissed his wife's forehead, and slept on the cot. Tonight, though, 1 month after he was shot, someone else sat in Ingrid's room when he arrived. Lights off, just a silhouette next to the bed. He froze in the doorway, eyes wide, hand over his mouth, muffled cries still audible, knees starting to buckle. Then Paige turned around and said, "Dad." Simon burst into tears. Paige helped him into a chair. She said she couldn't stay, but it had been a month. Clean, she meant, and she was. Simon could see it. His heart leapt. She looked drawn and pale and harried, but also clear-eyed and sober. Tears came again for joy. He bit them back. She warned she wasn't there yet, might never be, but she was better. So this whole time she hadn't known any of it. No electronics allowed, no access to family, friends, the outside world. That was the rules. Nothing for a full month. Her best chance. Her only chance. Simon was numb. She had to go back to the retreat. He needed to understand that. She wasn't ready for the real world. They'd agreed on a 24-hour pass, just because of this emergency. Even being here this short time, she could feel the pull stronger. Simon said she'd go back. He'd drive her. Paige turned toward her mother's bed and said this was because of her. Simon told her no. She couldn't think that way. He moved closer. She looked so fragile. If she blamed herself, took on that guilt, maybe she'd want to slip back into oblivion. He said it wasn't her fault. No one blamed her, least of all her mother and him, okay? She nodded a little too hesitantly. He asked if she wanted to tell him what happened. When she came back to the room and saw Aaron dead, she hid. Thought the police would think she killed him. Seeing what was done to him was awful, but part of her Aaron was gone, finally gone, felt free. Simon nodded. She'd come to the retreat. He asked how she knew about the place. She blinked and looked away. Pressed, she admitted she'd been there before. When? Did he remember seeing her in Central Park? Of course. She'd been at the retreat right before that. To get clean. And it'd been working, she'd thought. Then Aaron found her, sneaked into her room one night, shot her up while she was asleep. She disappeared with him the next day. Simon's head spun. She was in rehab right before he saw her in the park? Yes. He didn't understand. How did she find this retreat? Paige looked toward the bed. Simon couldn't believe it. His daughter said Ingrid had taken her to the retreat. He looked toward his wife as if she might wake up and explain. Paige admitted she'd come to her mother as a last hope. Ingrid knew the place had been there years ago. They did things differently, she'd told Paige. So Paige tried it. It was working. Or maybe it wasn't. Easy to blame someone else, but maybe. Simon took the blows, trying to focus on what mattered. His daughter was back, and she was clean. He asked as gently as he could why her mother hadn't told him. Paige had told her not to. That was the deal. Why didn't she want him to know? She turned to him and he saw the pain in her eyes, wondering how long it had been since he'd really looked at her like this. She admitted it was his face, the disappointment when she'd failed before. If she failed again and saw that look, she thought she might kill herself. Simon put his hand to his mouth. He apologized, if he ever made her feel that way. Paige started nervously scratching at her arms. The needle marks seemed to be fading. She said she needed to get back now. He'd drive her. They stopped at the apartment. Paige woke her siblings. Simon filmed the ecstatic tears as his 3 children reunited briefly but intensely. He'd play the video for Ingrid, coma or not, over and over. The drive north was long. Paige slept for the first hours. Alone with his thoughts, Simon felt joy and relief. That was the overriding emotion. He rode that wave, trying to ignore the worry about what came next, the sorrow that he'd made Paige dread his reaction, the confusion about why Ingrid kept this huge secret. How could she? They told each other everything, or so he thought. He was just remembering what Rocco said about Luther shooting Ingrid when Paige woke and reached for water. She said she felt okay, commented on the long ride, said she could have taken the bus. He shot her a weary smile, said that wasn't going to happen. She didn't smile back. She told him he couldn't visit the retreat for another month, no visitors. They'd let her come down because she didn't want him to worry. He thanked her. He asked how it worked when the first month was up. The retreat let her contact them. Yes. She'd read about what happened. Her counselor at the clinic had seen a news report and told her last night. Simon noted the counselor knew and kept it from her. Paige said total isolation was her only chance. He understood. He mentioned they'd become friends with her old landlord Cornelius. She turned toward him. He'd saved her mother's life. Simon filled her in on visiting the Bronx, meeting Cornelius, going to Rocco's basement. Paige said Cornelius had been really nice to her. Simon added that Cornelius also told them she'd run out with blood on her face 2 days before Aaron was killed. Paige turned away, looking out her window. Simon asked if Aaron beat her. Just that once? Badly? Yes. So she ran away. Then the hitman killed him. Her tone was off when she said, I guess. Simon heard the lie. He knew something was wrong with the police's theory. It made sense the cult was killing illegally adopted boys. Aaron was one. Ash and Dee Dee returned to kill Simon. But how could they have known Simon would be there? Their car had never gone near the hospital. Then something else caught Simon's eye. A witness, Cornelius's tenant Enrique Boaz, claimed to have seen Dee Dee on the 3rd floor right before the shooting on the 2nd floor. To the police, it was a small anomaly. But it niggled at Simon. He went back with Cornelius, questioned Enrique, and uncovered a possible clue. Dee Dee had been standing right in front of Aaron and Paige's room. Why go back to his room if you already killed him? Why kick down the door? It didn't add up. Unless you hadn't been there before. Simon asked Paige what she did after Aaron beat her. She ran. Where? She went to get a fix. He asked if she called her mother. Silence. He pressed. Yes, she said. What did her mother say? She squeezed her eyes shut. Said she told her mother what she did, that she had to run away. Simon asked what else she said. Paige pleaded for him to let it go. He refused until they both told the truth, and the truth never left this car. Aaron was scum. His death wasn't murder, it was self-defense. He was killing her every day. When she tried to break free, he went back and poisoned her again. Did she understand? She nodded. Aaron beat her that day with his fists. Simon felt the rage engulf him again. She couldn't take it anymore. She knew she could pull out, be free. If he was just gone, Simon finished. Remember how she looked in the park? He nodded. She had to break his hold on her. So yes, she killed him, made it all bloody, then ran away. Simon gripped the wheel so tightly he feared he'd rip it out. She said, "Dad." He told her she was his daughter. He'd always protect her, always. He was proud of her. She was trying to do the right thing. She moved next to him. He put his arm around her, but he said she didn't kill Aaron. She stiffened. The beating was 2 days before the murder. She pleaded again. He wished he could let it go. She'd called her mother, asked for help. She huddled closer, quivering. He asked if her mother told her to stay away that night. Her voice was weak, still pleading. Simon said he knew her mother. They'd pick her up again, take her to rehab, but as long as Aaron was alive, whatever twisted bond they shared, he'd find her again. Aaron was like a parasite who had to be killed. Paige said that's what she did, but her bravado fell flat. No, sweetheart, she didn't. That was why Luther shot her mother. Luther saw her that night leaving the apartment, or maybe the actual killing. Then a few days later, when he saw Ingrid near Rocco, he figured maybe she was going to kill him too. Aaron worked for Rocco. That's why Luther pulled his gun. That's why he shot Ingrid first, not Simon. That's why he kept insisting it was self-defense. Fag Bentley had been right from the beginning. Simon asked if she knew Occam's razor. She said she wasn't in the mood, detective. Simon started to recite the principle. The simplest explanation is usually the right one, but Fag Bentley cut him off. Then offered the simplest explanation: Simon killed Aaron Corval, or his wife did. Fag Bentley wouldn't blame either. The man was a monster, slowly poisoning their daughter right in front of them. He'd even noted Ingrid could have sneaked to the Bronx during a work break. They had her on CCTV. She knew the timing, made sure Aaron was alone. Simon asked Paige if she'd known her mother was going to kill him. She pulled away, sat up straight, and said no. She'd come back to the apartment early and saw her mother in hospital scrubs covered in blood, guessed she'd dumped them later. Paige freaked out and ran to another basement like Rocco's. Got 2 fixes, laid there for hours, didn't know how long. When she woke up, she finally saw the truth. Her mother had killed someone. They say you need to hit bottom before you can get better. When you realize you made your mother kill a man, that's rock bottom. They sat in silence. Then Simon asked, how come Ingrid didn't call the retreat to see if Paige had gone there? Maybe she did, Paige said, but Paige wasn't there yet. It took her days to make her way up. By then Ingrid was in a coma. Paige asked if they could let it go now. Simon thought about it and said he thought so. And it never leaves this car? Never. That meant her mother too. Don't tell her, you know. Just let it go. In the weeks that passed, as Ingrid recovered, and life got better, Simon wondered about his daughter's request. Should what they said never leave the car? Was it really best not to tell his wife he knew she'd killed a man? On the surface, the answer seemed yes. He watched his wife come back to him and his family. Eventually, Ingrid came home. Weeks turned into good months. Paige continued to improve. Then came home. Sam went back to Amherst. Anya did well in school. Simon returned to work. Soon Ingrid returned to her patients. Life was more than returning to normal. It was good. Really good. And when life is good, maybe it's best to let sleeping dogs lie. There was laughter and joy. Gorgeous walks through Central Park. Dinners with friends. Nights at the theater. Love and light and family. Ingrid and Simon embraced Paige's return, gave her all the support they could, while worrying that whatever demon Aaron had placed in her body might be weak or dormant, but still there, still waiting to pounce. Demons never die, but neither do secrets. All those good things were in the room, but so was that secret. One night during their walk through Central Park, Ingrid and Simon stopped in Strawberry Fields. Simon normally avoided this route. This was where he'd seen Paige strangling out a Beatles tune. He didn't remember which song. Strike that. He didn't want to remember. But Ingrid wanted to sit on the bench. Out of habit, he read the inscription about a good dog named Jersey who would be happy to share the bench with you. Ingrid took his hand, stared out, and said, "You know." He said yes. She said he understood why she did it. He nodded. It was like Paige was drowning, and every time she came to the surface, Aaron dragged her back under. Simon said she didn't have to justify it to him. She took his hand. He squeezed and held on. He said she'd planned it. As soon as Paige called, she said, and he noted she made it violent and bloody so the police would think it was a drug hit. Yes. He looked off, then back at her. Why didn't she ask him to help? 3 reasons, she said. 1, her job was to protect him too, because she loved him. He said he loved her too. 2, if she got caught, she wanted one of them free to raise the children. Simon had to smile. Practical, he said. Yes. And 3, she thought maybe he'd talk her out of it. He said nothing. Would he have really gone along with a plan to murder Aaron Corville? He didn't know. Some adventure, he said. Yes. He stared at his wife and got the overwhelms again. She said she loved their family. He did too. She put her head on his shoulder as she'd done 1,000,000 times before. There are few moments of pure bliss in this life. Most of the time you don't realize you're having one until it's over. But that wasn't the case now. Now, as Simon sat with the woman he loved, he knew, and she knew, this was bliss, and it wouldn't last. Almost a year after her murder, state police found Elena Ramirez's body. A funeral was held in Chicago. Simon and Cornelius decided to attend, driving rather than flying. Cornelius planned the route with weird museums and roadside stops. Elena was laid to rest next to a man named Joel Marcus. They overnighted at a hotel outside Chicago. On the drive home the next morning, Simon asked if Cornelius minded stopping in Pittsburgh. Cornelius didn't mind, then noticed Simon's expression and asked what was up. Simon just said he needed to visit someone. When Simon knocked, a young man opened the door. Doug Mulzer. Mulzer hadn't been able to return to Lanford College after his ordeal. Simon didn't care. Or maybe he did. Maybe there'd been enough vigilante justice. He introduced himself as Paige's father. Back in New York City, Simon dropped off Cornelius and headed to PPG Wealth Management. Late in the day, Yvonne was still there. He pulled her aside and said he thought he knew what Ingrid's secret was. That night at his apartment building, Susie Fisk held the elevator door, greeting him with a smile and a kiss on the cheek. She noted Sam was home from Amherst for break, so all 3 kids were home. Simon confirmed. Susie heard Paige had enrolled at NYU, but still lived at home. She said she was really happy for them. Simon thanked her again. She mentioned the gift card for Red Farm had been too generous. They'd eaten there 4 times. The elevator stopped at Simon's floor. He opened the door. Bad Wolf's version of Zombie played from a Bluetooth speaker in the kitchen. Ingrid sang the chorus. Simon leaned against the kitchen doorframe. Ingrid turned and smiled. They exchanged hellos. She asked about the trip. He said good, sad. She told him his son was home. He'd heard. She was cooking her famous Asian salmon recipe, Sam's favorite. Simon said he loved her. She said it back. He asked where Paige was. In her room, 5 minutes to dinner. He headed down the corridor and knocked. Paige told him to come in. She still looked pale and drawn and harried, and he wondered if that would ever leave her. Bad nights, sweats, nightmares, tears. A struggle. He wasn't sure she'd ever win it. He knew the odds, but maybe she would. He said he never understood how she first connected with Aaron. That was the part he couldn't shake. Elena Ramirez saw Henry Thorpe's DNA test showing all the half-brothers, including Aaron. But Paige had taken that DNA test too, hadn't she? Yes. So what was her connection to Aaron? What made her so attached to someone so awful? Paige had been pulling a hoodie from a drawer. She stopped and waited. Simon noted something weird about her Bronx apartment, 2 single mattresses on either side of the room. What kind of young couple doesn't share a bed? She said, "Dad." He asked her to let him finish. He'd gone to see Doug Mulzer today. They needed to talk about what Mulzer did to her, or maybe she already had in therapy. She had, but Mulzer had been attacked viciously. Paige said that was wrong. Maybe not. Not his point. Doug told him a man in a ski mask assaulted him. It was Aaron, right? Yes. Paige admitted she should have never told Aaron what Doug did to her. Simon asked why she did. She said nothing. Then he told her what Aaron kept screaming during the beating. "No one hurts my sister." Paige's shoulders slumped. Tears came to her eyes. And Simon's. When she took the DNA test, she found out Aaron was her half-brother, but not on her father's side. Simon felt himself shaking. They had the same mother. After a few seconds, Paige raised her chin and said yes. He'd checked with Aunt Yvonne. Ingrid's big secret? She didn't model overseas at 17. She fell in with a cult, got pregnant by the leader. They told her the baby was stillborn. She thought they'd intentionally killed it. She became suicidal. Her family grabbed her and got her deprogrammed at a retreat, the same one she later took Paige to. Paige crossed the room and sat on her bed. Simon joined her. She said Aaron was so damaged, his father abused him from a very young age, and she remembered where she'd been assaulted by Doug Mulzer at school. Then she took the DNA test, and her whole life felt like a lie. Lost, scared, confused. Now she had this new brother. They talked for hours. She told him about the assault. He took care of it. It was awful, but she felt protected. Then Aaron got her high. She liked it, loved it. It let her escape. Aaron made sure she got high again and again. She thought he knew what he was doing. He loved the idea of a sister. He didn't want to lose her. He needed to keep her hooked so she wouldn't abandon him, and maybe he also wanted revenge on his birth mother. He was the child she threw away. Why not destroy the one she kept? Simon asked if she ever confronted her mother. She had. She came home and asked if Ingrid ever had a child. Ingrid said no. Paige begged for the truth. Ingrid finally broke down, told her about the cult, said she'd been impregnated by an awful man, but the baby died. Based on what Yvonne had just told him, Ingrid still believed that. Paige thought her mother was still lying, but by then, she was a junkie. She only cared about her next fix, so she stole Ingrid's jewelry and went back to her brother. That sick, twisted bond forged in blood. Simon said she'd talked about hitting rock bottom, the fact that she'd forced her mother to kill someone. Paige squeezed her eyes shut. He continued, Ingrid didn't just kill someone, she killed her own son. Paige kept her eyes closed, bracing. Then she said they couldn't tell their mother. Simon shook his head, remembering what he and Ingrid said on that bench in Central Park, no more secrets. Paige protested that this secret wasn't like that. This secret would destroy her. Through the door, Ingrid called out in a happy sing-song voice that dinner was ready. Paige pleaded again. Simon said it might come out anyway. Ingrid may even already know. Paige said she didn't. The adoption agency didn't have the records. Only they knew the truth. They headed to the table. The five of them took their seats. Sam started telling a funny story about his goofy new lab partner. Ingrid laughed so hard her eyes glistened. She caught Simon's eye and gave him that look, how lucky and blessed they were. That moment in the park, this one even better, because they were with their children. Pure bliss, fortunate enough to realize it. Simon looked across the table at Paige. Paige looked back. The secret was at the table too. If Simon kept quiet, the secret would always be with them. He wondered what would be worse, living forever haunted by this secret, or letting the woman he loved find out she'd murdered her own son. The answer seemed clear. It might change tomorrow, but for tonight, he knew what he had to do. He might not have stepped in front of the bullet when Luther shot Ingrid, but he would step in front of the bullet now, no matter how much it hurt. He listened to his wife's beautiful laugh and knew he would pay any price to keep hearing it. So he made a solemn vow. There would be no more secrets, except this one. The end. Thank you for staying until the end, for spending this time with the story and allowing it to unfold with patience and curiosity. Runaway was born from a simple but haunting question that Harlan Coben couldn't shake. What if a parent finds their missing child, but the child doesn't want to be saved? The idea emerged from a real conversation Coben had with a private investigator who specialized in tracking down runaway teenagers. Many of those kids, the investigator explained, weren't being held against their will. They had chosen to disappear. That philosophical paradox, love versus autonomy, protection versus freedom, became the engine of the novel. Coben has described the writing process as emotionally draining. Unlike his lighter thrillers, Runaway forced him to sit in the darkness of parental fear. He wrote the first draft in 4 months, then spent another 6 rewriting the ending because the original felt too neat. "A story like this," he later said, "should leave a scar." Thematically, the novel explores guilt, redemption, and the illusion of control. Its narrative style is propulsive yet introspective, short chapters, shifting perspectives, and a relentless forward momentum that mirrors a parent's desperation. Coben later explored similar themes of family secrets in The Boy from the Woods and Win, but Runaway remains his most personal examination of how far love can bend before it breaks. The story reached new audiences first through a French television adaptation in 2021, which reinterpreted the novel for European viewers. Then, in January 2026, Netflix released its own global version. So how faithful is the 2026 Netflix adaptation to the book? The core plot remains intact. Simon Green searching for his daughter Paige in the shadowy corners of a city. However, the series makes several significant changes. 2 supporting characters from the novel are combined into one. The ending is slightly altered. The Netflix version offers a final confrontation that doesn't exist in the book, and Paige's internal struggles, richly detailed in Coben's prose, are shown primarily through visual cues rather than dialogue. The production faced serious challenges. Filming took place across 47 locations in 3 countries. One key scene set in a subway tunnel had to be reshot 4 times due to lighting failures. The director, whose previous work includes acclaimed crime dramas, pushed for a naturalistic visual style, handheld cameras, minimal score, long takes to heighten the tension. The director is known for other gritty adaptations, including a celebrated thriller from 2022 that also explored fractured families. That signature restraint is visible throughout Runaway. Behind the scenes, the lead actor playing Simon reportedly called Coben several times to ask if a parent could truly endure what the character endures. Coben's reply, "They do. Every day." Here's a detail most readers miss. The name of the park where Simon first spots Paige was chosen because it's the same park Coben took his own children to on weekends. And the necklace Paige wears in the Netflix version? That was the actress's own idea. She brought it from home to add authenticity. Another fun fact, the French 2021 adaptation changed the protagonist's profession from a financial advisor to a chef. Netflix returned to the original novel's version after fan feedback during test screenings. The Netflix series captures the urgency, but the original novel still holds layers that only the written word can fully reveal: inner monologues, subtle foreshadowing, and an ending that hits differently on the page. If this story moved you, Coben's book is waiting. If you enjoyed this retelling, subscribing helps support the creation of more stories like this, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, whether appreciation, criticism, or your own interpretation of what you would do if you were Simon. All feedback is welcome. If this story touched you, consider sharing it with someone who understands the weight of family, loss, or the difficult choices love demands. Stories like Runaway remind us that the line between protection and possession is thinner than we imagine. Thank you again for listening. Until the next story finds you.